Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Guarded Overpowered Kids. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was at age 4 that Izuku Midoriya found that the words, "all men are created equal," was a complete lie. Some are stronger. Some are faster. Some smarter. Some had more charisma. Even in the pre-quirk era, it was clear that people were different in both abilities and level of skill. It became even clearer in the era of quirk. Some could topple buildings. Some could wield the elements. Some could fly. Some could outpace the fastest vehicles. And there are those that could never achieve that level of power. Those with quirks that are lesser in strength. Those that only have quirks that change their appearance slightly. Those whose quirks cripple them. Those who just don't have a quirk at all. Izuku was in the second category. The very bottom of the power structure. Quirkless. And because of that, he was told countless times that he would never reach his dream to be a hero. That would be lucky to be hired at a third-rate restaurant. Year after year after year, it was constantly pressed into his head, beaten into him even, that he was useless in the eyes of society. So, how did a quirkless, bullied, outcast of a power-filled world grew to become both a revered hero and a loving father of powerful orphans? XXXX. Izuku didn't know how long he'd been standing up on this rooftop, just staring. It could have been hours. Could have been minutes. Seconds even. But the thought of time didn't matter to him. Not with what he's been just told in his mind. No, I don't think you can be a hero without a quirk. Honestly, should he really be surprised? Ever since he was diagnosed as quirkless, everyone has told him that being a hero was a pipe dream. His classmates, his teachers, Kaken, his mother, even. Each and every person he came to know has told him the exact same thing, that it was impossible to become a hero without a quirk. Why should he expect the number one hero, All Might, to be different? What made him even hope that he would be the exception to everyone else? You knew it was a pipe dream, Izuku. The boy thought to himself. Deep down, you knew that it wasn't possible. That no one would truly believe in you. I just kept running from reality. But then, what could he do? Should he just be a police officer, like All Might? Take up less dangerous roles that'll still help others? It would be something at least. But would a quirkless nobody be accepted into these fields? Would a useless Deku be accepted into any field? Quirkless people, after all, are less likely to be hired versus those with a quirk, especially if that quirk is useful for that field. What are his chances if the world already deemed him as useless? Is he just setting himself up for disappointment if he attempts to become an officer? Or a doctor? Or anything that involves saving others? Is it worth it to even try? Or should he just? For a moment, Izuku turned his eyes downward towards the street, Bakugo's last advice to him flashing in his mind. But that moment quickly passed, and the quirkless boy stepped away from the edge of the roof. A shaky breath left his lips, realizing where his thoughts were going. He needed to get out of here. Get away from the roof, find somewhere else to think. XXXX. Since he didn't feel like going home at the moment, Izuku just wandered around the city. He walked mindlessly, not really paying attention to where he was going or what time it was. Just moved around like an emotionless robot. Eventually, he found himself stopping somewhere. And that somewhere was Dagoba Beach. Izuku muttered in realization, looking around the trash-filled beach. His eyes gloomily went back downward. Figures that I'm here, of all places. This was once a beautiful beach that everyone would go to. However, trash kept getting swept in from the ocean, with others taking advantage of that by dumping their own trash, leaving this place to become a garbage dump. A place fitting for someone viewed as trash by the world. Tears started falling down Izuku's face as he began processing the day he had. He was laughed at by his entire class when his teacher revealed his plan to enroll in UA. He was ridiculed and threatened by Kachen as well, being reminded that he'll never become a hero. If it was just those things, he would call it a normal day for him. Then the suicide bait came. Then the near death to a villain. Being saved by All Might and meeting for the first time. Asking if he could become a hero without a quirk. Finding out All Might's secret. Being told by his favorite hero that he doesn't have a chance. All in all, the worst day he ever had. What should I do now? Izuku asked himself as he looked across the sea. Should he finally give up his dream? Except that without a quirk, he can't become a hero? It would be the smart thing to do. After all, there are other fields that he would have a better chance at, even with his quirklessness. Careers that he could still do some good, save others in less flashier ways. It wasn't completely hopeless. Giving up now would be better for him. That's what he told himself. But despite his own thoughts, no matter how many times he tried repeating this in his head, I don't want to give up. Izuku declared to himself, a fresh wave of tears trailing down his cheeks. I still want to be a hero. To save others with a smile on my face. Despite being told by All Might, the #1 hero, the man he grew up idolizing, telling him that he doesn't have a chance, there's still this part of him that yearns for that dream. That still believes it's possible. But, what can I do? Izuku wondered. Without thinking, he began pacing around the beach. Without power, there's always gonna be a villain you won't be able to beat. Someone always above my level. If there's someone that's able to permanently injure All Might, what chance do I have to dash? Suddenly, the boy bumped into one of the trash piles by the shoulder, causing him to yelp and stumble. Some of the junk that was piled on fell to the ground, littering the beach even more so. Biting back a groan of pain, Izuku turned to the pile he bumped into. And in that moment, he spotted something amidst the fallen pile. Is that a support item? Curious, he bent down and picked up the support item. Said item in question was a glove, made of a combination of leather, cloth, and metal. Curious, he put the item on, wondering what it could do. He got his answer immediately. With no warning, the glove pulled itself into one of the junk piles, dragging a startled Izuku with it. Letting out a yelp, the boy found himself stuck in one of the pieces of metal junk. A magnetic glove? Izuku muttered in wonder. From what he could guess, this must have been made to scale metal buildings or interiors. Potentially useful in certain situations, though it could give far more versatility if it was capable of sticking on any type of surface. If a hero lacked any quirks capable of freely moving around areas, such as flying or high jumping, then this would potentially offset that. And that when something clicked in Izuku's head. Perhaps, could I use support items to shorten the gap? Get the power I lacked. While it wasn't common with the more popular heroes, there have been pros that use support items to cover for their weaknesses. There were even those that used those items to use their quirks in ways that they couldn't in their based forms. Why didn't he think of this before? This could be the way he could match those with quirks. But, would it be enough? The pessimistic side of him couldn't help but wonder. There's still those that could match the likes of Best Jeanist, Endeavor, Edgeshot, even All Might. Would support items really be enough for me to become a hero? No one else could believe he could do it. Not any of his classmates, not his teachers, not his former friend, not All Might, not even his mother. So why should he continue deluding himself into thinking that he's able to dash? Can't I just be able to believe in myself for once? That one strayed thought stopped all other cynical musing to a halt. Had he ever truly believed himself? Was there ever a time where he could confidently say that he could become a hero? Made any sort of attempt on that path? I've always told myself that I had to believe in myself, even if no one else did. Izuku mused to himself. But, did I ever take that statement to heart? The answer? No, he hadn't. He never seriously trained himself physically. Never pushed himself to learn some form of martial arts. The idea of using support items only just now came to him. And while he created his hero journals in the hopes that they would be useful, honestly, it was merely to distract himself from the pain. But even though becoming a hero was his dream, why had he never actively moved to that dream? The answer came quickly. Because the world continuously screamed, even beaten into him, that he couldn't. And that's when a resolution formed in his head. Just this once. Izuku declared to himself. He clenched his glove-covered hand, grim determination now fueling his eyes. Just this once, I'll believe in myself. For once in my life, I'll work and aim to become a hero. At this point, he doesn't care if no one would believe in his dream. Doesn't care what the world says about his chances. Doesn't care that he would be surrounded by people abundantly stronger than he was. Don't even care if others try to physically stop him. All he cared about was becoming a hero that saves those with a smile on his face. That's all he ever wanted in his life. For once you're in a miserable life, Izuku, believe in yourself. With those thoughts in mind, he looked around the beach-turned junkyard, plans forming inside his head as he scanned for anything and everything. Prove the whole world wrong. 1 month later, a lot quickly changed when Izuku found his inner resolve. For one, he was now homeschooling. While there was still a part of him that was reluctant to leave Aldera, the new part of himself knew that he couldn't stay. That it was not healthy for him to be there while he still holds onto his dream. 'Cause, as much as he valued his former friendship with Kachin, it was just that. A former friendship. His childhood friend didn't hold that same value, if he ever did, and was determined to beat it into his head that he would never be a hero. It was the same with the rest of the school. Plus, homeschooling would give him more time to work on becoming a hero, and he was smart enough to study by himself. The next thing was moving into a new apartment. He wasn't foolish enough to be certain that Kachin wouldn't just hunt him down. Despite hating his very existence, he really did make it a mission to make his life as miserable as possible. So for safe measures, the change of address was needed. Thankfully, he managed to do both without explaining to his mother why he wanted to. She was worried, yes, and likely had her suspicions, but she didn't push and adhered to his selfish requests. Finally, he made moves to actually give himself the strength to save others and face villains. From strength exercises to build muscle mass, to any form of combat training he's able to study and practice, he did all he could think of to prepare himself for the UA entrance exam. That also included delving into creating support items. Okay, let's see if this'll work this time, Izuku muttered, strapping a pair of boots to his feet. Said boots were clearly metal, though looked to be sleek and slim. Hopefully, I won't crash into any of the trash piles this time. The boy also had on him a pair of gloves, a pair similar to the glove that he found a month ago, along with a pair of gauntlets, with one of them containing a mini-screen across the front. Finally, he had on a camo hoodie along with camo pants. Once he made sure the boots were strapped on tightly, Izuku got up and proceeded to dial in something on the mini-screen of his gauntlet. He then placed his arms down, bent his knees slightly and jumped, which got him 6 feet in the air. Whoa! Izuku screamed out, flailing around in the air. He ended up making a clumsy landing, hitting the sand with both his hands and knees and nearly crumbling altogether. Panicked breaths left his mouth, as while the gear did what he wanted, he was far from being used to being in the air. Even counting the failed attempts from before. Despite the rush, or maybe even because of it, a smile entered the teen's lips. The test was successful. Not only was he able to boost himself in the air, he's able to control the height to which goes up. Some refinement is likely needed, sure, but this was a big success. That's another piece of equipment in my arsenal. Izuku muttered to himself, taking out a journal and writing in it. Now, I should look into adding more offensive gear. Dagobah Beach is proving itself to be a treasure trove for makeshift support gear. After finding that glove that day, he's been searching and cleaning through the wreckage in order to make his own gear. While it was a tough search, the reward was bountiful, with quite a few equipment. Now in his arsenal. A grappling gun that can help him move around more quickly, magnetic gloves now capable of sticking onto any surfaces, not just metal, a set of camouflage hoodie and jeans that blend with the environment. All this he managed to find and/or create from the thrown-away piles of junk. Who knew I could find a variety of support gear from the junk pile? Izuku mused to himself, as he gathered some of the garbage around the area. Another thing he's been doing was cleaning up the area as he goes, as a way to get some physical exercise, with the added bonus of doing some community work. I mean, a lot of the stuff here is incredible. Why would anyone just throw them out? It was something Izuku could hardly understand. Many of the gear he managed to find and build have a lot of practical usage in hero work. Why throw them away and not find those who could use them? Well, if no one else can find use for these equipment, then I will. Izuku thought in determination. As someone lacking in everything, he'll find ways to make use of them. After a bit more cleaning, the green-haired boy began walking home. As he weaved through the crowd of people, he looked over his journal of support gear. The shock gloves would be tricky. I need to make sure the voltage doesn't end up hitting me. Izuku analyzed. I'll need to ensure that the volts only go to the glove and not on any part of my body or clothes. Maybe I should move to range weaponry instead? Maybe a gun that shoots out volts of electricity. Again, I need to be careful with the voltage less. As he was walking, he was mumbling out the thoughts in his head. There were a few weird looks coming from those around him, but other than that, no one bothered him, so he remained in his thought bubble, not paying much attention to his surroundings. However, he was brought out of that bubble when he felt something hit him by the waist. Whoa! Unprepared for the sudden impact, Izuku ended up falling on his butt. Immediately, panic entered his eyes as he searched for the one who tackled him. Was it Kachin? Did he find me? Is it someone from school? What dash? All panicked thoughts stopped when his eyes landed on the likely culprit. A little girl, likely 6 or 7, with long white hair and what looked to be a horn across her forehead. The girl had on a white shirt that looked too big for her, along with bandages wrapped loosely around her arms. She also had red eyes that were clearly filled with panic and desperation. Are you okay? Immediately, sat up on his knees to check on the girl, his eyebrows creasing with worry. What's wrong? Were you running? Rather than answer him, the girl latched onto one of his arms, the desperation in her eyes now clear across her face. Please, help. Don't let them take me. Who? Immediately, Izuku was on alert, trying to catch sight of anyone that looked to be after her. Bad guys. The villains. The bird masks. The girl answered frantically, her voice in a whisper. Please don't leave. Please. That's when Izuku caught sight of them. 2 adults, likely men, wearing plague masks that covered their entire faces and trench coats. If he would pick among the crowd who was looking for the girl, then those guys would be his top pick. They weren't too close to where they could see them amongst the crowd. In fact, they were fairly far, the plague masks being the things that made them distinct out of the crowd. So they had time to run. So with no hesitation, Izuku gathered the girl in his arms and headed the opposite direction of the masked men. It was that one act, that immediate call to help this girl, that shaped Izuku's destiny. As a hero and a guardian. Despite the situation, Izuku didn't go into an all-out sprint. Not only are there too many people around, but it would make himself noticeable in the crowd. So he had to take it slow, weaving through the crowd as he put as much distance from the plague masked wearers as possible. While he was doing this, he kept the girl close to himself, shielding her as best he could from anyone seeing her from behind him. He's not sure if the 2 men saw him picking the girl up, but if they were unaware, then it's best not to let them become aware of this. That thought process also got him to pull up his hoodie, so they won't be able to identify him by his green hair. As he weaved through the crowd, he did best not to turn into a panic mess. Don't panic, don't panic, don't panic. Just keep putting more distance from them and head to the police station. He told himself. Don't run, just walk for now. Don't put attention on yourself, just blend in with the crowd. This is like evading Kachin and his friends, just don't get yourself cornered and you're fine. He repeated those thoughts in his head, as well as different backup strategies in case they managed to catch up to him. This helped him keep calm and not do anything drastic. His thoughts momentarily stopped when he heard the sound of bodies pushing one another, with startled yelps and cries accompanying it. That convinced Izuku to pick up the pace, resisting the desire to look behind and see what's going on. There should be an abandoned warehouse just around the corner. As soon as he was at that aforementioned corner, he turned, entering into a less crowded sidewalk. His eyes immediately were set on the second building of this section. This time, he ran, not worried about the 2 men seeing them at the moment and taking advantage of the thin crowd. As soon as he reached the front door, he twisted around and burst through the warehouse. Then he quickly closed the door behind him. I need somewhere to hide us, was what he immediately thought, his heart pounding. Unfortunately, There weren't that many places to hide in the warehouse, being empty as it is. Fortunately, he has on a camo suit that makes up for it. Alright, I'm gonna place it under my hoodie. Izuku whispered to the girl, causing her to look up. It'll cause us to turn invisible, so if the bad guys come here, they won't see us. I need you to stay quiet the whole time, not make any sound. Can you do that for me? The little girl nodded her head rapidly. In response, the green-haired smiled down on her. That's good, he told her, pulling her away slightly in order to move his hoodie. I promise, everything will be okay. You won't be taken by the bad guys. Heading to one of the corners at the front part of the building, he lifted up his hoodie for the girl to crawl into. She didn't hesitate to cling on to his body once more. Once he covered her with his hoodie, he sat down and began fiddling with the mini-screen across his forearm. A second later, his clothes blended with the surface around him. He then zipped up the front of his hood, effectively making himself invisible to the naked eye. Then they waited in silence for the two men to possibly come in. All the while, Izuku felt his heart pounding rapidly and sweat building up across his face. This could go wrong in so many ways. If one of them has a quirk that could see through camouflage, it's over. If they look around for some reason and bump into him, they'll be caught. If his camo suit decides to malfunction on him, today of all days, they'll be caught. If they're caught, he's likely dead, and the little girl will be taken for who knows what. But the chances for any of those things are minuscule. His camo suit has been working great, with no signs of error, and it's extremely doubtful that they would look around thoroughly enough in here to bump into him. There's a bigger chance for one of them to have a quirk that would detect him, but it's not big enough for it to give him too much thought. In other words, everything would have to go completely and utterly wrong in order for the both of them to be caught. And if worst comes to worst, he'll aim for the window and run for it. It's why he placed himself close to the windows. Finally, the PRD of waiting was over. Once again, the door burst open, and in came the two plague mask-wearing men. Both of them looked around the warehouse, and Izuku had to force himself not to move an inch when one of those masks faced his direction. Damn it, they aren't here. One of them cursed out. Where the hell could they have gone to? Beats me. The other sighed, frustration clear in his tone. Got a good look at the guy who grabbed her? All I saw was that he's wearing camo clothing. That's it. Well, they're just a pair of kids. They shouldn't have gone too far, right? That little girl shouldn't have been able to escape from us in the first place, but here we are. The first guy retorted, before groaning in fear. Man, if we don't manage to find that girl, Overhaul is gonna rip us to shred. See, calm down. He'll probably take out his frustration on the guy that was watching over her. The second one reassured the first, though he also sounded nervous. Besides, we still have plenty of time to find her. I'm sure she can't have gone too far. Let's effing hope so. With that, the two left the warehouse, leaving the door open and unknowingly leaving the hidden duo alone. Slowly, Izuku stood up from the corner and creeped towards the window. He felt the little girl tense up from inside his hoodie, but didn't make any sound. Looking out, he saw the two plague-wearing villains walk further from the warehouse, likely looking around for any sight of them. Once he felt they were far enough, he made his move. Unzipping the front hood, he began typing on the mini-screen. That caused his hoodie to turn white and his pants blue, instead of camo colors. I'm now very grateful I could change the color of this suit. Izuku mused to himself. It wasn't the intended use for the suit, but it's proving to be a useful tool. At least for this occasion. He pulled up his hoodie, letting the girl out from his clothes. She currently had her face buried into his shirt, likely to stop and muffle any sound from her. All right, the villains are gone now. Izuku told her softly, getting her to look up at him. Now we're gonna go outside and get farther away from them, okay? Again, the girl nodded rapidly. Giving her another smile, he gently pulled her off his shirt in order to pull his hoodie down. He then shifted around so he could visibly shield her from behind once again, before taking one last look out the window. Seeing that the villains were too far to spot them, he headed out the warehouse. Now to head to the police station. Izuku thought to himself, heading to the direction of the station and away from the criminals. Hey! Izuku whispered to the girls in his arms, careful not to lose track of where he's going. Can you tell me your name? The girl was silent for a moment, then whispered back, Ui? Nice to meet you, Eri. I'm Izuku. The teen introduced himself, smiling. Just hang tight, alright? We're gonna go find more help for us and make sure the bad guys don't catch you. The girl, now named Eri, didn't say anything in response this time. Merely cling onto him as tightly as she could, burying her face into his chest. XXXX. It didn't take long to get to the police station. Once he told the officers all that he knew, they quickly sat Izuku and Eri down at one of the interview rooms. A few of them tried to take Eri away, of course, in order to return her to her parents, but she refused to let go of him. In the end, they had little choice but to leave her with him for now. Soon enough, a detective named Naomasa Tsukachi told him about the men chasing Eri. How they were part of the Yakuza, that the man they mentioned, Overhaul, was their leader, and how the police had been trying to catch him for years with little progress. That led to them asking Eri herself why she was held by them. And what she told the two, just recalling them made him sick to the stomach. Thankfully, he and Eri's words, combined with Tsukachi's lie detection quirk, was enough to grant a search warrant against Overhaul. All they needed to do now was wait for him and his group to be taken down and arrested. While that was happening, the detective requested that Eri stay with Izuku, something that the boy happily agreed to. After hearing what she went through, he didn't want to leave her, and it's clear that she felt similarly. And since neither of the men saw his face, there was no need to worry about being sought for. Though he needed to be driven home, so that he doesn't accidentally end up encountering any of Overhaul's men, they also cover Eri in a small hoodie, for extra measures. So the child and teen pair ended up being taken to the Midoriya's new apartment in a police car by the detective. Something that his mother caught through the window of their home. Izuku, what happened? Why were you in a police car? Why is there a child in your arms? What happened? Mom, don't worry. I'm okay. Izuku assured his frantic mother. Silently, he comforted Eri by rubbing her back, feeling that she's shaking. I'm not in any trouble or anything. Detective Tsukachi just drove me home so we wouldn't be spotted by anyone. There's someone looking for you? Not me, specifically. The boy quickly corrected himself, before his mom could have a heart attack. They're looking for Eri here. They never saw my face, and they don't know who I am, and the detective just wanted to keep it that way. That seems to finally calm Inko down some, the mother taking a few deep breaths to slow her beating heart. Once she was relatively calm enough, she turned her attention to the nervous bundle in Izuku's arms. Does that mean they were chasing the little one in your arms? Eri? Izuku nodded, before turning his attention towards the girl in question. Eri, this is my mom, Inko. He said softly to her. Want to say hello? Shyly, the white-haired girl slowly turned towards the mother. Hello. In response, Inko smiled softly at her. Hello, dear. It's nice to meet you. She responded back kindly. She then turned her attention back to her son. Why don't we talk about this in the dining room? Nodding once again, Izuku followed his mother to the dining room. Once they were settled in, he proceeded to explain all that happened. From his encounter with Eri to their evasion of Overhaul's two goons. I see, was all Inko could say at the moment, as she mulled over what's been told to her. The three were now around the dining table, with Izuku and Eri sitting together while Inko sat on the opposite side of them. Are you sure you weren't spotted by those men? In response, Izuku started keying the mini-screen across his sleeves, changing his clothes into the camo look from before. All they saw was someone with camo clothing. Typing on the screen again, it changed back into the white hoodie and blue jeans pair. If they turned around, all they would have seen was someone wearing a white hoodie and blue jeans. So your little projects helped you out after all? Inko sighed in relief. While she's trying her best to be supportive in whatever her son does, the mother knew what Izuku was creating all these gadgets for. It made her worried, seeing her boy so determined to become a hero, that would make stuff like this to do so. Now though, she had to be thankful that her son did so. Not only did he save a little girl, he also kept himself out of danger with that hoodie. Well, Eri, Inko shifted her attention towards the young girl, giving another smile. You're welcome to stay here for as long as you want. You'll be safe here while the police capture the people that held you. At that, Eri found herself tearing up. Why? Eri? Izuku looked down at the girl with slight concern. Are you okay? Why are you so nice to me? The little girl croaked out, her grip on Izuku becoming tighter. I'm cursed. A monster. I hurt people, make them disappear. I don't dash. Eri, stop. Izuku cut her off gently, yet firmly. Don't believe any of what Overhaul said to you. He only says those things to hurt you. You're not cursed. You're not a monster. That caused the girl to look at him in disbelief. But dash. Eri, even if you did hurt others, you didn't want to, right? No. Eri immediately shook her head at that, a few tears slipping from her eyes. Then that means you're no monster. Izuku told her softly. You merely have a gift, one that you need to learn to control. That doesn't make you a monster or make you cursed, just someone who's in need of help. Once again, the horned girl looked at him in shock. A gift? Is it really a gift? No one ever called her powers that before. To everyone who spoke to her, it was a curse. The boy then gave a soft, yet sad smile. You deserve to be saved, to have help, to be treated with kindness by the people around her. He assured her. And Overhaul was the monster for hurting you. Don't ever doubt that. Aye. That was seemingly the last straw for the traumatized little girl. The tears that were being held back slid out in waves, as heartbreaking sobs left Eri's mouth. She buried herself in Izuku's chest as she cried her heart out. In response, Izuku hugged her back, soothing her as best he could. All the while, his mother was looking at them with teary eyes and a proud smile. Izuku. Her boy really did have that kind and heroic heart. It's something that she can't help but feel pride for, but it also fills her with worry for his future. 1 week later, the arrest of Overhaul and his group, Chiya Hiseki, happened fairly quickly. Turns out, there was a civil war with the Yakuza group, with many of them rebelling against Overhaul. They apparently liked the previous boss much better, and after years of being ruled by Overhaul with fear, many felt enough was enough. That gave the police the chance to come in the middle of it and catch them by surprise. It also explained how Eri was able to escape and run so far, without Overhaul himself coming to retrieve her. He had his hands full with the rebellion in his organization, and once he found out about her escape, could only send 2 of his men after her. The rest were forced to focus on said rebellion. That, along with Eri's testimony, was more than enough to make arrests. Already having a warrant for investigation, the police were more than justified to gather a force of both officers and heroes to take down the group. It was news that elated Izuku once he heard about it from the detective. They no longer have to worry about Overhaul or any of his loyal henchmen coming after Eri. So long as they remain in the cells of Tartarus, she is permanently safe from their hand. However, that left the question of where Eri was going to stay after this. In the week of the investigation and arrest, Izuku had bonded with the white-haired girl. Not a surprising thing, as Eri stuck to him like glue the entire week, only leaving his side whenever one or both of them had to do so. It would have been difficult not to grow close with her, with the knowledge of what she went through and especially with how similar the two were. However, her quirk was incredibly dangerous, and not something that can be ignored by the authorities. And with such little experience in handling such quirks, the green-haired teen doesn't see his chances of staying with Eri that high. Not to mention that his mom would have to agree with this as well. And while she adores Eri as much as he does, he doubts that she could afford adopting her and taking care of 2 children. Despite those setbacks, however, and despite the knowledge that raising Eri wouldn't be an easy thing. I want her to stay with us, Mom. I don't want to leave her. The night of the news that Overhaul was placed in prison, Izuku talked with his mother about the issue. The 2 Midoriyas were at his room, along with Eri, who was sleeping peacefully behind her savior. You've really bonded with Eri, haven't you, dear? Inko commented, a soft yet sad smile across her face. Izuku nodded, caressing the horned girl by her arm. I know it would be difficult raising her, but... He trailed off, leaving his desire unsaid this time. And she's been through enough already. I don't want to risk adding to her trauma by separating from her. Inko nodded in understanding. She knew from Izuku's story that up until Eri bumped into him, no one actually went and helped her, even when she was out of the Yakuza's grasp. Her boy was the first person ever to offer a helping hand as well as a source of kindness, something that undoubtedly left a deep impression on the young girl. And for Izuku, Eri became one of the rare sources of happiness for him. She knew quite well that thanks to his quirklessness, he wasn't treated well by the people around him, something that continues to gnaw at her heart. She even knew that he was bullied, despite his attempts to hide such things, and suspected that the amount was quite heavy at that. It's why she agreed to his request to be homeschooled, as well as find a new apartment. Because of it all, her son had little in what got him to smile, despite her attempt to have it otherwise. But during the week they had Eri, Izuku had been smiling more than ever. Whenever he spent time with her, played with her, taught her things about the world, his eyes lit up similarly to whenever he's writing in his journal. Eri had become part of Izuku's world, and Izuku became Eri's world. And with that in mind, then I'll talk with whoever I need to in order to keep Eri here. That caused Izuku to shoot his head up with widened eyes, surprised by his mother's statement. Really? Are you sure we'll be able to? The boy asked, trying not to get his hope rising. I'm certain I'll be able to convince them that she's safe in our care. Inko reassured him. I understand why you want Eri to stay in our lives. And I can see how happy she makes you. If you think you're able to take care of her from this point on, I'm willing to see about adopting her. Her words got Izuku to tear up. However, kept himself from openly crying for once, not wanting to wake Eri up and have her panicking. Thank you, Mom. I promise, I'll do my best to help care for her and give her the happy life she deserves. Just like you did for me. That touched Inko's heart, with the older Midoriya tearing up herself. Sitting quietly beside her son, she wrapped him in a tender hug. I'm happy to hear that, sweetie. And with that, came a new member of the Midoriya family. What? When Izuku and his mom planned on adopting Eri, the boy expected the process to be difficult. That due to her quirk, the authorities wouldn't feel too comfortable letting them raise her. At the very least, there would have been some conditions for that to take effect. What he didn't expect was for them to just hand Eri over to them, with monthly paychecks to go with it. And hefty paychecks at that. Izuku could only stare at the check in his hand in disbelief. Don't act so surprised. We're asking you to risk life and limb by basically taking care of the girl. Sitting across Izuku was a suit-cladded woman, with long black hair and sunglasses. There's not that many people in Japan willing to take that risk. It makes sense to compensate you for it. That kinda makes sense. Still mind-boggling for the 14-year-old, but he could see her point. The day after the news of Overhaul's arrest, rather than meeting at the police station or somewhere else, the woman in front of them met with the Midoriyas at their apartment. Said woman called herself Agent Kimura, who's a member of an agency called the Overpowered Children Division, or OCD for short, a government agency created to deal with rare cases of extremely powerful children. The goal of the OCD is to ensure that any children with very powerful and uncontrollable quirks are placed with guardians that are willing and capable of taking care of them. However, with those kids having these powerful and quirks, there are very few willing to take them in. Even fewer that could adequately care for them. That, ultimately, led to this, with Agent Kimura sitting at the dining table with both Izuku and Inko, basically offering the adoption papers to them, with a monthly check incentive to boot. We'll also give you the proper tools needed to help train her with her quirk. The agent continued. Won't be too difficult. While it's dangerous, Eri's quirk is pretty simplistic, so no need for anything too fancy. Thank you for this. Inko then spoke up, signing the papers for adoption. I'm glad we're getting help for Eri, on top of letting us continue to take care of her. Hey, you're making it easy for us by happily adopting the girl. Kimura remarked with a shrug. Doing this saves us a lot of work, trust me. The process was not what Izuku was expecting. This was a lot easier than it probably should be, at least that's what he felt. But as he took the offered pen from his mother and signed his portion of the adoption papers, he certainly wasn't complaining about it. And no doubt Eri will have little to complain about either. XXXX. As soon as Izuku went into his room, he found himself tackled by a white blur. The boy stumbled a little, with a small yelp leaving his mouth, but he was able to remain standing as the tackler wrapped her arms around his waist. "Hello, Eri," Izuku greeted with a smile, patting the girl's head. "Thank you for waiting in my room while we were talking. I'll be sure to make a nice treat with apples, like I promise." During the week of the investigation, apples became Eri's favorite food. She certainly wasn't picky about anything served on the table. Her first meal had the girl literally crying in joy, which got both him and his mother crying, but it was noticeable that apples were her favorite among the things served to her. So when confronted with the girl's unwillingness to leave his side for even a second, the promise of an apple-based treat helped quell her into waiting in his room, on top of plenty of reassurance that he wouldn't disappear or anything. "So, there's a few things that I want to tell you," Izuku said, causing Eri to look up from her hug. "Mind if we sit down while we talk?" After getting a nod from the girl, the two went to his bed and settled. There, with Eri now clinging onto his side. Stroking her hair lightly, Izuku continued. "Do you remember the nice detective we talked with, that drove us home? Well, he called yesterday and told me that Overhaul and all his men got caught." Eri looked at him with wide eyes, hope swelling in them. "Really? Is taken away?" Izuku nodded, smiling softly down at her. "He'll be in jail for a long time, and far away from you," he reassured her. "So he won't be able to ever hurt you again." Those words hit Eri like a truck. In a near instant, tears swelled up her eyes before trailing down her cheeks. The young girl then began to let out sobs of relief and joy, before burying herself into Izuku's side once more. "Thank you," she sobbed out. "Thank you so much." The boy hugged her in return, feeling his heart break for Eri. "It's okay. I just did what anyone else would have done." The girl shook her head vehemently in response. "No one else did. No one else tried. Only you did. You saved me." Izuku couldn't find a suitable response to that, so he merely held as she cried her out, feeling his heart clench with a mix of feelings. Sorrow for what she had to go through, rage at what that monster did to her, and happiness that he was able to get her out of that. Once Eri settled down enough, Izuku continued. "There's also one other thing." His words caused her to look up once again. "Eri, what do you think about staying here? For good?" Once again, the little girl stared up at him in shock. "Who, you mean?" Izuku gave another soft smile. "The talk with the lady in the dining room, it was about letting you live here," he revealed. "And she was more than happy to let us continue taking care of you." And yet again, his words hit the young girl hard. At the start, she knew that she was staying with Izuku until Overhaul was captured. However, after that, she wasn't sure where she would go. Deep inside, she was afraid to be taken away from Izuku, the first person to ever show her kindness. A fear that she kept inside, not wanting to upset or burden her savior. But now she heard that she can continue to stay here, that she doesn't have to leave him. When he saw Eri tear up once again, the boy pulled her up into his lap before bringing in a full hug. The young girl returned that hug as best she could, letting out tears of joy rather than relief this time. And of course, that prompted Izuku to begin his own waterworks, tears now sliding down his eyes. He was honestly kinda surprised that it didn't happen sooner. 2 weeks later. Thanks to the first week of Eri's stay, along with the monthly paychecks given to them, adjusting to a third person was relatively easy. They used the money to buy Eri everything she needs, from clothes to a bed of her own, with the guest room now being used as her room. And with Izuku being homeschooled, he could take care of her while his mom went out to work, so they didn't need to leave her by herself. Eri herself was the happiest when spending time with Izuku, and the boy himself found his day lightened up with his new little sister. Didn't matter what they were doing, be it finding fun activities at home, teaching her things, or simply watching TV, both of them enjoyed whatever time they spent with one another. However, there would have to be one issue he could name. It would be his pursuit of becoming a hero. He hadn't given up his dream, far from, in fact. Knowing what Eri had to go through at the hands of Overhaul merely incentivized him further to save those like her. But now that she's in their care, he has to balance taking care of the girl and preparing for the career he's aiming for. Not an easy thing to do, considering that Eri doesn't like leaving his side for even a second. Her bed often ends up unused due to her sleeping with Izuku. However, it was still more than doable, and with some reworking of his schedule, he's able to find time to train and prepare himself. Alright Eri, when you're using your quirk, imagine running water in a sink, Izuku advised the girl. The two were in his bedroom, with Eri on his bed while Izuku sat across from her in his chair. In Eri's hands was an apple core that she previously ate. Imagine moving the switch slowly, and the water slowly coming out. One of the new daily activities was training her quirk, Rewind, the ability to rewind any living organism to its previous state. A very powerful ability, one that Izuku can see Eri using for great things in the future. However, the drawback is that it's very uncontrollable, and that she could rewind anyone and anything to a time before they even existed. That made the quirk incredibly dangerous, and was the cause of the death of her father. Thus, training is needed so that her quirk doesn't remain out of control, and so she can safely use it in the future. To do that, Izuku took to showing Eri the water in the sink being turned on and off slowly. Give her that visualization in her mind for when she practiced with her quirk. And it seems to be working. With her horn grown and glowing, and her face scrunched in concentration, the apple was slowly growing back into its full, uneaten form. About 3/4 of it was restored, and the rest suddenly grew back in an instant. And before Izuku or Eri could do or say anything, the apple then shrunk and disappeared from Eri's grasp. Eri clenched the empty air in frustration, a frown now across her face. It's alright. It takes more than a few tries to get your quirk under control, Izuku assured her. Now, try turning it off. Imagine moving the nozzle slowly, turning the running water off. Concentrating once again, Eri closed her eyes and did what Izuku told her to. Slowly, the horn began receding back to its regular form, before growing back once again, sparks flying from it. Arg! Eri cried out in exertion and frustration, trying to wrestle control back into her hand. Unfortunately, her rising emotions made it even more uncontrollable, making her quirk more unstable. Seeing this, Izuku immediately grabbed the dart gun on his leg and shot Eri in the arm. That got a yelp of pain from the girl, with her clutching the area the dart hit, before feeling droopy and then falling over on the bed, her horn now fully resetting itself into its base form. Well, at least the running water idea seems to be working. Izuku mused, a tad sadly. That's more progress being made than last week, at least. But it's going to take a while before Eri fully masters her quirk. Even just turning it off and on took incredible effort on her. Still, Izuku's confident that Eri will eventually get the hang of using it. I just wish I didn't have to shoot her every time. The green-haired boy sighed, looking at the gun in his hand with a conflicted expression. It was issued to him by the OCD for whenever Eri's quirk went out of control. He wasn't a fan of using it for obvious reasons, but he understood it was needed so that no one gets harmed by her quirk. A necessary evil, as it were. Shaking away the thoughts for the time being, Izuku placed the dart gun on the table before getting himself ready to go out. There's a few things he wanted to do, and with Eri out of it for a bit, he has the time. The first place he went was Dagoba Beach. He goes there early in the morning now, or whenever Eri is knocked out from quirk training, to further clear the beach out and find new material to scavenge. Afterwards, he planned to go to the store to get a few extra items for his current main project, as well as a bag of apples for Eri. They just ate up the last few today, so he figured now would be a good time to buy some for Eri. Think today, I'm gonna see about converting the magnetic gloves into shock ones. Izuku mused as he carried some of the junk in his hand. If I combine the gloves usage, then it would be easier than just switching to whatever gloves I need. But I need to figure out what material I need for that. Well, perhaps some of the rusted cars here will help with that. How rusted cars ended up on the beach, Izuku could only guess. Likely have something to do with all the illegal dumping. And that's how Izuku time went for the next half hour, cleaning up whatever he could in the form of exercises while occasionally taking anything interesting or useful. Once half an hour passed, he took a step back to observe his progress, wiping a bit of sweat from his forehead. Well, there's less junk compared to last month. Izuku analyzed as he looked at the large pile of trash. But I still have a lot more to go through. While the addition of Eri made things a tad complicated, Izuku is still confident he would be able to clear this place by the time of the UA entrance exam. And even if he couldn't, he would still develop enough skills, muscle mass, and support gear to have more of a fighting chance to pass. Alright, now for a quick stop at the market and then head home, Izuku said to himself as he turned around to head to the market, and was promptly knocked back by something colliding on him. Ah dash! Izuku let out a startled yelp before falling on his butt. Ow, what was dash? Opening his eyes, he was met with a green-haired, green-skinned little girl in front of him. One that wore raggedy-looking clothes as well as a panicked expression. The green-haired teen was hit with a suspicious feeling of déjà vu. Then he heard loud, angry voices from the distance, and turned his head to see a group from afar, rapidly coming their way. Yep, this was looking very familiar to the teen. The girl seemed to also take notice of them, which got her to cling onto Izuku desperately. Please help. She begged, the desperation very clear in her tone. Don't leave, they'll hurt me, please. It was clear that the green-skinned girl was very exhausted, likely meaning that she's been evading her pursuers for a while now. Which meant she couldn't continue running like she had been, not without collapsing. He quickly gathered the girl in his arms, before leaping down back into the junkyard. He ran deep into the piles of junk, before hiding behind one of the stacks, trusting that the large piles around them could conceal them from outside view. He then peeked from behind the stack he's hiding behind, eyes narrowed. It took a bit before the group he spotted got to where and the girl were at. From where Izuku was hiding, it looked to be a group of guys, either older teens or young adults, all of them having gangster looks and clothing. They also looked to be incredibly angry for some reason, likely due to whatever reason they were chasing the girl in his arms. I saw them jump in that junkyard. He heard one of them shout, pointing at the beach. Spread out and find that little brat. When he saw the group, likely a gang, coming down to the beach, Izuku quickly moved from his hiding spot. Don't make any noise. He whispered to the girl as softly as he could. We're gonna hide from those guys here, keep them from spotting us, okay? Okay. The green-skinned girl replied back, clinging tightly to him. Patting her head in comfort, Izuku focused on evading the group. You know this area, they don't. Keep far, keep eyes on them, keep from getting cornered. When you see a good opening, take it and go. And so the time was spent hiding and evading the gang after the girl. Whenever one or two got too close, he moved to another part of the beach. When it sounded like he could get cornered, he climbed on top of the junk with his gloves or distracted them by throwing something solid a distance away from him. We weaved around the beach, careful not to make any accidental sounds, and keeping far enough away from the thugs. It helped that none of them seemed that bright, or that stealthy, judging from the sounds they make. Eventually, Izuku and the girl found themselves close to the exit. The quirkless teen was currently hanging on one of the large piles of junk, one of the more unstable piles, with the green-skinned girl clinging on his front. On its own, it wouldn't fall, but a strong enough push will cause it to fall. So Izuku had to be careful not to do anything to make it fall. Arg! Where the hell is the brat and that punk at? One of them cried out in frustration. They can't have disappeared, can they? Relax. This place is big, they are bound to be here somewhere. Another reassured the frustrated one. I can't wait to wring the neck of that little beach. Izuku heard a third growl. She's gonna pay for what she did to our boys. That caused the girl in front of him to whimper fearfully, clinging to Izuku tighter. In response, the teen shushed her soothingly, using one hand to slide hair to comfort her and keep her quiet. Peeking from the junk he's hiding behind, he saw that all 5 of the gangsters were turned away from the duo and moving further into the beach junkyard. Perfect. Now's my chance. He then began to climb down a few steps, planning to book as fast as he could while their pursuers were unaware. And then his phone started ringing. Both Izuku and the girl froze, dread quickly filling both of them. Second. Later, they heard 5 men talking. Huh. Is that Dash? It's coming from over there. Plan B. Quickly typing a few things on his forearm monitor, he faced the exit of the beach, bracing his arms and legs. Hold on. Trusting the girl will keep to him tightly, Izuku pushed himself off the junk pile, his booster pushing him far. As they flew in the air, the boy curled himself protectively over the little girl to absorb the damage. When they landed, the two rolled in the sand, before coming to a stop close to the stairs above. Izuku quickly got up, spitting out the bits of sand that got into his mouth, and took a quick glance behind him before booking it. He jumped high once again, sailing over the stairs, before landing and running. As he ran, he heard large crashing sounds behind, as well as the cries of shock and fear. Hopefully, it doesn't kill anyone. Izuku thought with a bit of worry. That was his plan B. On the chance that any of the gangsters spotted him, he made it to where several of the junk piles were unstable enough to fall. That should lead to a domino effect, where the piles would fall on top of each other and cascade around the gangsters. At the very least, it'll slow them down enough. At most, it'll put them to a stop in their chase. However, he didn't allow himself to look at his handiwork, not wanting to risk fate by stalling. The girl, however, was able to, and her dark purple eyes could only stare over Izuku's shoulder in amazement, as the piles of junk fell around her pursuers. Another part of Mustafa City. Izuku didn't stop until he felt clear from any of the gangsters. Once he was deep into the city, stopped in an alleyway to rest, leaning on the wall behind him. Heavy breaths left his mouth as he attempted to catch them. I know that I'm not in the best of shape, but I shouldn't feel this tired, should I? Izuku was well aware that he's pretty weak, especially before he started training. But he's been exercising for close to 2 months now, and even before he was often on the run for, or from, something. So he shouldn't feel this tired, right? You saved me. He was brought out of his thoughts by the voice of the girl in his arms. He looked to see her looking at him with watery-eyed amazements. They were chasing me and were going to catch me and hurt me, and you. Shoo, you're safe now? Izuku comforted the girl, bringing her close and stroking her hair. In response, the green-skinned girl gripped onto him tightly once more, tears of fear and relief slipping from her eyes. You saved me. She repeated once again through her tears. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, don't worry about it. I'm glad I was able to save you. Izuku told her softly. A part of him thought about asking why she was being chased. But with another glimpse at the state she's currently in, he decided to wait a moment before asking. So he pulled out his phone, taking the time to check who called him. Turns out it was his mom. She must have got worried since I haven't returned home yet. Before he left, Izuku told his mom that he would be back in around an hour, and judging by the time on his phone, it's been past that allotted time he gave himself. So preparing for an overly worried phone call, Izuku called back the missed number, trying to control his labor breathing. Said breathing caught the attention of the young girl, who looked up at him in concern. Mister? Before Izuku could take notice of her concerned murmur, his call was picked up, and he was met instantly with the worried voice of his mother. Izuku, are you all right? Where are you? You said you'd be back by now, but dash. Mom, I'm all right. I'm all right. Izuku quickly spoke up, trying desperately not to sound weak or exhausted. I just got sidetracked is all. What happened? Well, it was getting harder and harder to speak now, his breath getting more and more labored. What's going on? Why does he feel so tired? Mister, are you okay? The girl called out, sounding even more concerned. When he looked down, he saw a fearful look from the child. Did I? Is that another voice? Are you with someone? Inko, hearing the girl from the phone, questioned. Izuku, are you sure you're all right? Honestly, no. No, he's not sure. And just as he thought that, he found himself falling flat on the ground, dropping his phone and his grip on the green-skinned girl gone. Now, he realizes how sweaty he felt, how pale his skin was, and how weak his body was feeling. His vision got blurry as the girl shook and called out to him, looking completely panicked now. From his side, he barely picked up the voice of his mother from the phone, who sounded just as panicked and fearful. Those were the last things he saw or heard before everything turned back. When Izuku woke up, Instead of the alleyway walls, he was met with a white ceiling. He blinked multiple times, to be rid of any blurriness, before looking around. Quickly, he recognized that he was in a hospital room. "Ah, you're awake." Izuku turned his head to the door, to see a male doctor coming through it. "Still look rather weak, but recovering, so that's good." What happened?" the green-haired teen asked weakly, pushing himself up. "The green-skinned girl, is she okay? Where's Dash?" "Look down at the bed." Izuku did so, to see not only the green-skinned girl he saved on one leg, but also Eri on his other leg. "Eri, your mother and little sister came by some time ago," the doctor explained. "Your mother had to leave for a bit, but your sister remained here with the other girl." Izuku nodded. That made sense. The only thing that confused him, however, short story is that you were poisoned, and you needed to be detoxified. The doctor answered his unasked question. "The long one?" "The girl's name here is Tifa, and her quirk is called Ivy Skin. One touch of her skin leaves a toxin that drains you and leaves you sick. Long enough contact with her can kill you. From the looks of it, any direct contact between you two was brief, so that's fortunate." Izuku blinked a few times, processing that info. That would explain it. He must have accidentally had direct contact with her skin while he was running, or when he jumped and they were rolling in the sand. All his thoughts at the time was to escape from those gangsters, and neither had the time nor the knowledge to worry about skin contact with her. "Izuku? Is Mr. awake?" Izuku quickly looked down to see the two girls in front of him slowly wake up. Once they were fully awake, their eyes were immediately set on boy's form. "Izuku! You're awake!" Eri immediately jumped on him and clung onto him, tears pooling her eyes. "You're okay," she said tearfully. "You're okay, you're okay, you're okay? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to touch you." The other girl, Tifa, on the other hand, got on her hands and knees before repeatedly apologizing. "I didn't want to poison you, I mean it. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Hey, it's okay. It's okay." Izuku patted Eri in comfort as he went to reassure both girls. One hand moved to pat Tifa as well before stopping, remembering what Tifa's quirk was. As he was doing so, the doctor moved to the exit. "Your mother is in the lobby right now, so I'll let her know that you're awake." "Excuse me." He then left, leaving the two kids and the teen alone together in the room. Eventually, Izuku managed to calm the two down enough, leaving a momentarily silence between them, with Eri still clinging tightly to him. Within the silence, the green-haired teen put his focus on Tifa. "My name is Izuku." "And Tifa." The girl responded hesitantly. She looked down guiltily. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to use my quirk on you. Hey, don't worry. It's all right." Izuku quickly interrupted, giving her a reassuring smile. "I know that it was an accident. And I'm still alive, so things are okay." That earned a look of surprise from the girl. You're not angry with me?" "Of course not. Why would I? People would get angry with me when I accidentally touch people." Tifa answered, looking down sadly. "They get angry or get scared of me and yell and throw things at me." That's when Eri spoke up. "Izuku won't do that." The white-haired girl moved her head to give the green-skinned one an earnest look. "He's a nice person. He would never do those things." "Eri." Izuku was surprised, as well as touched, that his adopted sister would speak up for him, when he knew that she had trouble even looking at others outside of home. Shaking off his surprise, he put his focus back on Tifa. "She's right. I won't ever hurt you or get angry at you for touching me. After all, it was an accident, right?" "Oh, of course." Tifa nodded her head rapidly at that. "Then there's no reason for me to get angry at you," Izuku told her simply. "After all, I'm up now." His words got the ivy-skinned girl to tear up, with her lips trembling. "You promise?" Izuku smiled in response, a smile filled with a tad bit of amusement. "If I could, I would make a pinky promise with you. How about when I get my gloves back?" That got a giggle from the girl, a wobbly smile now across her face. "Deal." "Izuku." The boy turned his head towards the one calling him, just in time to see his mother kneel at the side of his bed, tears falling like waterfalls. The doctor just told me that you woke up. I was so worried. Are you okay? You don't have any other injuries, do you? I'm fine. I'm okay, Izuku assured her. Other than the poison, I didn't get a scratch on me. Hearing that, Inko took a few deep breaths to calm herself. That's good. I'm glad you're okay, sweetie. That makes two of us. Would have caused some trouble if you weren't. Again, Izuku jerked his head up to see Agent Kimura standing at the doorway. Agent Kimura? Izuku spoke in surprise. Didn't expect to see you again so soon. The agent said casually, walking to the group. And with another kid in your lap, no less. I'm kinda surprised too. Izuku responded with a sheepish chuckle. Then a thought came to mind. Wait, is Taifa considered Dash? An overpowered child? Yep. Kimura answered, slipping into the chair near the bed. Being able to poison anyone with just a touch definitely qualifies. That's why I'm here, instead of relaxing on my couch. Did she have to add that last part? Both mother and son thought. Anyways, in case you were wondering, those gangsters that we're chasing are all arrested. The agent continued. The girl gave us info on where they were at, and the police went out to snatch them. If there's any more of them still lying around, they'll be caught soon. Guess that means I didn't get anyone killed? Izuku thought with some relief. While it was no doubt those guys were thugs, considering how willing they were to hurt a child, he didn't want to kill them. And with them out of the way, that just leaves where to take Taifa here. Wait, what about her parents? Izuku inquired, a bad feeling being placed in his gut. Taifa was the one to answer. They threw me out, she said, sniffling a little. Said that I was a poisonous mistake, that I should be someone else's problem. Of course, that caused the green-haired teen's stomach to drop further. That's horrible. No kidding. Didn't even have the decency to call us and save us all the hassle. Kimura groaned, before perking a little. Though I'm hoping you'll take up the slack for them. That got a look of confusion from the quirkless teen. Kimura. Inko spoke up warningly. No pressuring him, got it. The agent raised her hand up in surrender, before shifting attention to the two young girls. Hey girls, mind giving us the three of us some privacy for a bit? We need to talk with your hero about something. Izuku felt his heart skip a beat in the casual way Kimura referred to him as a hero. However, he quickly squashed any rising feelings on it, knowing it wasn't that serious of a statement on the agent's part. Pushing down those feelings was made easier when he felt Eri squeeze his waist tighter, indicating that she doesn't like the idea of leaving his side. Hey, it's okay. Izuku told her softly, rubbing her back. We'll just be talking for a little bit. I'll be right here when you come back in. He turned his head to Taifa. Can you keep Eri company while we talk, please? Taifa nodded with childish determination. I'll make sure Eri doesn't be lonely. After a bit more coaxing, Eri reluctantly detached herself from Izuku before she and Taifa left the room. Once they left, Agent Kimura quickly went to business. So, as mentioned, her parents threw her out. She stated, and with her OPC status, it'll be so difficult finding a new home for her. If there was someone who already proved themselves to be a good caretaker, who already has the girl's trust, and wouldn't hold a grudge for being accidentally poisoned, then there would be no worries about where she'll go. If she was trying to be subtle, she wasn't being good at it. Mom. Before he could make any decision though, Izuku turned to his mother, wondering what she had to say about this. I'm leaving the decision up to you, Izuku. Inko told him. You'll be the one taking care of her, if you accept. Plus, with the checks that come with OPCs, money isn't something to worry about. But, why leave it up to me? Even if he would be the one taking care of both Eri and Taifa, he knows that this isn't a decision that should be left to someone his age. I trust you, dear. I know you're mature enough to handle decisions like this. Inko said with clear certainty. I also know that you wouldn't just want to leave Taifa without knowing she'll be okay. That caused the boy to look away sheepishly, knowing that she's right. With her status as an OPC, it would be significantly harder to find a good home for her. And wasn't sure if he could fully trust the OCD to find a good place for Taifa, with how reluctant Agent Kimura seems to be regarding the job. How likely is it that Taifa would end up in a bad home? Izuku asked the agent warily. Enough that you probably wouldn't feel comfortable about it. Kimura answered, folding her arms together. Trust me, despite my demeanor, I do take this job seriously. Would be counterproductive otherwise, and leave me with more work. Very few are willing to take that risk, even fewer that can adequately care for these kids. And you think a quirkless teenager can handle another OPC because? That should tell you the state of Japan's compassion for these kids. Izuku bit his lip at that. He knew that adopting a second child would make obtaining his goals a bit more difficult. But the thought of leaving it up to fate for where she'll end up leaves an ill feeling in stomach. What kind of hero would be if he wasn't willing to provide another child a home if he could? Alright, I'll adopt her. Izuku eventually accepted. Kimura grinned at that. Thus, another day of paperwork avoided. She quickly pulled out the adoption papers and a pen before placing them on the bed. You're quickly becoming my favorite person, kid. Not sure if I should be happy about that. Hey, it never hurts to have a friend in the government. Izuku decided to not comment on that, merely signing his portion of the adoption papers before handing them to his mother. Once she signed her part of the papers, Kimura gathered them up and placed the papers in her satchel. All right, I'll let the kids come back in, so you can bring the good news. Later, kiddo. With that, the agent got up and left the room, leaving the door open. Moments later, both girls ran back in, with Eri quickly climbing up and getting back to hugging Izuku. Taifa also climbed up, though kept a bit of distance away from the two. Mr. Izuku, I kept Eri from being lonely as promised. She stated proudly. Izuku smiled at that. Thank you, Taifa. I'm glad to hear that. He then turned his attention to Eri. Did you enjoy her company, Eri? Eri nodded across his side. She's nice. She muttered, looking up at her brother. And she's like me. Like us. Immediately, Izuku understood what she meant. Eri knew about his quirklessness, and what hardship it brought him in the past, having been told around the weeks she started living with him. Before that, she just knew that he went through suffering of his own, claiming that he had eyes similar to her own. So when she said that Taifa was like them, it meant Eri could see that the green-skinned girl went through her own share of suffering. Yes, she is. Izuku could only agree with her statement. He then put his focus on both of them. So, what do the two of you think about living with each other? That got both girls looking at him with wide eyes, hoping to pool into Taifa's purple ones. Does that mean what I think it means? The green-skinned girl asked. Izuku smiled. We know that your actual family doesn't want you anymore. So you can come with us and be part of our family. For a moment, Taifa could only stare at him, before a massive smile broke her lips. Thank you. In under a second, the girl burst forward and latched onto Izuku's other side, drawing a small yelp from him. Luckily, he moved his arm away, so there was no accidental contact. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I promise to behave. I'll be the best sister to both you and Eri. And I won't ever poison you again. With a smile and chuckle, Izuku carefully reciprocated the hug, wrapping his free arm around her. I know you will. With that, came Midoriya's second new family member. For Taifa, the only things that were needed regarding her quirk were antidotes for her poison, along with long-sleeved clothing and dresses. The clothes make it easier for her not to touch anybody directly, and while she'll do her best not to touch anyone, accidents can happen, so antidotes were necessary just in case. Other than that, adjusting to their new family member was as easy as it was with Eri. So good. Taifa squealed through her mouthful of food. She, Eri, and Izuku were at the dinner table, the three of them eating shogayaki, with vegetables and rice. Don't talk with your mouth full, Taifa. Izuku chided her softly. You could choke. The girl quickly chewed the remainder of the food in her mouth before swallowing. Sorry, she said sheepishly. But your cooking is so good, Izuku. As good as Miss Inko's. That got a blush from Izuku. He couldn't help but duck his head a bit. I don't know if I'm as good as Mom. I do though, Taifa stated in an innocent retort. And your cooking is just as good, I swear. Eri followed with a few nods. I agree. She then spoke, her voice much softer. Like it when you cook. The boy's blush spread even further. Thanks, you too. I'm happy to hear that. Taifa was a big ball of talkative energy. It seemed like no matter the day, or the time, she doesn't seem to run out of things to say or talk about. Reminds him of his own mutter streaks, when he actually thought about it. It contrasts surprisingly well with Eri, who talks very little. There were times where the rewinder would get overwhelmed, but over time, she quickly got used to Taifa's motor mouth. As the three finished up their meal, and gathered up their plates, Taifa went up to Izuku's side. Hey, Izuku. She began as she followed the teen to the kitchen. I notice that you go out every morning, before me or Eri get up from bed. That caused Izuku to look down at her in surprise. You saw me? Taifa nodded. I woke up one time, and saw you go out in that hoodie you wear. What are you doing? Oh, well, remember that beach I rescued you at? Izuku reminded her as he placed all the dishes in the sink. Well, I've been going there for a while now and been cleaning up there. You're trying to clean up all that junk by yourself? Taifa exclaimed in shock. In response, Izuku chuckled. It's good exercise. And somebody has to do it. Taifa looked at him in wonder. You get cooler by the day, Mr. Izuku. Tints of red immediately sprouted across his cheeks. See cooler? He squeaked out. Yeah. You were already really cool with how you dealt with those bad guys chasing me. And Eri told me that you saved her from bad guys too. Taifa exclaimed with clear admiration. Cleaning that beach filled with mountains of trash makes you even cooler. Again, the red across his cheeks spread further. It's not that big of a deal. It is a big deal. Taifa argued. I don't see many people even picking up an empty soda can they drop. You're trying to clean a whole beach by yourself. That's super cool. Compliments were a very foreign thing for Izuku Midoriya. Aside from his mother, there was no one in his life that would even spare him a kind word. So compliments like that, even from someone much younger than him, were super effective, leaving him incredibly flustered. Anyways, that's where I go during the morning while you and Eri are sleeping. Izuku quickly went back to the main question. How about you go play with Eri for a bit? I'm gonna be busy with the dishes for a minute. Okay. With an enthusiastic nod, the green girl headed to where Eri was at. Though not before leaving Izuku with a big hug to the waist. Thank you for taking me in. You're the coolest brother ever. With that, Taifa lightly ran out the kitchen, leaving Izuku with a small sink full of dishes and a burning face he hopes cools down soon. Eri doesn't like to admit it, but when she first met Taifa, she was angry with her. Honestly, it would have been difficult not to feel anything bad when she heard that her Izuku was poisoned. He was her savior after all, the one who reached a hand out to her when no one else would. And to hear that he got hurt by someone, moments after waking up from her quirk exercise? It brought back that very familiar feeling of fear. The more foreign feeling of anger came soon after seeing Taifa on Izuku's bed. But thankfully, that anger lasted only for a moment. Seeing how sorry and tear-filled Taifa was, and knowing that it was an accident, shifted her feeling of anger to one of sympathy. Because she could tell, Taifa was like her. Someone who had a quirk that hurt others by mistake, and who was called a curse because of it. And now she likes her new sister. She talks a lot, to the point that Eri gets a bit dizzy from time to time, but she's also very cheerful and nice. The former being something that Eri lacks, she knew. Hey Eri, why don't you ever smile? The white-haired girl jolted a little at that, being unprepared for that question from Taifa. The two were currently in their pajamas and in bed, the day having fallen to nighttime. Due to their only 3 rooms, both Eri and Taifa had to share one together, along with the bed. Neither of them didn't mind, however, both of them being happy to keep each other company. Of course, that doesn't stop either of them from sharing a bed with Izuku, oftentimes. What? Was all Eri could say at the moment. I noticed that you never smile, ever? Not at the hospital, or here at home. Taifa explained, looking purely curious. But why? Why don't you smile? I am dashed. Eri stuttered, unsure of what to say. A small frown entered the green girl's face. Is it me? She asked hesitantly, looking nervous. Do you not like that I'm here? Are you angry with? No. Eri interrupted frantically, not wanting that misunderstanding. It isn't you, I swear. It's just, I don't know how to smile. That earned a look of shock from Taifa. You don't? But everyone knows how to smile. Despite her exclamation, the young girl made sure to keep quiet. It's just one of those things you can do. How can you not know? Eri frowned and looked away at that, still not sure what to say. It was something brought up by Izuku and Miss Inko as well, days before Izuku found Taifa. Smiles were just a foreign concept for the young rewinder. Before she ever met Izuku, there was never anyone that smiled around her. And she definitely didn't have anything to smile about with Overhaul. Just the feeling of happiness was still something she's trying to get comfortable with. Is it because of your parents? Taifa then inquired, a frown striking her face yet again. Did they cause you to not smile? A pause, and Eri shook her head. Because my dad to disappear because of my quirk. She admitted, tearing up. And my mother gave me to bad men after. So, those bad men cause you to not smile? Eri nodded, not willing to say any more. She wasn't sure if she could hold herself together if she said anything more about her past. It took all that she could right now to block away the memories, the images, the pain. She was brought out of her inner turmoil by arms wrapping around her. Eri's head shot up, eyes wide with surprise, now noticing that Taifa got her in a hug. We really are the same, huh? Taifa said softly, eyes closed. Eri felt a few tears slip from her eyes, before slowly returning the hug. Yes. She whispered in agreement. We are. That I'm gonna get you to smile one day. The green girl declared firmly. You don't need to be sad anymore. Neither of us do. Because we have a new home, a new family. So I'm gonna find ways to get you to smile. That strange, warm feeling came back into Eri's chest once again, as a few more tears slipped from her eyes. Yes, she definitely likes her new sister. And it made her feel guilty for ever being angry at her in the first place, no matter how short that was. She'll have to find ways to make that up to her. However she can. XXXX. How do I look? Taifa asked excitingly, spinning around in her new clothes. She, along with Izuku and Eri, are at a small clothing store trying out new clothes. The green girl currently had on a purple, long-sleeve dress, with small gem-like buttons embedded in the middle. Black stockings were also across her legs and black pantyhose gloves were across her arms. You look good, Taifa. Izuku complimented her, a warm smile across his face. Eri nodded in agreement from beside him, the girl having on her red pinafore dress with a white dress shirt and stockings. Like a beautiful flower. That got a happy giggle from the girl, her cheeks gaining a darker green. I'm so glad we were able to find these stocking gloves. She cheered, showing off said gloves some more. They're much more comfortable than regular gloves. Today, the three were having an outing together, part of the reason being to find more clothes for both Taifa and Eri. It was a suggestion made by Inko, seeing that both girls' clothing options are limited at the moment, and it would give them the chance to find some gloves for Taifa as well. This was also a way to spend some time together and see about having some fun outside. Taifa was all for the idea, while Eri was more hesitant. And while Izuku could empathize with the latter's hesitancy, he knew that it wouldn't be good for any of them to be cooped up in the house. Thankfully, the idea of visiting an ice cream shop and getting an apple-based treat made the idea more appealing to the young rewinder. Alright, go change back to your original clothing, so we can go buy them. Izuku told her. And with an eager nod, the green girl headed back into the dressing room. The next place they went to was, surprisingly, Dagoba Beach. The three were right at the stairs leading down to the beach, with the two girls standing near the edge. Here's the beach where Izuku saved me at. Taifa announced, sweeping her arms towards the beach. The girl was now wearing her original clothes, a long-sleeved green dress that almost blended with her skin. We met at this exact spot, with me literally running into him. That happened to us too, Eri murmured, looking at the beach with clear curiosity. I also ran into him. Really? What are the odds, huh? Taifa said with some surprise. Anyways, after that he saw the bad guys chasing after me, grabbed me, and jumped right into the beach. While she was telling the story, Izuku stood a few feet behind them, a small smile of embarrassment across his lips. During their outing, Taifa made it clear she wanted to come over here. She wanted to show off the area where he saved her to Eri, and give further details to their first meeting. Honestly, it's embarrassing hearing the praise Taifa gives him from time to time. At the same time, though, it warms his heart to see his newest sister smiling and gushing about being rescued by him. It's a big reminder of why he wanted to become a hero, not just to save them, but to bring smiles on their faces while doing so. When his phone started ringing, I thought we were completely done for. Taifa continued on with her story. But then he pushed off the junk pile we were on, causing it to fall and bump into another pile. Then another. Junk was falling all around those You can see the piles that fell right over there. As the green girl was recalling the event, Eri was listening with rapt attention. She turned her eyes towards where Taifa was pointing at, and saw the layer of junk amongst the piles. Wow! Was all Eri could say on this, her eyes shining with wonder. I know. Isn't our brother the coolest? And once again, the green-haired boy turned crimson red. Next up was the ice cream shop that was promised. Having already talked of what they would like to get, the three were able to order fairly quickly. Eri, of course, got an apple pie with 2 scoops of vanilla on top. Taifa decided on a chocolate vanilla soft serve swirl, and Izuku got himself green tea-flavored ice cream. Taifa squealed through her closed mouth, bliss clear across her face. So good. Eri bopped her head in agreement, her mouth full of pie. Izuku chuckled fondly at the girls' clear enjoyment of their treats, idly tapping his own bowl. Enjoying your ice cream? Definitely. Taifa nodded her head rapidly. This is the first time I ever had ice cream. It's so cold and so sweet. Izuku's smile turned slightly bitter at that. Even before being thrown out, Taifa's relationship with her parents was not the best. From what he heard, the two were neglectful of the girl due to her green skin, something neither parents shared. The poison was merely the excuse they needed to throw her out. It led to the girl not having that much experience of eating good food, especially treats. As he took a scoop of his ice cream, something caught the corner of his eyes. Turning his head slightly, he saw 2 women at another part of the store, whispers and looks of distaste thrown in their direction. When he turned his head fully, those women immediately looked away, pretending as if they didn't notice the 3. Izuku frowned. He had an idea as to why they were doing that, and suffice to say, he didn't approve one bit. Izuku! The quirkless teen turned his head back to Taifa, who was giving him a confused look. One that Eri shared. Is something the matter? Oh, it wasn't anything important. Izuku quickly waved off, not wanting either of the girls to notice the staring from one of the other tables. Unfortunately, a child's curiosity cannot be stopped that easily, and with a tilt of the head the green girl saw what Izuku noticed. Seeing the 2 women throwing distasteful looks gained a flash of realization in Taifa's eyes, before a glum look crossed her face. Oh! She muttered sadly. Don't worry about it, people give those looks all the time, so I'm used to it. Taifa! Izuku thought sadly. He sent a small glare at the other table, causing the ladies there to look away once again. Are those ladies looking at us? Eri asked nervously, having also noticed the stares. Are they angry with us? No. They're just looking at me, Eri. Taifa assured her sister, a sad smile across her face. A lot of people look at me like that, thanks to my green skin. Even from my parents. Like I said, I'm used to it, so don't worry. Unable and unwilling to ignore the sad look across Taifa's face, Izuku reached over and patted the girl's head, having gloves on, of course. That caused her to flinch a little and look up in surprise. Izuku. If you want, we can take our food and leave. The teen offered. You don't have to stay here if the looks are making you uncomfortable. Taifa looked shocked at the offer. "Ah, really? But I don't want to ruin the outdash." "You wouldn't?" Eri spoke up, her voice a bit stronger than usual. "I don't want to be at a place that makes you feel sad, Taifa. So if those ladies are making you feel bad, then we can leave." "Eri, Izuku." The green girl couldn't help but tear up at the comfort given to her by her new siblings. "Thank you. Really, the two of you are the best siblings a girl can ask for, but I'll be okay. Honest. We can just ignore those women and finish our ice cream together." Izuku stared at her for a moment, looking for any falseness in what she said. But the teary yet sincere smile from her was enough to get him to relax and sit back in his chair, offering a comforting smile back to his second sister. As they continued to eat, the teen found himself withholding a sigh. Even in a world filled with various quirks, discrimination is still a factor in life. If it isn't against someone quirkless like he is, it would be against someone with a mutation-type quirk. It was disheartening to see something like that happen, especially against his new sister. He clenched his free hand under the table. He'll just have to do his best to ensure Taifa and Eri have a better childhood than his own. Soon, the three finished up their treat and were preparing to leave. As they got up, however, Izuku noticed something at the cashier counter. A cute brunette girl with rosy cheeks was at the front, an anxious look across her face, and judging from the coins she's counting in her hand, she's short on yen. Without much thought, and promising his sisters that he'll be back quickly, he headed over to the counter and the cute girl. "Dang it, I'm short 150 yen. The girl mumbled in dismay. With a sigh of recognition, she looked to be prepared to change her order. "I have a few extra coins if you need it." Before she could, however, Izuku went up beside her and offered said coins, enough to make up the difference. "Eh." The girl twisted her head towards him, not expecting the out-of-nowhere offer. "Oh, you don't need to do that." "It's fine. I already had my ice cream, so this is just leftover money." Izuku assured her, placing the money on the counter. "Take it so you can get the order you want." The girl still seemed a bit reluctant to take the offered money. However, with some hesitancy, she took the yens. "Thank you. It was nothing. Glad I was able to help out," Izuku said happily, a bright smile across his face. "Enjoy your ice cream." With that, he headed back to Eri and Taifa, not noticing the girl's rosy cheeks turning a shade darker. It wasn't until they were far enough away from the store that Izuku registered what exactly he did there. "I talked to a girl. I talked to a girl." The boy muttered to himself, face covered, head steaming, and embarrassment practically oozing from every syllable. "I just went up there like it was nothing, and talked to a girl for the first time in my life." "What?" While Izuku was hiding from the world with the bags of clothes, Taifa and Eri were walking a few steps in front of him. "Today was so much fun." The green girl cheered, pumping a fist up. "We got new clothes, visited Izuku's and I meeting place, went to an ice cream shop. Definitely one of the best days ever." Taifa turned her attention to Eri. "What about you, Eri? Was today one of the best?" Eri nodded. "Today was fun," she said in her usual quiet manner. Taifa inspected her for a moment before pouting a bit. "Still no smile, huh?" Sorry. Don't be. Still have plenty of days to get you smiling," Taifa assured, wrapping an arm around one of Eri's. "We'll get that mouth to flip around, I swear." Taifa gave her a closed-eyes smile. And because of it, she missed the smallest twitch of Eri's mouth before it settled back to her usual expression. Behind them, Izuku finally managed to settle down and witnessed the little interaction between the two. "I'm really glad to have adopted Taifa," he thought to himself, smiling softly. Eri needed a friend, and Taifa is as happy as she can possibly be. It made any worries about caring for two little girls fade to the background. "Oh, Izuku, you stopped mumbling and hiding your face." Taifa noticed, turning her head to face the teen. "Are you okay? You're not broken anymore." A bit of that red came back across his cheeks at the reminder of his semi-catatonic state. "I'm okay. Don't worry, Dash." All conversation ground to a halt when the wall a few feet in front of them exploded. Screams of shock and fear left Aries and Taifa's mouth as a red beam launched from the destroyed wall and hit the other side of the street. Immediately, Izuku got in front of Eri and Taifa, incredibly tense and nervous. Is it a villain attack? Did we just walk into a villain attack? Are there any heroes around? If not, then dash. Hello? Is anyone out there? A very young voice shouted from inside the destroyed building. Help me! Somebody! Please help! The sound of someone calling for help, of someone in trouble, caused the quirkless teen to immediately spring into action. Stay behind me, you two! He ordered his sisters, moving to the hole that was made. When he looked inside, he saw a small child, tied up at the far end of the building. Again! Was the thought that couldn't help but enter his mind. Another child in trouble? And were they the one who blew up the wall? How is he ending up in these situations? Someone, anyone, please help. He heard the child, likely a girl, cry out desperately. Save me, please. He pushed his current thoughts away for the time being. Seeing no heroes in the area, and no one heading to the wall, the quirkless teen made a decision. Stay behind this wall. Don't move until I come back. Izuku instructed Taifa and Eri, both of whom looked more than a little scared. And remember, if a stranger tries to come and grab you, rip off my glove and grab their face until they pass out. Taifa finished, clenching her fist nervously but determinedly. Izuku nodded. That's right. Now stay here. I'll be back. With that, the teen ran to the hole and headed to where the tied-up child was at. When he got close, he saw that the child was a red-headed little girl, and that said girl was shaking very badly, with tears streaming down her closed eyes. Are you okay? You're not hurt anywhere, are you? Izuku asked urgently, kneeling down at the girl's level. He moved to try and untie the rope wrapped around her. Stay still, I'm gonna get you out of these. The girl looked surprised, hopeful even, the moment he spoke. However, the look of shock quickly left her, and she shook her head in a panic. Forget it. Grab me and run. Before they get here. Before Izuku asked, or did anything in response, he heard a door burst open from the other side of the room. When he twisted himself around, he was met with 3 intimidating-looking men, all of whom had at least semi-formal-looking clothing. Looks like the little brat was trying to pull a fast one on us. The one on the right growled. Kid, you better step away from the girl or you'll regret it. Yeah, this is becoming a fairly concerning pattern, one Midoriya Izuku realized. During the tense standoff between Izuku and the 3 men, there were several things the quirkless teen deduced. 1, he's without his camouflage hoodie, magnetic gloves, or air boots. 2, even if he did have those things, none of them would have prepared him for a confrontation like this. 3, not only did he have the girl behind him to worry about, but also his 2 sisters hidden right outside. And 4, he has no idea what these guys' quirks are, nor how skilled they are with them. Not even their physical features give them any hints, with all of them looking relatively normal. So yeah, this situation was looking unfavorable in Izuku's eyes. The only advantage he had was the tranquilizer clipped to his pants, which was hidden from the eyes of these men. But didn't you hear me? The one who spoke first growled, his nails suddenly growing into sharp claws. I said step away from the girl or you regret it. Well, at least he got an idea as to what one of these guys' quirks are. Why you think a pair of pointy nails will scare me? Izuku retorted with false bravado, prodding for more info. A strong burst of wind then flew by his head, hitting the wall behind him. It took much willpower not to flinch from that display of power. How about that then? The middle guy, perhaps the leader, said in response, a cocky smirk across his face as he held his hand out. Trust me, kid, you don't want to play hero here. Alright, that's 2 of them. Izuku thought with a bit more self-assurance. Just 1 more to go. What about you? Izuku then prodded the guy on the left, hoping this guy as dumb as his partners. You gonna hide behind your friends? With a growl, the 3rd man transformed his hands into stone. Kid, you better spare us the bravado and hand us the girl. And that's 3. 2 transformation quirks, likely minor ones, and 1 emitter quirk. He could work with this. He can do this. First thing first, take down the one with the emitter quirk. And if I say no? Izuku questioned, taking a fighting stance and subtly moving a hand towards the dart gun. You're outnumbered 3-1, kid. Don't act like yo dash. In a swift motion that surprised the teen himself, Izuku grabbed the gun and shot at the monologuing middle guy. Said guy cried out in shock and pain as he grabbed a hold of his neck, before pulling off the dart. He stared at it for a moment before swaying a little and then collapsing on the ground. You brat! The claw guy roared before charging at him, one hand raised in a swiping motion. Utilizing what knowledge he was able to maintain about martial arts, Izuku planted his feet on the ground before dodging his swipe. He then used one hand to grab the outreached arm and the other to reach for the chest area, and used the momentum of the swipe to lift and slam the villain straight to the ground. He was rewarded with another shout of pain, the claw quirk user at least momentarily immobilized. 2 down, 1 to dash. Just as he turned to his head, he was face to face with the stone hand quirk user, one of those stands head back for a punch. Izuku wasn't sure how he was able to do the next part, or even how he was able to throw the previous guy on his first try. But the Quirkless sidestepped the rather sloppy punch before grabbing the arm and kicking the stone user's leg from under him. Once again utilizing the motions, he body slammed the final criminal, and with instincts he didn't know he had, he punched the guy straight in the nose, further stunning him. The teen didn't waste any time or think about what he just did. Knowing his time was limited, he reached over to the tied-up girl and lifted her up in her arms. Don't worry, we're gonna get out of you. Izuku reassured the girl, who still had her eyes firmly shut. He then called out to his sisters. Eri, Taifa, be ready to dash. He was forced to cut himself off and dodged another swipe, rolling forward towards the hole. He twisted around to see the claw quirk user up and growling, albeit his movement unsteady. If you think I'll let you get away, you got another thing dash. The villain growled. Those growls were cut off when the girls opened her eyes and launched that very red beam that destroyed the wall. That beam hit the claw quirk user straight on, launching on him straight into the wall behind him and digging him in there, eliciting further screams of agony. Thankfully, the beam was stopped shortly after, the girl closing her eyes shut yet again to stop the blast. For a moment, Izuku was stunned, staring dumbfoundedly at the groaning criminal stuck in the wall. But he quickly shook off his stupor, knowing that he can't waste too much time. Run now, learn about quirk later. So with that mindset, he finally got out of the building. Eri, Taifa, grab onto me. XXXX. So, good news. After some time running with Eri and the kidnapped girl in his arms, and Taifa on his back, they were able to find help. 2 heroes, Kamui Woods and Death Arms, were around the area, though weren't close enough to hear the chaos. And after some explaining, they escorted the 4 of them to the police station, as well as went to apprehend the downed kidnappers. Bad news was that, after getting to the police station and giving accounts as to what happened, the girl, Haruka, she introduced herself as, revealed how she ended up there. My father, he gave me to those guys. Haruka revealed, tears at the edge of her eyes. Ever since I got my quirk, I keep destroying parts of the house. I even hurt others. I could never control it, and would always hit something by accident. I try to keep my eyes closed, but I sometimes open them by accident. So he wanted to get rid of me. He gave me to those guys so he could get money to fix the house. It was yet again another case of abuse, and it was starting to make Izuku's blood boil. What is wrong with these parents? Giving your child to the Yakuza? Throwing one out on the streets? Selling your daughter for quick money? Why couldn't any of them actually take care of their children? At the very least, take them to a proper orphanage if they were unable to draw any affection for their own blood. And of course, that case of abuse will leave the question of where Haruka will stay. A question that gave Izuku a vague feeling of dread. But for the moment, he didn't focus on the cause of that dread. His focus was on the currently rattled child in his lap, with his 2 adopted sisters sitting beside him. The 4 were currently at the waiting room of the police station, having been told to wait for a few more people to talk to them. Hey, are you doing okay? Izuku asked Haruka softly, seeing that she's been silent for a while. Absent-mindedly, He noticed that she was wearing a pair of red pants and a gray shirt with red long sleeves. Why? Haruka nodded into his clothes, her face pressed against his chest. Thank you so much for saving me. In response, Izuku patted her hair soothingly. It's okay. I'm glad I was there to get you out. And those JRKs were angry that you did. The quirkless teen turned to the source of the grumbling, which was an angrily pouting Taifa. They acted like you did something wrong by rescuing her. Izuku's face fell a little at that, memories of that moment surfacing. Before being escorted to the station, Kamui Woods and Death Arms had made it clear that they thought what Izuku did was irresponsible and reckless. That he shouldn't have tried to enter into a situation that required a hero. You did what? That was completely reckless, kid. You shouldn't jump into something like that. It didn't change his decision at that time, and Izuku had no regret running into the hole to save Haruka. Still, it was disheartening to hear two heroes admonish him for trying to help someone, but shook off the feeling, mentally reminding himself to talk to Taifa later. He'd rather not have her view on heroes be affected by this. If you weren't there, if you didn't jump in and save me? Haruka whimpered, clinging on to him tighter. Shoo! Izuku shushed her softly, continuing to pat her head soothingly. Don't think about that. What's important is that you're safe and away from them. Look at you, being a natural with kids. Izuku felt his spine straighten up, facing paling slightly, and chills going through his body. Slowly, he turned his head, to see a familiar black-haired agent giving him a Cheshire grin. Izuku, you got quite the luck, kid. XXXX. So, let's get straight to the point. No. As you probably already know, the kid's quirk is very powerful. No. And uncontrollable. It's called I-beam, which lets her shoot very powerful red beams from her eyes. Ms. Kimura dash. Drawback being she can't control it. Like at all. Every time she opens her eyes, those lasers will shoot right out. I can't just dash. So, seeing she's classified as an OPC, I need you to adopt her. I already have 2 kids. Izuku shouted, gripping his hair in frustration. The two were in one of the offices having the discussion in private. I can't just add another one just like that. There's gotta be someone else that can take care of her, right? Ah, come on. You mean to tell me you can easily separate from little Haruka? Kimura asked in mock disappointment. After seeing how attached she is to you already. Izuku groaned, covering his face with his hands. That was hard to deny, especially when Haruka stubbornly refused to let go of him. It took a lot of coaxing in order for her to let them talk in private, with Eri and Taifa providing her company and physical comfort. Besides that, it's not up to me. Izuku continued. My mom will be the main guardian, not me. Not anymore. Kimura sang smugly. Made it to where the age to adopt OPCs is around your age and over, so no having to drag your mom to do this. Are you expecting me to just bump into OPCs now? Izuku asked incredulously. And that sounds very illegal. Maybe. But hey, the government does shady stuff all the time. Besides, they don't really pay attention to our branch all that much. So there's a lot we can get away with. Kimura said with a shrug. With another groan, Izuku slammed his head onto the table. Is this going to be a pattern? He runs into an overpowered child, saves them from villains, and ends up adopting them? 'Cause this is going to make his life, along with mom's life, a lot more complicated. And that's not getting into the fact that their apartment has only so much room. In all seriousness, I definitely do need to get Haruka adopted as soon as possible. The agent continued, adopting a more serious look. With a quirk like hers, she'll definitely catch the eyes of certain people. People that would want to use her rather than care for her. That caused Izuku to straighten up, confusion and wariness coming across his face. What? Quirks like Haruka are great for hero work, or just combat in general? Likely the reason she was being sold. Kimura explained. If the wrong person takes notice of her, they'll take her to be groomed for hero work or such. And I don't think you want a child to be forced into that life. Izuku could not disagree. While he loves heroes and is aiming to become one himself, that doesn't mean he's okay with a child being forced and groomed for the role. It should be up to each individual person where they want to go in life. And this isn't so that you can avoid doing another bout of paperwork? Still, the Quirkless teen couldn't help but ask that. That can't say that it won't be a bonus for me. If it weren't the sunglasses, Izuku was sure he would see the agent's eyes shifting suspiciously. Izuku bit back another groan, merely emitting a sigh. Leaving Haruka's fate up to the wind is out of the question, that's for sure. He wouldn't be able to live with himself if she ended up in the wrong hands and forced into a life she may not like. However, before he agreed to anything, he pulled out his phone. "I'm calling my mom." "Fine." The agent conceded with a sigh. A few seconds later, his mom picked up. "Hello? Is something wrong, Izuku?" "Nothing terrible, but..." Izuku started off, hesitant. "I kinda ran into another child." "Huh?" was the baffled response of Inko. "How did Dash? Are you and the girls okay? Is the child okay? Did you run into more villains?" "We're all okay, Mom. And we did, but they're taken care of," Izuku quickly assured her, omitting a few facts for the time being. "But Agent Kimura is pushing for me to adopt her. Even made it to where I can sign the papers myself." "That is she pressuring you to do this?" Izuku could hear the threatening tone in his mother's voice. "A little," the teen admitted, unwilling to lie to his mom about it. "But the thing is, Haruka, the girl I rescued, Quirk is not only powerful, but more combat-oriented. If she doesn't get adopted soon, she might get the eyes of someone who want to use her and Dash. Do you want to take her in, Izuku?" Inko cut her son off gently. "That I do. I want to help her," Izuku admitted, but then quickly continued. "But I know that 3 kids are already a handful, and we only have so much room in our apartment and Dash." "Izuku." Again, the mother cut her son off gently, prompting him to be silent. "I trust you, dear. And if you think you can handle another child, do so. After all, while I do as much as I can to help, you'll be their main caretaker." Why leave these decisions to me?" He couldn't help but ask yet again. "I know you said that you trust me, but..." "Izuku, I've seen you with Eri and Taifa. Seen how happy you are taking care of them, how much your eyes lit up when you're around them." Inko explained. "You love taking care of these children, Izuku. And I don't want to get in the way of that." "Mom." The quirkless teen found himself, yet again, tearing up. "All I ever wanted was your happiness, Izuku. And if giving a home for these kids is what makes you happy, then do so." While he couldn't see it, Izuku could imagine his mother smiling from where she was at. "And while I caution you to think about you and those kids' future, like I said, I trust that you're mature enough to do that. Besides, with the checks sent to us, we can easily afford to get a bigger home if we need to." With a sniffle, Izuku wiped the tear that managed to trail down one eye. "Thank you. I love you." "I love you too, sweetie." With that, the call ended, and Izuku took the time to take some deep breaths, composing himself. After composing himself, the teen put his attention back on Agent Kimura, who was silent for the entire call. During that call, she seemed to have pulled the adoption papers, to which she slid in front of him. "Sue." Izuku sighed before grabbing the pen that came with the papers. "I'll adopt her." "Yes." Another one bites the dust. Kimura cheered as Izuku signed the forms. "Once her deadbeat dad gets thrown into a cell, full custody will be handed to you. At least she takes her job seriously enough to do it sufficiently," the teen thought, holding back another sigh. "And hey, if you need a recommendation, let me know," Kimura offered, surprising Izuku. "I know a few places that would be good for the future." That's surprisingly generous of you." While this was only the 3rd time he met her, laziness was the strongest impression he got of the agent. So he wouldn't have expected any offer that would require work on her part. "Hey, you saved me a lot of work by adopting 3 kids in a row," the agent said casually, folding her arms together. "Friends like that I tend to keep in touch with and help out. Especially if there are OPCs I can give them. You're not planning to hand me OPCs in the future, are you? Anyway, Let's talk about a few materials needed for her quirk. Yes, Izuku realized with some dread. Yes, she is. XXXX. We have a new sister now? After finishing his talk with Agent Kimura, Izuku headed back to the waiting room to rejoin the three girls and inform them of the adoption. The three were currently in the seats he previously saw, with Haruka at the middle while Eri and Taifa were at her left and right, both holding onto her hands. Yes. Izuku nodded to Taifa, who made the exclamation, before focusing on Haruka. If you like Haruka, I can take care of you from now on. The news seemed to have taken the girl too much by surprise. Because the second he finished his last sentence, she opened her eyes in shock. Ah! It was only thanks to quick reaction time that he wasn't blasted into the wall or bisected. The quirkless teen threw himself on the floor, while the beam hit the wall behind him. Both Eri and Taifa screamed, the two falling off their chairs in their surprise. That drew a lot of screams and shouts, with some officers even rushing into the area. Thankfully, Kimura was still there, and she quickly went to calm things down. Alright, calm down everyone. This isn't a villain attack. We just have an OPC that lost control of her quirk for a moment. Everything's okay, alright? Meanwhile, Haruka quickly closed her eyes tightly yet again, with the girl rambling out apologies. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I swear, it was an accident and dash. Haruka. Haruka, breathe. Shaking off the rattleness, Izuku went up to the distraught girl and held by the shoulders. Breathe in, breathe out, okay? Breathe in, breathe out. Slowly, the I-beam wielder did as he said, taking in some deep breaths. After a moment, she was less rattled, but still fairly distraught. I'm sorry. Please don't change your mind. I promise I'll do better dash. Haruka. Izuku cut her off, trying to sound both firm and gentle. I'm not gonna change my mind. You can still live with us if you want. Really? Haruka stuttered, sounding both fearful and hopeful. Promise. The teen assured her, smiling, despite the fact that she can't see. And you don't have to worry about your eyes anymore. The lady I was talking with is gonna give us something so you can control your quirk. Once again, the girl was taken for a shock. This time, thankfully, she kept her eyes closed. I'll be able to see again? She asked, her voice sounding smaller than before. I won't blow stuff up anymore? Izuku felt his heart break at the sorrowful, guilt-ridden look across her face. So gently, he wrapped her in a hug. You'll be able to see again. He stated, his tone more soft now. And you won't blow anything else up by accident. I promise. He heard a choked sob coming from the girl, before returning the hug and burying her head into his shoulder. Thank you. She sobbed out. Thank you. Izuku kept silent this time, merely comforting the girl as much as he could. From the corner of both eyes, he saw both Eri and Taifa looking at Haruka with sorrowful empathy. Never did he expect to not only save 3 little girls from abuse and villainy, but also adopt them into his family. But honestly, there's no regret with those choices. And if given the option, he would do the same things all over again. You can open your eyes now, Haruka. But Mr. Zuwair's still in front dash. Don't worry. I'll be fine. I don't want to hurt you. Please move. Trust me. These'll work. Do you promise? I promise. Trust me, I don't want to be hurt, just as much as you don't want to hurt me. Okay. Slowly, hesitantly, Haruka opened her eyes. And what she was met with was the smiling face of her savior. For a moment, she merely stared, her eyes now fully opened. Then she looked at her hands. Then around the living room they were in. She saw 2 girls about the same age as her, Eri and Taifa. She saw a TV. She saw the couch they were on. All of it was red. But none of it was exploding. I can see. Haruka muttered, all clear in her voice. I can actually see. A huge smile broke through her face. Sure, everything was red, but that beats everything exploding. My eyes are open, and nothing is exploding. No one is getting hit with my lasers. Congratulations. She was suddenly glomped on by one of the girls sitting by her. Taifa, if she remembered right. I'm so happy for you, sis. Sis. Sister. She has a sister now. 2 new sisters. A new family. One that accepted her and helped her. These glasses will keep your quirk under control from now on. Her savior, Izuku, spoke up, getting her attention back on him. They're made to stick to your head and not easily fall off, so you don't have to worry about accidents happening so easily. Plus, they're made to be very tough, so no worries over breaking them either. The glasses created for Haruka were a pair of narrow-shaped red visors, with a black frame holding the narrow lenses. From what he gathered, not only do these visors have quirk suppression tech that keeps her lasers back, but can also control the strength of her quirk. With a press of the button, the lasers can shoot through the lenses, with the lenses acting as a dampener, and the strength of those lenses can decrease by a twist of the small knob across the rim. Izuku have mixed feelings about the fact that these visors were designed for combat, considering the fact that quirk use without a license was illegal, along with a sinking suspicion that someone was subtly pushing Haruka to hero work. However, he knew that she would need to train with her quirk, and these visors would significantly help with such training. Plus, if Haruka ever finds herself in a place where she would need to use her work, this'll make it more doable. Thus, the quirkless teen had a few spare ones in hand, in case Haruka's current pair gets broken or lost. Not likely, but adopting 3 OPCs in under 2 months was even more unlikely, so it wouldn't hurt. Haruka remained silent, staring at the teen intensely beneath her new lenses. The silence caused Izuku to have a small, worried frown. Haruka, are you? This time, the small redhead glomped on him, startling him and causing the teen to fall on his butt. Thank you, she said with as much sincereness as possible, her voice muffled from his shirt. Thank you, thank you, thank you. For saving me. For taking me in. For these glasses. Izuku's startled look turned into a softer-looking one, with him returning the hug. It's no problem, told her, smiling. Welcome to the family, Haruka. Family. This was her new family now. That fact filled Haruka with a happiness that was almost overwhelming. A feeling she hopes remains for a long time. XXXX. The adoption of 3 OPCs changed Izuku's daily life by a lot. For one, he's getting up much earlier. It was so that he could find time to exercise, continue cleaning up the beach, and learn and practice whatever martial art he can discover, all this, right before making breakfast for his adopted sisters. He also took to homeschooling the 3. Due to all the trauma the 3 developed from their past abuse, none of them were inclined to leave his side anytime soon, and Izuku wasn't sure if it would be the wisest idea to have overpowered children be supervised by regular teachers, at least for the time being. He wants them all to have normal, that's for certain. But he can't ignore that they all have uncontrollable quirks, and that can cause a lot of trouble for whoever's watching them. He took to studying up on quirk counseling, but considering that analyzing quirks was practically a part of him at this point, it wasn't really that much of a change. Only difference was that his analysis was now being put to use. Finally, and just overall, much of his time was spent with his 3 sisters. Come on Haru, you can do it. Win-win. Taifa cheered from the far end side of the couch. I'm trying my best here. Haruka growled beside her, frantically pushing the various buttons on her controller. Izuku merely chuckled, pressing the buttons on his controller at a more controlled pace. Beside him, and at the other end of the couch, was Eri, who was silently watching the game he and Haruka were playing together. As for what they're playing? Heroic Combat 2, a fighting game filled with several pro heroes, both new and old, from Kamui Woods to Best Genus to even All Might. One of Izuku's favorite games to play, and one he spent hours playing whenever he got the chance. However, with his recommitment to becoming a hero, along with Eri and Taifa coming into his life, it was a while since he last played it. However, Haruka saw his console and the games beside it, and almost instantly became eager to play. Which led to where they were now, with Izuku playing as Edge Shot while Haruka chose Endeavor. K.O. And with one final finishing move from Edge Shot, Endeavor was defeated. Growling. Another lost. Haruka growled childishly, crossing her arms with a huff. You're way too good at this game, Izuku. Well, I have been playing this for a while. Izuku replied with another small laugh. Honestly, he would go easy on her and at least give her a few wins, but when he tried one time, Haruka noticed and was adamant that he doesn't hold back on her. She wanted to face him and beat him at his best. Hey, you're getting better, Haru. Taifa reassured the laser user, hugging her from the side. First few times, you couldn't even get a hit in. You were able to get some of his health down this time. Yeah. Haruka conceded, despite still looking pouty at her loss. A moment later, she shook her head and straightened up, her eyes likely glinting in determination beneath her lenses. Another round. Won't stop till I get better and get a win. Her determination earned a smile from the quirkless teen, a small proud one. All right. He then clicked out of the post-fight screen and back to the character loadout. With determination like that, you'll definitely get better at anything you do, Haruka. With his focus on the screen, he missed the small blush from the young girl, as well as the little smile that sprouted. However, she quickly shook off any embarrassment and focused her visor back on the screen. The two continued playing for a bit, with Taifa cheering Haruka on while Eri silently watched throughout. Idly, Izuku made a mental note to buy a few more controllers, so that everyone can have the chance to play. While Taifa and Eri haven't expressed any interest in playing as of yet, it wouldn't hurt to give the option later in the future. Eventually, after another round, him as Gang Orca while Haruka played as Miruko, he decided to end it there. All right. Izuku placed the controller down before getting up and stretching. I'm gonna stop for today. You can continue playing with each other if you want. Already? Haruka questioned, a small pout of disappointment across her face. The quirkless teen smiled apologetically at her. There's a few things that I need to get done before it's time for bed. We can play more tomorrow if you want. Don't worry. We can play together if we want. Taifa offered, grabbing the controller with a bright smile. I can help you practice so you can beat Izuku next time. That seemed to sober up Haruka. The crimson redhead gave an accepting nod before aiming a fiery look at Izuku beneath her lenses. Tomorrow, you better prepare for a rematch. Understand? I will. Izuku assured her, patting the girl's head. And I look forward to seeing how you improve. With that, he headed to his room, leaving the three girls to play with one another. XXXX. That's so cool. Haruka squealed, her visors getting noticeably brighter. Beside her, Taifa gave a rapid nod of agreement while Eri was merely staring in amazement. The thing that got their undivided attention was Izuku, up atop one of the piles of junk at Dagoba Beach, his magnetic gloves keeping him up there. What brought the four at Dagoba Beach? A request made by Haruka, when his support gear was brought up by Taifa during breakfast. Izuku has his own hero gear? Haruka exclaimed in shock, standing up from her seat. Haruka, sit down please. Izuku ordered her, his tone a bit firm. Sorry. Sheepishly, the redhead sat back down, before quickly getting back to topic. But do you really have hero gear, Izuku? His stern look was now replaced with a more bashful one, a blush adorning his cheeks. Kinda made them all myself. Why didn't you use them on the bad guys that had me? I didn't have them at that time. Izuku explained sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. He definitely plans on keeping his gear on his person 24/7 from now on. Sure, none of the support gear probably wouldn't have helped in that situation, but better to have it and not need it, than to need it and not have it, as the old saying goes. One of those gears is a pair of gloves that can stick to things. Taifa, the one who spoke of the support gear, mentioned excitingly. Also boots that can boost him high in the air. And Eri, you mentioned that his hoodie can make him invisible, right? Yes. Eri confirmed with a small nod. Brief glows from Haruka's visors gave a clear tell of the girl's excitement. Can I see them? She asked Izuku eagerly. Please. Despite his embarrassment, Izuku couldn't help but smile in amusement and fondness. Later in the day, okay? That led to where they were now, with the teen showing off his support gear to his three sisters. You should have seen him move around with it. Taifa told Haruka excitedly. He was like a ninja, hopping from one pile to the next, hiding from the bad guys. That sounds so awesome. Haruka whispered in amazement, imagining that scenario. The quirkless teen then hopped down from the pile, landing in front of the girls. And here are my boots. With a few clicks of a button, I can jump high in the sky. Tapping a few things on the monitor, Izuku bent down slightly before jumping up, sailing 3 feet in the air. He did a backward flip before landing, knees bent and one hand on the ground to steady himself. His little trick earned him more vocal amazement from his sisters. And you really made all of them yourself, Izuku? Haruka questioned. Like I said, kinda. Izuku replied, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. All the gear I managed to build came from here, at the beach. Whenever I can, I sometimes come across thrown-away gear and fix them up. You build all your gear from this beach? Taifa spoke in surprise, looking around the junk-filled beach. You didn't tell me that. Only that you are cleaning up the beach. Izuku gave an apologetic look in response. Sorry. I guess it slipped my mind. Does that mean you plan on becoming a hero, Izuku? Haruka asked, eyebrows furrowed as she put the dots together. Is that why you're exercising by cleaning up the beach? Making hero gear yourself? And is that why you decided to rescue us? To be a hero? Izuku blinked for a moment, surprised she came to that conclusion herself. Granted, it's not terribly difficult to figure out, but for a 7-year-old to make the connections that quickly? It told him that Haruka is a smart one. Why, being a hero, it's always been my dream. Ever since I found out about heroes. Izuku confirmed, a small, melancholic smile entering his face. That smile had the girls frowning in concern, all of them recognizing it as a sad-looking smile. But why is it sad? Why does their brother look sad when he's talking about his dream? Is there something wrong with it? But that doesn't make sense. Being a hero should be an amazing thing, right? Is he worried that he could be like those JRKS? Taifa thought, remembering the 2 heroes that scolded Izuku. But Izuku would never become like them. He's too nice to scold anyone for saving others. Though I didn't save you 3 because I wanted to be a hero. Or at least, that's only part of it. The quirkless teen corrected, drawing the girls out of their thoughts. He kneeled down as he gave them a warmer smile. I did that because all of you needed help. I couldn't just leave any of you alone. His words touched his 3 sisters hard, with each of them tearing up in varied emotions. And Taifa, the most open and affectionate of the 3, did not hesitate to jump to her brother. Izuku! She wailed out. The teen caught her effortlessly, with the green girl wrapping her arms around him and burying her face in her shoulder, Midoriya-level tears pouring out. Is this what Mom and I look like to others? Izuku idly wondered. Haruka and Eri joined the group hug soon after, both being careful not to touch Taifa's skin. The rewinder dug into his other shoulder, her tears silently streaming, and Haruka was at the middle, head laid above his chest and the tears beneath her visors barely held back. You're gonna be a great hero. Haruka stated confidently, her small grip on him tightening. One of the best. I know it. Both Eri and Taifa nodded their heads in agreement, their heads not leaving his shoulders. That declaration, along with the agreements to it, caused Izuku to tear up. Thank you, he said sincerely, his voice cracking slightly. It means a lot that you think I can do it. And he meant it. In a world that thinks he can't become one, it means a lot when there are those who say otherwise. Still, a small, timid part of his mind, one created by this very world, couldn't help but wonder, would they, Haruka and Taifa, still say the same if they knew he's quirkless? It's okay. It's okay. You're home. You're not with Overhaul anymore. Izuku shushed the crying Eri softly, as the girl shook in his arms. The 2 were at his bed, the day long over, and in their pajamas. Both had been previously asleep when a nightmare woke Eri up, one where she was back at Shai Hasaikai's Yakuza base, being torn up and put back together by Overhaul. It's a nightmare the Rewinder has from time to time, fearing that this was all a dream and that she's still under the custody of Overhaul. At first, they appeared often, which was one of the reasons she often slept with Izuku. but they thankfully decreased as time passed, especially when Taifa came into their lives. Unfortunately, there are still times where those nightmares do appear. Hence why Izuku was comforting her now. He said that you would never rescue me? Eri whimpered, her grip on him tightening. That he would hurt you, like he hurt me if you tried. He's wrong. Izuku said softly, yet firmly, patting her hair to soothe her. You are saved, you are here and safe. And Overhaul won't be able to hurt anyone anymore. It took a bit more time, but eventually, Izuku was able to soothe her, at least enough to where the two can sleep. The two then laid down onto bed, blanket covering them and both ready to go back to sleep. Izuku. But before they could, Eri decided to speak up. A question pressing on her mind. Why did you look sad when you talked about being a hero? The teen stiffened, having not expected that question. It's honestly a reminder of how observant kids can be, memories from his own childhood passing through his head. However, he didn't stay stiff for long and relax some. He already told Eri much of his past, from his quirklessness to the bullying he went through. They would simply be an add-on to what she knew. Thought it was one of the reasons I was bullied. He told her softly, his eyes aimed at the space above her head. Because I'm quirkless, people don't believe I can be a hero. So people my age would laugh and mock me, sometimes even hurt me. I've been told countless times that I couldn't be a hero, not without a quirk. They hurt you for wanting to be a hero? For wanting to save people? Eri questioned, a mix of confusion and sorrow in her tone. That it's like I said before, many see quirkless people as useless. Izuku said sadly, patting the top of her head. So for a quirkless boy to want to be a hero, to be something that's known for their strength? Some can't help but laugh. And that's why you look sad talking about being a hero. Eri concluded, tearing up. 'Cause it reminds you of the times people hurt you and bully you? Duh. Izuku stayed silent this time, tears gathering in his own eyes. The silence was enough of an answer for Eri. They're wrong. You're not useless. She refuted, attempting to comfort Izuku like he comforted her. You saved me. Saved Taifa. Saved Haruka. And heroes are people that save others, right? That means you already are one. What Ashta? Eri, was all Izuku could say, a tad stunned by her words. Since you saved us from bad guys, that makes you a hero, right? Eri continued, looking at him with her tear-filled eyes. So they're wrong. They're all wrong. You're our hero. My hero. Her words caused the tears to fall from Izuku's eyes. Thank you, Eri. He choked out, wrapping the girl in a hug, one that she returned as best she could, her own tears falling down. It means a lot that you feel that way. I'm happy to be your hero. You, Taifa, and Haruka. It was honestly something he didn't think about too much, the fact that he's likely a hero to these three girls. Much of his focus was on saving them initially, then caring for them later on. But Eri's words reminded him that he did save all three of them. He may not be a pro-hero, at least not yet, but for these three little girls, he became their hero. Eventually, the two of them cried themselves to sleep, while still holding on to one another. If anyone were to come in, or if Izuku would have been awake, they would have seen a very small, but noticeable smile across Eri's lips. One of the bigger issues when it comes to adopting OPCs would be quirk training. Due to OPC's quirks being very powerful and uncontrollable, training those quirks are a must. However, Japan's laws regarding quirk usage makes it difficult, near impossible, to properly train quirks. At first, it wasn't much of an issue. Eri could do to her training at home, and there wasn't really any way for Taifa to train with her quirk, so Izuku didn't need to worry about the laws regarding quirk use at first. Haruka, however, became a more complicated story. While her visor made it to where she doesn't have to worry about controlling her lasers, it would still be helpful to practice with her quirk. If she ever decides to hero quirk, or another field of danger, or even just use her quirk for self-defense, she will need to learn how to use her quirk with her visor. Without practice, she could be liable to accidentally blow places, people even, apart when attempting to use her quirk. And that's assuming that her lasers won't get stronger as she ages. So yes, training was needed. And that's where the quirk restrictions rear its ugly head. There's almost nowhere for people to use their quirk, let alone train with it. And the places that Haruka could train at are too far away to make daily trips at. That meant they couldn't train with her quirk on a consistent basis, at least not until they get a new home where they can train at. So yeah, Izuku was going through the list of recommendations Kimura gave him at a quick pace. Fortunately, there was one area that I could go to for training, if only on a weekly basis. Tythos Park. And to shoot. Izuku then threw a frisbee, one of several he got nearby, in the air. Said frisbee was then shot by a laser beam, the plastic toy exploding in contact. Another hit. Haruka cheered, pumping her fist. I'm getting better at this. Izuku nodded in agreement, smiling. You are Haruka. Keep it up, and you'll be able to hit anything. That earned a happy grin, as well as a small blush from the visor wearer. Thanks, Izuku. Right now, the thing they're working on was Haruka's aim, one of the more obvious things to work with. While the focus would be to hit what she's targeting, the more important thing was to not miss, and inadvertently hit something else. Her lasers were powerful, and if she ended up hitting the wrong target, it could lead to bad results, to say the least. They'll also work on tuning her visor on and off in quick fashion, so as to stop a long stream from being created. But first, their focus was on her aim. Our turn. Taifa jumped in, readying a frisbee. Let's go, Eri. Alright. Eri also readied a frisbee, looking significantly less excited. The two girls then threw their frisbees as far as they could. Of course, with them being kids, those weren't impressive throws. Nevertheless, Haruka shot at both of them as quickly as she could. Unfortunately, while she was able to hit one, she missed the other. Thankfully, the laser hit a solid steel panel rather than anything else. One of the things that made Tythos Park one of the better places to freely use quirks or to train with them was many of the safety features they placed around the park. It's to the point where the area looked more like a hybrid playground training area rather than a regular park. Several metal panels scattered across the park to block emitter quirks. Obstacle courses made to be resilient against high-level strength quirks. A large pond in the middle for aquatic mutant quirks. The park was designed for kids with volatile and dangerous quirks, serving as both a place for them to play, as well as a makeshift training area. We're getting better at this, Eri. Rather than being down at their lackluster throw, Taifa looked excited at the progress made. Our frisbees managed to stay airborne for a little longer. Eri didn't look as excited as her sister about their progress, but Taifa's spirit kept her from being disappointed in herself. So she could only nod in response to her words. I wasn't able to hit both, though. Haruka, meanwhile, could only pout at her own progress. Drat. Don't worry about it. Trying to hit more than one takes time, especially with how your visors work. Izuku assured her. Not to mention Eri and Taifa's throws probably threw off her aim, but it's best not to mention that. Keep at it and you'll do better. Haruka nodded her head firmly, a cute look of determination entering her face. She's definitely gonna get better with her quirk. Count on it. So much of the time at the park was spent doing this little game. Izuku, Eri, and Taifa would throw frisbees up in the air, with Haruka making attempts to shoot them down. While she didn't hit every target, there was noticeable improvement from where she started. Faster than Izuku expected. It's clear that the girl was learning from her missed shots and making actual moves to improve. It's another showing of how smart the girl really was. Eventually, the little training session ended, with Haruka able to hit a decent portion of the frisbees. The majority she didn't hit, Izuku and his sisters moved to gather them all up, the frisbees scattered all across the area they were in. Once we find a suitable house, Haruka should be able to make much faster progress. Izuku mused to him as he dropped frisbees into the sack he had carried with him. Tythos Park is nice, but only coming here on a weekly basis will stump her progress. Hey, Izuku. The teen was brought out of his thoughts by an eager-looking Taifa who held a few frisbees in hand. Once we finish cleaning, are we gonna look around the park? I want to see more of it. At that, Izuku smiled warmly at her. Of course, I promised that we would, didn't I? He replied back, patting her head. That earned giggles from the poison-skinned girl. Yay! Soon after, the young group of 4 were exploring through the park. Taifa was at the front of the group, the most eager of the 4, while Haruka was right behind her. Izuku was trailing behind both, with Eri sticking close to him. So pretty! Taifa said with clear wonder, twisting and turning to take in every inch of the park. This park really is super pretty. Silently, Izuku agreed with her. Taithos really was beautiful. The trees and hills were very lush, the lake was cleaner than any body of water he had seen before, and there were various flowers and other plants that the teen had never seen before. It's clear that the park was not only made for powerful kids to play at, but also for just people in general to enjoy going around as well. Beside him, Eri was also looking around with wonder. With this being the first time she ever went to a park, Taithos was painting a heavy impression on her young mind. It'll make other parks look lacking in comparison in the future. You think so? Haruka, however, was the least enthused out of the 4. A look of disinterest was clear across her face as she looked around the park. Of course. The green girl answered, twisting around to face Haruka. Can't you see how clean the lake is? All the different plants? Even the air feels cleaner. It probably does look beautiful for everyone else. Haruka replied back, looking rather defensive. But all of it is red for me. It's really hard to see anything different. I forgot about that. Taifa said, sounding sheepish. Does it bother you any? That everything's red? At that question, Haruka relaxed some. Well, not really, no. She admitted. I spent a long time having to always keep my eyes closed. So being able to open them without destroying things or hurting anyone, even if it's all red, I'm happy that I can see it all now. Taifa gave her a look of both sympathy and understanding. While she could never imagine having to always keep her eyes closed, unable to enjoy the sights around her, or even live with just seeing one color, she does understand being able to do something you couldn't, despite the drawbacks. The ivy skin girl will always have to keep on her sleeves and gloves, and be extra careful with skin contact, so that she doesn't hurt anybody. But she never lets it bother her, especially when Izuku, Eri, Miss Inko, and Haruka aren't afraid of her hugging them. Even willing to hug back. So yeah, she definitely understands Haruka's point of view. So don't worry about me. I'm fine with exploring the park with you, Eri, and Izuku. Haruka assured her green sister. And we came all the way just so we could train with my quirk. So it's only fair that you can look around. Right? Hearing that, Taifa couldn't help but smile brightly before moving forward to glomp Haruka yet again. You really are such a cool sis, you know? Hey! Haruka couldn't help but yelp out, startled by the sudden hug. Give me a warning, would ya? Sorry. Despite the apology, the green girl didn't sound all that apologetic. Meanwhile, Izuku, who watched and heard the two's interaction, merely looked at them with a warm smile across his face. He's happy to see his new siblings get along with one another. It would have been an issue if none of the 3 could stand each other, but thankfully, no butting of heads have sprung up so far. Hopefully, that stays that way, and doesn't have to worry about sibling rivalries. Once we're back home, we can play a lot of heroic combat to make you dash. Taifa found herself interrupted when something burst through the trees around them and crashed in front of her and Haruka. Both girls let out small cries of shock, with Taifa's hold on Haruka becoming tighter. Get behind me, you two. Immediately, Izuku acted, placing Eri beside the 2 girls and getting in front of all of them, tense and ready for any possible attack. Any seriousness and fear across his face shifted to a look of surprise when he got a look of what's in front of them. Or rather, a boy, and a rather large boy at that, who looks to be 10 years old. One with clearly reptilian skin all over his body, spikes protruding his back, and claws across his fingers. He had on clothes akin to the ones Taifa wore when he first met her, a collar across his neck, and bruises and cuts all across his green scales. Are you kidding me? Was the first thought that immediately sprung into Izuku's mind. One he couldn't help, as this was the 4th child that he ran into that was in some sort of trouble. But once his mind registered the injuries on the kid, his disbelief shifted to concern. Hey! Izuku called out, relaxing his posture and drawing the boy's attention to him. He was immediately met with wariness and distrust from his yellow-slitted eyes. "Are you all right? What happened, Dash?" The moment the quirkless teen took a few steps towards the mutant child, the boy growled and got into all fours in a hostile posture. That put the teen to a halt, holding his hands up cautiously. "Don't worry. I'm not gonna hurt you," Izuku assured him softly. "I just want to check on you is all." But the boy didn't let himself relax. Seeing this, the girls decided to chip at. "Hey, you don't have to worry. Izuku is really nice." Taifa encouraged the boy. "He won't hurt you, promise. If you need help, Izuku can help you." Haruka added in support. "He helped all of us when we were in trouble, so he can definitely help you. Izuku, he'll never hurt you." Eri also found herself speaking in support of Izuku and in concern for the boy. "Are you being chased? If so, then you can trust us." The reptile boy continued to remain silent, his eyes moving to each person. When his eyes were aimed at Taifa, something more than distrust shined within them, before quickly sharpening once more. However, before any more could be said or done, an adult male voice entered into the area. One that had the boy stiffening up. "Oh, there you are, Nagin. I've been looking all over for you." The boy, now named Nagin, immediately tried to make a run for it. However, exhaustion seemed to have set itself within the reptilian child, causing him to collapse on his stomach. Fear and desperation made itself clear across his face as he attempted to force himself up. Izuku acted immediately and stood in front of the exhausted boy. "Everyone, get behind me," Izuku, once again, ordered urgently. The three girls wasted no time getting behind him and around Nagin, just in time for the man calling out to Nagin to reveal himself. The man in question looked like a doctor or something from the lab coat he's wearing. Around middle age, or at least close it, with short brown hair and light brown eyes. He also had a smile that lacked any of the warmth of a parent or grandparent. "You shouldn't run off like that. You know I get worried." The man scolded with that same fake warmth, before turning his attention to Izuku. "I'm sorry about my son. He's a rebellious child, so he often runs away from me." Yeah, Izuku didn't believe that story one bit. The lack of warmth was already a big giveaway, but the fact that there's very little show of concern about the boy's current state, and the fear across Nagin's face cemented that this guy was a kidnapper. Likely the one who hurt him this badly too. The three girls were just as distrustful, with Haruka bending down to Nagin to whisper, "Is that really your dad?" "Don't know." That was enough for both Haruka and Taifa to glare at the likely kidnapper, with Eri merely looking at the whole situation nervously. "He wasn't bothering us at all," Izuku said, not bothering an attempt to hide his distrust. "But he's hurt. Really bad. Let me help you get him to a hospital so dash." "No, that won't be necessary at all," the man quickly assured him. "The boy is just clumsy, that's all. I have things that can help with his cuts, so you don't need to worry." Izuku narrowed his eyes. "Even so, it looks like more than a few cuts." He insisted. "He's exhausted and can't get himself up. So it's probably best to dash. Again, don't worry about it." The teen tensed up when the man stepped towards him, towering over him, clearly trying to intimidate him. "I can take care of him, no issue. Now, you best go with your sisters now. Wouldn't want them getting hurt." Izuku felt his blood go cold over the not-so-subtle threat towards his adoptive sisters. With the lack of knowledge of his quirk, and how strong he actually is, he was at a disadvantage. If he tried to fight him, he would put his sisters in danger. Could he really do that? Can he afford to dash? Slightly, subconsciously, he looked back towards the group of kids. And what he saw was an incredibly scared child, staring fearfully at the man in front of them. Izuku's eyes hardened. That was more than enough. Police station. Wow, he could. Not even a full month in and end up rescuing a fourth kid from a mad scientist. "I don't do this on purpose, you know." No, I approve. Keep finding more OPCs, and that'll be less work for us. Please don't encourage vigilantism to teenagers." Once again, Izuku found himself in a police station. And once again he found himself in front of Agent Kimura, who looked a little too pleased. Also with them was Detective Tsukachi, the officer who spoke with him and Eri on the day he rescued her. This, along with being around for both the Taifa and Haruka incidents, had inadvertently led to him being the main officer to deal with any Midoriya case that happens. Yes, there's an unofficial name that has formed regarding any case involving him and a child. Izuku had incredibly mixed feelings about that. Well, technically it's not really vigilantism. To be a vigilante, you have to use your quirk without a hero license to fight criminals. Kimura argued rather cheekily. And seeing that he doesn't have a quirk to use, he can't break the law. I'm not sure if any court would accept that kind of argument. Izuku thought flatly, while Tsukachi merely sighed in exasperation. Regardless, this case can be regarded as self-defense and the defense of a minor, Tsukachi admitted. Especially since, as Agent Kimura pointed out, there was no usage of quirk. All that I ask is that you practice more caution in the future. I don't choose for these things to happen. Izuku mentally cried to himself. But he remained silent, knowing the detective was just doing what's required of him. Now, let's get to the meat and potatoes of this meetup, Kimura declared with a Cheshire grin. So, as you can already guess, Negan is classified as an OPC. How, you may ask? Well, his quirk is called Peak Reptile, and it basically gives all the traits of reptiles at their prime. At their prime? With his love of quirks overpowering his exasperation over the entire thing, the quirk hero fanboy looked at the agent with clear interest. Yep. There's enhanced strength, speed, and agility, the ability to regenerate lost limbs at a fast rate. The agent listed off, counting on her fingers as well. Hardened skin comparable to armor, a high keen sense of smell, the ability to camouflage himself, razor-sharp teeth. Basically, if a reptile has it, so does he. And all those traits are at a level to give even low-level heroes trouble. Incredible! Taking out a notebook from behind him, the quirkless teen quickly jotted all the traits listed off, as well as possible other abilities Negan could have. But what about those traits would make him dash? The downside to all those abilities is the form we're dubbing his predator mode. Kimura then revealed. When he gets too angry, or feels like he's in a lot of danger, his animal instincts kick in and he'll attack anything and everything around him. Even heard that he tried to eat a few people. And with the strength to give even low-level heroes a challenge, that obviously poses a problem. Now he has a better understanding as to what makes him an OPC. However, in the midst of his writing, he paused, a question forming inside his head. But wait. He looked at the agent and the detective with confusion. If he's really that strong, then how dash? It's due to Dr. Okino's quirk, Suppressor. Tsukachi answered, already knowing the question in Izuku's mind. With any weapon in hand, he's able to suppress anyone's quirk with enough hits. That, along with the quirk-suppressing collar the boy had on, kept him fully able to escape and/or hide. That caused Izuku to nod in understanding. That would explain it. The scientist, while proficient with the knife he was carrying, was someone he was able to take down easily enough. Having an ability that can suppress or nullify quirks is definitely powerful against most quirk users, especially with how reliant people heroes are with their quirks. Fortunately enough, that advantage doesn't apply with someone without a quirk. Dr. Okino isn't Negan's father, right? So how did he get his hand on him? Izuku asked, rather hesitantly. And what did the doctor want with Negan, anyway? For his regeneration. Kimura answered casually. Not only did he want to enhance it, but also replicate it. So he adopted the kid, kept him locked and collared in a cage, and performed not-so-child-friendly experiments for about several weeks. A mix of horror and rage boiled within Izuku's stomach. The fact that it was for Negan's regeneration abilities left a lot to the imagination of what type of experiments were performed, and just thinking of what might have happened made him feel sick. As for how he got adopted, the kid was raised in a shady orphanage for most of his life. The agent continued. The kids picked on him a lot, the keeper didn't like him, and the staff had trouble controlling him, so when given the chance to get rid of him, no thought was given as to who was adopting him. The fact that this wasn't another case of parental abuse provided little to no comfort for the quirkless teenager. Are there any OPCs that aren't getting abused? Izuku couldn't help but exclaim in frustration. Now you have an understanding about how I feel, Kimura said blankly. Anyway, the orphanage will be dealt with, and Dr. Okino will definitely be behind bars for his child experiments. All that's left is finding a family for dear little Nagin. Just give me the papers already. Izuku, already knowing the drill at this point, merely sighed and went straight to the point. And I don't even need to persuade you this time. With an amused chuckle, the agent pulled out the forms and handed them to Izuku. Managed to find a good house yet? Not yet, though I have made a short list. The green-haired teen answered as he filled out the forms. Should be able to make a decision pretty soon. The fact that pretty much all the recommendations are mansion-size houses further answers his suspicion on Kimura's plans to send him more OPCs. But at this point, there's little room to complain, considering the number of OPCs he's running into is increasing. If this is a pattern that'll continue on, then he would have to prepare for it. For both his own and the kids' sakes. And in the future, he'll be grateful to past self for such preparations. Unknown location. Izuku Midoriya. Age 14, soon to be quirk status, quirkless. Previously a student of Aldra Junior High, now homeschooled. Have adopted 3, now 4, OPCs, and have plans to relocate to a much bigger residence. Do you really need to list all that information? We both know all that already. It makes me sound professional. Anyways, from what we've seen of him, he's perfect. Not only is he a kind and caring father figure, but also brave and dependable as well. If we can convince him to adopt us, we'll have the parent we always wanted. One that will not only put up with us, but actually care. You'll get no argument here. But what's our plan on getting that to happen? Leave it to me. The first thing we'll need to do is grab his attention. With that, 2 OP children plan out their own adoption under one Izuku Midoriya. Tythos Park. Sister. What is it, Juno? That person, the one fighting that cruel man? Are you referring to the green-haired mister? Can we find him? He was so full of light. Really? Are you sure, Juno? I am. I have never seen someone with that much light in them. I want to be around him more. Then if you're sure, we'll do our best to find him. Thus began 2 sisters' search for the green-haired teen they encountered. Unknown residence. So, I've heard that OCD potentially found someone to perform multi-adoptions. A 14-year-old boy by the name of Midoriya Izuku. 14? Someone my age, father? I was surprised myself. But considering how desperate the agency is to find people to adopt these children, perhaps it's not that surprising. How on earth has such a thing happened? From what I gather, it was through a string of coincidences. The boy ended up rescuing each of these children from villains, and in response, they imprinted themselves on him. Wait, someone my age had the courage to face villains and rescue those children from them? I'm impressed. Don't even think about putting yourself in danger to emulate such feats. Yes, mother. Regardless, it is indeed impressive for such a young boy to perform such feats. But if he'll continue to run into more OPCs, or even be given some for adoption, then he'll likely need assistance. And so an interested family kept an eye on the young caretaker. Soon, in the near future, Izuku will find himself being sought out by more OPCs, and soon he will encounter those who would help in the raising of his kids, as well as his goal in becoming a hero. You were saved by Izuku too. All 3 of us have rescued from dastardly villains that wanted to hurt us. While Izuku was talking with Detective Tsukachi and Agent Kimura, the kids were all gathered at the waiting room of the police station once again. During that time, Taifa took the time to chat up her likely new brother, who was almost as quiet as Eri, but less nervous, more moody. Of course, Eri was as quiet as well, silently listening in on the conversation. Haruka, saved for a few comments here and there, joined her, seeing that Taifa was chatting up enough for all 3 of them. I was being chased down by a group of gangsters. Was running for my life, and ended up running into Izuku. Taifa continued on her story eagerly. When he saw what was going on, Izuku grabbed up and jumped right into the beach we were at, which was filled with garbage. We hid within those piles and piles of garbage while those Jarkas tried to find us. Why were they chasing you anyways? Haruka then piped in, curiosity coming in. What caused that to happen? Taifa's cheeks turned a shade greener at the question. I was hungry and trying to find some good food. I saw some snacks lying around and went to grab them. I didn't know they belonged to two of those gangsters. Honest. But they saw me and got angry and grabbed me and, well, you can guess what happened. So two got poisoned, sing off the rest, resulting in Taifa running for her life. That would explain it. Anyways, after a lot of hiding, Izuku was about to sneakily get us out of there. But then his phone started ringing dash. As Taifa told her story, Negan listened with rapt attention. These girls, they're like him. Unwanted children. Children hated by everyone around them. Who had powers that were hard to control. And they were all saved by the same person. Izuku Midoriya. He thought back to the incident from before. He'd expected the older boy to abandon him, to either believe Dr. Okino's lies or not care at all about the situation. But he didn't. He protected him. Fought the doctor. Kept the doctor from taking him back to the lab. To the cage. But why? Why would he care about him? About any of them? Izuku, is he like us? Negan found himself asking, cutting Taifa's story. Does he have a powerful quirk? That got Taifa to pause, a curious frown coming across her face. Beside her, Haruka also held a frown while Eri looked nervous at the question. I don't know. The green girl answered. Izuku never told us what his quirk is, actually. And we never saw him use it either. Haruka added. They saw Miss Inko use her quirk a few times whenever she was at home, but never Izuku. What about you, Eri? Do you know what Izuku's quirk is? Eri quivered a bit when eyes turned to her. She honestly doesn't know what to say. While Izuku never told her not to say anything, she knew that he didn't like talking about his lack of quirk, the same as how she didn't like talking about her past with Overhaul. So she didn't know whether she could tell the others or not that he's quirkless. If she should keep it a secret or let them know. Thankfully, she didn't have to answer. 'Cause Izuku, that agent lady, and the nice detective came back from where they were speaking, with the first two heading towards the group of kids. Hey, kiddos. The lady greeted with a wave and a big grin. Have you been getting to know your new brother? Kimura. In response, Izuku gave the agent a suffering look for that comment. What? Not looking apologetic at all, Kimura merely shrugged. We both know that it's gonna happen eventually. At least let me speak with Negan first before speaking assumptions. The teen sighed. Does that mean Negan is gonna be part of the family now? Taifa asked eagerly, picking up on the implication. Izuku withheld another sigh. Best to just ask Negan now, rather than try to fight the conclusion being set. So, without further delay, he knelt down in front of the lizard boy. How about it, Negan? Do you want to live with us? Why? Negan found himself asking, head bowed. Why would you care? Why would you want me? The young boy gritted his teeth as negative thoughts flooded his head. I'm a mutant. An animal. Nobody should want dash. He was jolted out of his thoughts by hands being placed on his shoulders. Tensing up, he looked up to see Izuku give him a stern look, yet it was still softer than any other look he'd seen from other adults. You're not an animal. He told him firmly. You're not a mutant. You're just a young boy with an incredible gift. One that makes you look different from others. Negan looked at him in shock, even a little bit of disbelief. But Izuku wasn't done yet. That gift may cause trouble, but that's fine. It just means you need to train with it. He assured him. And there are many people out there who look as unique as you do. Taifa here does, doesn't she? Yeah. We share the same green skin. The poison-skinned girl jumped in, showing off said skin to the boy. And as for why I would want you, the Quirkless teen gave the boy a warm smile. For the same reason I saved you from Dr. Okino. Because it's the right thing to do. You deserve to have a home, a family, just like any other child, and if you like, we can be that family for you. His words, his offer, it began to overwhelm the reptilian boy. Tears appeared in the corner of Negin's eyes as he fought hard not to outright sob. Izuku, he's different. Very different from the adults and kids he's been around. He cared enough to save him from that doctor. To make sure he's okay. To actually offer, a home. A family. And he doesn't see him as an animal. A mutant. Or a monster. Nothing in his eyes even hints at that. No, he only saw a warmth that was close to foreign to the young boy. I would like that. Negan managed to answer, his voice croaking slightly. He nearly lost the fight to not cry when Tifa immediately hugged him by the side. Parade. We have a new brother now. She cheered. Welcome to the family, Negan. Slowly, hesitantly, Negan returned the hug. Thank you, he said as earnestly as he could. From behind Tifa, Haruka smiled just as happily while Eri's nervous demeanor gained a soft, empathetic look, both of which Negan noticed. Already, being adopted by this family was a marked improvement from the orphanage or the doctor. He just hopes that continues to last. Days later, Udata High School. Oh my, isn't this interesting? In his time as a hero, and even before that, Nizu had seen and experienced many things. As a lab rat that escaped the clutches of his captors, he saw worse and, eventually, the best of humanity. As a hero, he worked many types of heroes and stopped a whole variety of schemes made by villains. As the principal of Udata High School, he saw a variety of potential young heroes, many unique in both quirks and personalities. Never before have he seen the signs of a robot rebellion being acted out in his school. Nizu. As he predicted, Higuri Maijima, otherwise known as Power Loader, came in looking frantic. Our bots have been acting out of control. So I see. The animal hybrid replied back calmly, looking through the security cams. So far, none of our more vital ones have been acting up in any capacity. Merely the ones not strictly in our radar. But why? What caused this? Power Loader questioned, still not calmed down by any of this. It's none of my support students, I checked. Twice. And there's no student in the hero, business, or general study course that's capable of doing this. Nizu added in, watching as a few robots carry out scraps of villain bots that had been used for classes. So it's either a glitch or error in their programming, someone taking control from the outside, or the robots acting on their intention of a mechanical uprising. The support teacher elected to ignore the last option spoken. What should we do then? He then asked. As of right now? Merely keep an eye on the machines. Was Nizu's answer. He took a sip of his tea as kept his eyes on the cam recordings. They aren't doing anything to harm any of our students, or the public in any capacity. Merely acting out on their programming. Have the other teachers keep an eye out, as well as our third-year hero students, in case they attempt anything harmful. If they're indeed being controlled by someone outside, they'll show their hand at some point. And if it's a villain with some harebrained scheme, they will be dealt with swiftly. But something tells the highly intelligent mammal that it was more to it than that. Midoriya household. The first time Negan came to his new home, he couldn't help but feel a little wary. It was a new, unfamiliar environment, not just in appearance, but how it felt compared to the orphanage or even the doctor's house. He wasn't used to how well kept the apartment room was, the nice furniture and such, and just how warm, welcoming it all felt. But that wariness faded over time, and the lizard boy began feeling happy, at peace. Izuku and Miss Inko both cared for him better than any other adult. His new sisters, Haruka, Eri, and Tifa, don't pick on him and were very nice to him. He has good clothes that are made specifically for him, and fed much better food than what he had before. And he was able to do things, fun things, that he was never able to do at the orphanage. This happiness, the warmness he felt, it was a strange feeling. But it's one he's becoming used to. I won. Haruka cheered, pumping up her fist. Darn it. Tifa, meanwhile, pouted. You really got good at this game, Haruka. She, along with Negan, Eri, and Tifa, were all playing heroic combat. Izuku was currently at his room, looking into the recommended houses once again, that left the kids to play with each other. And Haruka was currently the one dominating. Beside Taifa, Eri was pouting with her green sister, though didn't seem too upset at the loss. Nagin, meanwhile, seemed the least upset about the loss and was silently observing his sisters. That 5 wins for me now, Haruka bragged, clearly soaking in the wins. Soon enough, I'll be able to face Izuku and beat him. I think you need to get a few years older to stand a better chance. Nagin couldn't help but comment. He had seen his guardian play this game a couple of times now, enough to know that Izuku was more skilled than any of them at this game. Whether that's because he's smart, he played this game more than them, or both, the boy doesn't quite know. That comment earned him an angry pout from the laser-eyed girl. I just need more practice, that's all. I can catch up to Izuku faster than that. If you say so, was all the lizard boy could say to that, pretty much unconvinced. Haruka continued to pout at him for a moment before relenting. Anyways, you're getting better at this, Nagin. She pointed out, looking at the ranking displayed on screen. You're in 2nd place and brought my health down close to half. Is that bad? Nagin asked hesitantly. At that, Haruka rapidly shook her head. No, not at all. It's good that you're getting better at the game, she assured him, smiling. It makes playing with everyone more fun if everyone gets better at it. That's something new for him. Kids back at the orphanage would cry and whine all day if they lost a game they were playing, be it outside or inside. No one there would ever want the others to get better at anything being played. Great job, Nagin. And suddenly, Taifa jumped at him with a hug, startling the boy a bit. You're getting as good as Haruka. I don't think he's that good yet. Haruka then huffed, turning away from them. Nagin stared at the green girl clinging to him. He was still not used to things like hugs. Still hesitant on responding back to them. But they felt nice. Nicer than he thought hugs would feel. Are the 4 of you having fun? The 4 kids looked up behind them, to see Izuku smiling down at them. Izuku! Taifa exclaimed happily. Have you found a new house for us yet? I think so. Came across a place that seems perfect for all of us. The teen answered. We can go and take a look at it in a few days if you all want. Does that mean another outing? Taifa asked eagerly. Izuku chuckled and nodded. Yes, another outing. That got the green girl to throw her hands up in celebration. Hooray! Think we can take Haruka and Nagin to that ice cream shop we went to? Both Haruka and Nagin perked up in interest at that. Izuku let out a hum of thought. The place we went to last time will probably be too far from the house we'll visit. But we can see about going to another shop near there. He then turned his attention to Eri, Haruka, and Nagin. How about you 3? Sure. I don't mind going out. Haruka answered happily. Don't remember the last time I had ice cream before. My dash. The man who had me before didn't have a lot of money, so I didn't get to eat many sweets. I would like to see the house too. Eri spoke up, as quiet as usual. That I don't mind either. Nagin was the last to speak in agreement. I never had ice cream before. Or any treat really. Not only was the orphanage poor, but any snacks they did have was kept from him by the other kids. And if he tried to get them back, that would end up with him looking like the bad kid. The animal. You're gonna love it, Nagin. Taifa, who was still clinging onto him, promised the lizard boy. It's so yummy, so sweet and cold. But don't eat too fast, or you'll get a brain freeze. And if you eat too much, you'll get fat. Izuku added in. So don't expect to go there too often. I know, was Taifa's response, a small pout across her face. As they talked, Nagin's thoughts drifted to what their new home will possibly be like. To be honest, he doesn't really have too many expectations or hopes. So long as it was as warm as their current home, and wasn't dirty like the orphanage, he's fine living anywhere. And he was confident that it'll remain that way. That was his thought as he looked at his new family. Unknown location. So, did he finally pick a house? He did. One of the larger mansions that stands between Nagano, Shizuoka, and Nagoya, and a close enough distance to UA. They planned to head over there to check the house for themselves. Perfect. Knew he would pick something that was close to UA. And we have plenty of time to prepare our surprise. So, when are we going to grab Izuku's attention? Tomorrow. This'll give us time to set up that surprise. I hope he likes what we'll do with the mansion. He will. I guarantee it. Dagoba Beach. Wow. Incredible. She melted it. In an effort to see for himself how powerful Haruka and Nagin really are, Izuku decided to take all the kids to Dagoba Beach. Not only so they can do it at a place that doesn't have eyes, but also see the fullest extent of their quirk without the risk of anyone getting caught in the crossfire. Or heavily damaging the park. Plus, it was a good chance to take them out. The electronics at the apartment had been acting strangely, so their landlord had to call a repairman to have it be checked out. Hopefully, things are sorted once they get back home. The first thing he did was have Haruka blast one of the rusted cars without her glasses. The results? A melted, rusted car split in two. So the lasers are strong enough to melt through steel. Izuku muttered to himself, writing in his journal. And it seems as though the longer she keeps her eyes open, the stronger her beam becomes. But I wonder how she didn't end up eviscerating her kidnapper when she used her quirk on him? Did it need time to get that level of strength? Or does her quirk lower its power instinctively when aiming at people? If the latter, she probably would need to be aware that she is, and... The kids watched a steady stream of mumbling left their older brother's mouth, with whatever they managed to hear completely going over their head. Izuku's muttering again. Haruka pointed out the obvious. It's funny when he does that. Taifa giggled, covering her mouth. He really does do that a lot. Nagin spoke with bemusement, having been the least exposed to the muttering stream. Rather than join in the banter, Eri went over to Izuku's side and tugged at his pants. That was enough to jolt the teen out of his mutter storm, and to look down at the rewinder, before realization and sheepishness entered his face. Sorry. Izuku apologized to his siblings. Ended up muttering again. It's fine, Izuku. It's fun seeing you talk a lot. Taifa assured him, still giggling. Says our chatterbox. Haruka teased the green girl. That got her to stop giggling, and to start pouting at her laser-eyed sister, who merely smirked back at her. Anyways, I think we got a solid idea of how strong your lasers are, Haruka. The green-haired teen, making a few more jots to his notebook. We'll see if we can find stronger material here to further test that strength, but for now. Izuku then turned towards Nagin. Ready to show how strong you are, Nagin? The lizard boy nodded, before strolling up to another rusted car. Then, with only a little trouble, he lifted the entire vehicle in one go. Our new brother is crazy strong. Taifa muttered in awe, earning stunned nods from both Haruka and Eri. Izuku was the least surprised, having been informed of the extent of Nagin's quirk. Nevertheless, he was still impressed. It really is at the level of pro heroes. He then turned towards another corner of the beach. Do you mind throwing it at that side of the beach? As far as you can. Rather than answering, Nagin merely faced the direction Izuku was pointing to and threw it as far as he could. It went a considerable distance, before crashing in the sand. You really are incredibly powerful, Nagin. Izuku praised, smiling as wrote in his notes. He could see his little brother becoming a very capable pro-hero if he wanted to be one, both him and Haruka. Thank you. Nagin spoke as sincerely as he could. If he was any warm-blooded, he would have blushed at the praise given to him. It was honestly the first time he had been praised for any aspect of his quirk, not scolded or mocked for it. The lizard boy then took a look around the trash-filled beach. So this is where you got all your hero gear, Izuku? Oh, yes. Izuku stummily answered, taking his eyes off his note. I dig around the beach whenever I clean up here, and fix them up. Which is super cool. Taifa added, both the cleaning and building hero gear here. Haruka nodded in agreement, mostly on the gear part. Super cool. That earned a blush from Izuku. I told you girls, it isn't that big of a deal. Nagin turned towards Izuku, another question coming to mind. Do you also train with your quirk here, Izuku? He asked curiously. That got a flinch from the quirkless teen. A flinch that the lizard boy noticed. No, I don't train with my quirk here. By the way, what is your quirk, Izuku? Taifa asked curiously, something that drew another flinch from Izuku. I don't think we've ever seen you use it, have we? No, we haven't. Haruka confirmed. However, like Negan, she also noticed the flinches coming from their older brother. Along with that, Eri looked a bit more nervous than usual. Izuku looked away from the kids, not at all prepared for the question given to him. He knew that they would eventually get curious about what quirk he has, sure, but he wasn't prepared for them to ask out of the blue. Rather not talk about it right now. That got various frowns from the three curious kids. Why? Negan asked, expressing his discontent. Why are you hiding your quirk? You said that there's no such thing as bad quirks, right? Taifa reminded him, pouting slightly. So that means yours can't be bad, can it? It's not that, it's just, I'm not ready to talk about it. The teen explained, looking more and more uncomfortable at the topic. My Kadash. It's not something I have good memories about. So I just need time to explain it. Taifa, Haruka, and Negan look at one another with concern, along with some guilt. Why would their older brother have such a hard time talking about his quirk? All of them knew that Izuku loved quirks, loved seeing them and studying them. That includes their own, very dangerous quirks. He often states that there's no such thing as a bad quirk, just bad ways of using them. So why was it hard for him to talk about his own quirk? It's not that he has a bad quirk. Promise. Eri suddenly spoke up, drawing eyes onto her now. The rewinder was currently a ball of nerves at the attention, but pressed on. He just doesn't like talking about it. He'll tell us. Just give him time. Does that mean you know his quirk, Eri? Haruka deduced. That got a flinch from Eri, however, she nodded in confirmation. Before any more could be said, Izuku cut in. Please don't pressure Eri to reveal that. He said, his voice gaining strength and firmness. I promise I will talk to you all about it. Just give me some time to do so. At that, the three kids left in the dark nodded in acceptance, looking more than a bit guilty now for their questioning. Seeing this, Izuku's eyes softened up before he knelt down to their level. Don't worry, I'm not angry with any of you. He assured them. Like I said, it's just a difficult topic for me. So I need some time to prepare and tell you three. Okay? The three nodded once again, feeling a bit lighter at Izuku's assurance. All three of them are still curious about their older brother's quirk and why he doesn't want to reveal it. But they all trust him, believe that he wasn't keeping it a secret for bad reasons. Seeing them lighten up, Izuku smiled. Good. Now, how about we go hunting for stronger metal nearby? For Izuku himself, the boy himself still felt more than a bit nervous at the thought of telling these three kids about his quirkless state. It's stupid, he knew, to feel that they would look at him differently just because he was quirkless, but how stupid was it really when there are those that did look at him differently once they knew he had no quirk? He lost a friend, potential friends even, over his quirklessness. Lost a father over his quirklessness. He doesn't want his lack of quirk to take these kids away. XXXX. You know, when Izuku and his siblings headed home, he didn't think much would happen. At best, the power issue would be fixed and they all could go about their day. At worst, there still would have been trouble and they would have to continue waiting for the repair guy to fix things. What he didn't expect was for all but the TV to be off when they got home, with only static on screen and an automated, female voice coming out of the speakers. Izuku Midoriya. Age, birth date, July 15th, quirk status, none. What exactly did his life turn into? When they first got home, Izuku thought the power was off, considering the lights didn't turn on when he flicked the switch on. That thought was wiped when he noticed that the TV was on, the sound of static coming out of it. That immediately sent alarm bells in his head, especially since the TV wasn't on when they were gone. Izuku? The kids all throw curious and concerned looks towards him, all of them having noticed the oddities. Negan, do you smell anybody here? Izuku asked the lizard boy, hoping to eliminate a concerning possibility. To his relief, Negan shook his head. There's no unfamiliar scent in here. I don't hear anything else either. Izuku let out a small breath at that. Alright, there's probably still electric issues. I'll go to the landlord and ask Dash. Welcome home, Midoriya family. Who was that? Taifa squeaked, clinging onto one of Izuku's legs. Eri did the same with the other leg, looking just as scared. Negan, didn't you say that there was no one here? Haruka asked tensely, her lenses glowing brightly as she scanned the room. I did. Negan said with a small growl, also looking tense. And I still don't smell anyone. Everyone keeps close. We're heading into the living room. Izuku ordered calmly. Slowly, the group of 5 shuffled into the living room, with Izuku at the front, Eri and Taifa still hanging onto him from both sides, and Haruka and Negan right behind them. When they entered the living room, the only thing they saw was the TV turned on. Nothing else seemed strange or out of place, aside from the lack of power from anything else. Just a TV with nothing but static on screen. I'm glad that you all returned safely from home. That made it clear that the source of the female, high-pitched, automated voice was from the TV. I know that there are moments when you end up running into danger. Though those moments almost always seem to end up with a new child. Izuku found himself losing color at what he heard. This person knew about them. Have dug up information about their family. How much? He doesn't know. Who are you? He questioned, trying to keep himself from wavering. How and why do you know so much about us? Who I am is not a concern at the moment. The mysterious entity said cheerfully. As for how, well, let's just say I have a certain set of skills that allow me to do certain things. Things such as this. Suddenly, the lights came on around them, along with other appliances. That earned fearful yelps from Eri and Taifa, a growl from Negan, and a glow of the lenses from Haruka. This person has a techno quirk. Was the dreadful deduction Izuku made in his head. Or some type of electrical quirk. Either way, it made this person very, very dangerous. And if you were wondering how much I know, just so you don't get any funny ideas on contacting the police or the heroes, Izuku Midoriya. Age, birth date, July 15th, quirk status, none. The quirkless teen quickly found his throat going dry at the reveal of information about him from this automated female voice. But unfortunately she was not done. Was diagnosed as quirkless at the age of 4. Currently live with a single mother and 4 adopted OPCs. Previously had schooling in Aldra Middle School, but transferred to homeschooling at the beginning of the last year. Have a father who ended up divorcing and separating from the family some time after the diagnosis. Suffered immense bullying and isolation from your peers from age 4 to now. Had a childhood friend, Katsuki Bakugu, who shifted into your biggest tormentor. Favorite meal, Katsudon. Loves all things heroes and quirks, with a previous love for All Might. Sold all All Might merch for mysterious reasons. Encountered and rescued 4 OPCs in the span of 2 months. Adopted all 4 after each rescue. Currently looking at a nice, multi-story house with several acres of land. The entire room was dead silent, save for the static of the TV. Taifa, Haruka, and Negan all looked up at him with stunned looks, processing what they just heard. Eri, meanwhile, looked distressed, knowing that pretty much all of Izuku's secrets had been brought out in the open. And Izuku himself, he just did his best to ignore the looks of his siblings. Ignore the fact that his quirklessness and more has been revealed to them without his say, and put his focus on the likely villain. What do you want? For a moment, the person speaking through the TV was silent. I want to see what you're made of. To witness the full capabilities of the one who rescued these 4 OPCs. Come to the location that'll be sent to your phone. Alone. Bring all the gear you managed to build. Show me the strength that a quirkless soul possesses. And with that, the TV turned itself off. An instant later, they all heard the ping of Izuku's phone, indicating a text message was sent to him. Slowly, the teen pulled his phone and clicked it on, and on it was a text of an unknown location from an unknown number. Haruka. Negan. I'm leaving you two to protect Eri and Taifa. Izuku declared, heading to his room. Keep an eye out for any strangers. If Mom comes back home before I do, let her know what happened. She should know what to do. And by that he meant to call the police. But he kept it vague just in case they're being listened to. Why? Are you actually gonna listen to what they're gonna say? Haruka exclaimed in disbelief, following her brother. The others quickly followed as well. It's a trap. You'll be walking into a trap. You're probably right, Haruka. But I can't ignore them. Once he was at the door of his room, he entered inside and began gathering what gear he managed to finish. Who knows what they'll do if I don't show up? Then take us with you. We're strong. We can help Dash. No. Izuku's stern answer got Haruka to flinch and fall silent, and used to hearing that tone from him. The stern look that was across the teen's face softened when he saw the flinch, but he continued. Just because you're strong doesn't mean you should fight. You're still kids. Kids with no training and very little experience. So it's too dangerous for any of you to come with me. But doesn't that apply to you too? Haruka argued, rather pleadingly. Yes. And in normal circumstances, I would ask for the help of the police. Izuku sighed. But this person not only knows a lot about us, but clearly has been watching us. Could be watching us now. So I have no choice but to go alone. Haruka fell silent at that, an anxious look across her face. The other kids looked just as worried, with tears even coming out from the corners of Eri's eyes. Seeing this, Izuku stopped what he was doing for a moment to kneel down and face the four. He gave them the best reassuring look that he could. I'll do my best to be careful. He assured them. By the time I get there, I'll have a plan in mind. I won't let them take me, or do whatever else they have planned for me. Promise. The moment he finished speaking, Eri and Taifa went and latched onto him in a hug. Izuku could only hug them back in response, providing them as much comfort as possible. Izuku, is what that person said true? Nagin asked, his voice soft. While he still held the same anxiousness as his sisters for his older brother, what they revealed was still pressing on his mind. You really don't have a quirk? None at all. Eri, if you want to tell your siblings while I'm gone, you can. The quirkless teen told the rewinder, before focusing on the others. Once I'm back, we'll talk about it. Abandoned factory. It didn't take terribly long to get to the location site. The site itself was a clearly abandoned factory, with plenty of rust and stains both on the outside and the inside. Izuku had on all the gear he managed to build for himself, from the hoodie cloak to the air boots. That also included newer items he managed to finish, though a few were untested. Guess he'll be testing them now. You're finally here. The voice of his blackmailer spoke through the factory speakers, sounding practically giddy. Welcome to my lair, Izuku Midoriya. This is where we'll test your mettle. Why are you doing this? Izuku asked the mysterious figure, a tense and serious look across his face. Why do you want to test me? Why are you interested in me? For a moment, there was the eerie silence that did not help the teen relax. Then a giggle entered the speakers. In short, 'cause you're so cool. To go and rescue 4 random kids, simply because they needed help? To adopt them despite knowing the dangers of their quirk? All the while having no quirk of your own to protect yourself? That's something straight out of a pre-quirk era comic book? Just so incredible. Suffice to say, Izuku was unnerved. Never did he ever think he would end up with a stalker. Friends were close to a foreign concept to him alone. And I want to see more of that cool side. So for that, several different mechanical sounds suddenly entered the air. I've prepared this for you. Lights then turned on, showing Izuku what those sounds were. And what he saw got him balking. Robots. Several different robots, of varying types, all clearly designed for combat. Some humanoid-looking ones, others more bulky. Several, he recognized, were designs at least similar to the ones UA had used in some of their sports festivals. And they were all over the facility. This here is the little army I have built up. The mastermind of all this declared proudly. Think you can manage to take them all down yourself? Or will you find yourself overwhelmed in the end? Once again it was silent. Then, without any fuss, Izuku got into a fighting stance and clenched his fist. That clenching resulted in his gloves sparking with electricity, covering his hands. If this person thinks he'll be an easy target just because he's quirkless, Then they got another thing coming. Thankfully, one of the items he managed to finish was the shock gloves, so that gave him a significant advantage this time. And also, he doesn't have to win this fight. He just has to stall for time. Midoriya household. Izuku, he didn't have a quirk? Like it all. Soon after Izuku left, the 4 OPCs took to discussing the new knowledge of their older brother being quirkless. A way to distract them from the fact that their brother is out there, heading into a trap by a likely villain. Haruka and Negan felt every urge to follow him, to disobey his order and be with him, but both were smart enough to know it wouldn't work. That he would be able to spot the 2 of them and send them back. So right now, all they can do is believe in their savior and adopter. And discuss the other issue on their mind, in the living room of their home. Eri nodded to Tifa's shocked question, her timid look more sorrowful now. But everyone has a quirk. Everyone. The green-skinned girl protested, waving her arms. Even Miss Inko showed us her quirk a few times. I know. But Izuku said that he doesn't. And Izuku doesn't lie. Eri insisted. But why didn't he tell us? Haruka asked, her eyebrows furrowed. Why hide it from us? That it's because, whenever he reveals that he has no quirk to anyone, they change. Eri revealed, tearing up. They laugh at him, they insult him, hurt him even. The only one who ever treated him nicely was Miss Inko. Her words caused Tifa's eyes to widen in horror, while Haruka held a look of disbelief beneath her visors. He was bullied for not having a quirk. Haruka's disbelief quickly surged into anger, her face twisting into an angry scowl. People treated him badly, for something he doesn't have? Negan was silent, digesting all that had been told to him. This whole time, he has been wondering if Izuku was like them. Someone with an uncontrollable quirk, one that got him treated horribly by everyone else. It would have explained why he would care, when others didn't, why he didn't see any of them as freaks, why he didn't look at him like a wild animal. But he doesn't. He doesn't have an uncontrollable quirk. He doesn't even have a quirk at all, and that was enough for the world to treat their older brother cruelly, wasn't it? Just because he didn't have something everyone else did. Did Izuku think we would act the same way? Tifa's whimper brought Negan out of his thoughts, the lizard boy turning towards his teary-eyed green sister. Did he think that we would? No. Eri shook her head frantically at that. I'm sure Izuku didn't think that. Then why hide it from us? Why did he only tell you? Haruka asked, her anger still present. Izuku, he saved us. Saved all of us from villains. Took us in. Would he really think we would hate him just for not having a quirk? Eri couldn't help but shrink, unable to find the right words for angry questions. The rest of the world did. Negan's quiet words struck all the girls quiet, all 3 of them turning towards him. A small frown was across the lizard boy's face, with his sharp teeth clenching together. People his age did. I bet all of the adults looked the other way when he got bullied. If everyone saw you as a freak, all because you don't have the one thing everyone else has, would you want to tell others about it? That left the room completely silent as all 4 OPCs mulled on this. They remember him saying that it was a difficult topic for him. That he doesn't have good memories of it. How badly has others reacted over his lack of quirk? Will Izuku be okay? Tifa then asked, her sorrowful look turning into one of worry. Just, what does that person on the TV want with him? That I could go track him down if you want. Negan offered, drawing his sister's attention to him once again. I have a strong sense of smell, and I can make myself invisible on solid places. No one should be able to spot me. That I don't know. He could have ended up going to a place that needs a train to get to. Haruka pointed out, a frown still present across her face. If he took a train, then it would be even harder to find him. Negan huffed at that, silently conceding to Haruka's point. His nose is strong, but if Izuku took a train, he wouldn't be able to figure out where he stopped. Let's trust Izuku. He said he wouldn't let them take him. Eri told her siblings. A determined look glinting across her timid demeanor. That he'll be careful. So let's trust that he'll keep his promise. Haruka, Tifa, and Negan stared at the first of the adoptees in this house for a moment, processing her words. After a moment, they all nodded, more confident and determined looks across their faces. Why, Izuku's super smart and has many cool gadgets. The green-skinned girl stated, pumping both her fists. He was able to get away from those villains chasing me. Beat the villains that held Haruka. And beat that scientist that was chasing Negan. He can deal with this. And he has built many gadgets since then. Haruka added, her face relaxing some from her anger. If that villain is cocky enough to let him bring those in, then they're in for a nasty surprise. Izuku's strong. Too smart. He's not afraid to fight. Negan said, clenching his fists. He may not have known him as long as his sisters did, but this was the guy that was able to take down Dr. Okino. Who was able to rescue his fellow OPCs, as they are called. He needs to believe in him. The four kids pumped themselves up best they could, deciding to place their trust in their big brother. But still, in their worried hearts, they all couldn't help but think one thing. Please don't take our hero away from us. Abandoned factory. It's been 30 minutes since he started battling the hordes of robots. Since the start, Izuku has stuck to ambush tactics, cloaking and attacking every robot he could reach. Whether that be those on the ground, trying to strike him down, or the bots above, launching missiles at him from their position. He darted around the factory, electrocuting some with his gloves, redirecting missiles to hit the bots instead, and cloaking within the resulting smoke from the fight. So far, it has been working. But the bots were numerous, and he was beginning to tire. Amazing! So incredible! The mastermind gushed as Izuku punched down a four-legged bot from right on top of it, sprays of sparks coming out from his shock gloves. Half an hour in, and you managed to take down around half of my army. You really are something, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku ignored her, putting his focus on leaping off the four-legged bot to dodge another barrage of missiles. The explosion destroyed the remains of that robot as Izuku landed in a barrel roll, before stopping on one knee and one hand keeping him up. Letting out some heavy breaths, the quirkless teen turned and gazed at the remaining machines. As the one controlling them stated, the mechanical army looked to be at half strength. That didn't mean that the situation didn't look any less intimidating. You're gonna tire out pretty soon, Izuku. Even if you manage to beat all the bots, you'll be left utterly exhausted. The mastermind pointed out. Do you really intend to just fight through this? Or is there a plan you're trying to form in that fluffy green head of yours? Izuku was planning to ignore his blackmailer tormentor, reading to continue fighting as long as he could. But as he got ready to charge back in, the sound of sirens entered into the air. A sound that the mastermind also took note of. Heh! The quirkless teen couldn't help but smirked as the blaring sounds got closer and closer. I already had that plan. Immediately, the door behind bursted open, and a detachment of officers streamed into the factory, rifles and pistols in hands. One such officer was Detective Tsukachi, who gave Izuku an exasperated smile. You can't help but find yourself in trouble, Midoriya? The teen could only chuckle sheepishly. Well, in my defense, trouble found me at my home. What? Wait, huh? The mastermind began speaking in apparent confusion and panic. Wait, how did all of you know I was here? I kept this location off the radar. That got the detective to focus on the mystery person, looking more serious. Maybe, but Midoriya here sent us the location of his phone. Leading us here. Huh. But we watched him get here. Kept an eye on his phone. He didn't send any messages. Not directly on my phone, no. But, with his smirk returning, Izuku held up his screen-covered sleeve. I can send texts through my hoodie. Guess you didn't know that, did you? He wasn't sure where this burst of confidence was coming from. But it felt nice, putting this person who knew so much about him and his family on the back foot. Well, that still doesn't change anything. The mastermind declared, trying to get back her composure. I still have this army of robots with me. There's no way your guns can dash. Yewa. Suddenly, a sonic boom burst in between the officers and past Izuku, taking out the middle portion of the bot army. It was a boom that the hero fanboy immediately recognized. Present, Mike? Izuku gasped in shock, turning towards the door. His eyes then sparkled at the sight of the voice hero. Oh my god, Present Mike is here. I can't believe the voice hero, one of the teachers of UA and the radio host of Put Your Hands Up Radio, is actually here. The blonde, sunglasses-wearing hero grinned at the teen as he strolled into the factory. Hey there, little listener. Happy to hear you're a fan of me and my station. Present Mike? In contrast to Izuku's excitement, the masterminds sounded even more panicked. But what's a UA teacher doing here? Aren't you supposed to be at the school? According to your plan, yeah. Hearing a voice from above, Izuku twisted his head up to see a black-wearing man, with yellow goggles and a large scarf on, crouching on one of the beams. You were also clever in bouncing your true signals in false flagged facilities. Unfortunately for you, our rat is smarter, and the kid's signal was just what we needed to find you. Wait a minute. Yellow goggles, long scarf, it's the erasure hero, Eraserhead. Izuku managed to connect close to immediately. Said Erasure Hero glanced at the teen briefly. Great, a fanboy. Still, impressive that he was able to figure out who I am that quickly. Crap. The leader of the robot army was sounding more and more panic, childlike even. This wasn't supposed to go like this. It was. In her panic, the two heroes made moves to take out the remaining robots. Where Mike ripped apart the bots on the ground with his sound waves, Eraserhead wrapped his scarf around a few of the bots above and used them as makeshifts wrecking ball, dodging any ballistic missiles shot at him. Incredible! Izuku thought excitedly, watching as Eraserhead swung around the beams and upper levels, and the bots getting torn to pieces from the sound waves. They're taking apart the bots like they're nothing. Even with Eraserhead specializing in one-on-one combat and ambushes, as well as not having the advantage of immediately erasing someone's quirk, he's still able to handle these robots with ease. And Present Mike is keeping the ones on ground at bay, redirecting his shockwaves to any that attempt to get too close. In short order, the two heroes decimated the remaining bots. Well, that was easy, Mike remarked, arms crossed in a confident manner. Now our little hacker, gonna come out and surrender like a good villain? Or do we have to dash? Wait. Suddenly, something flew out of one of the rooms from the farther interior of the factory. That something was, as best as Izuku described it, a streaming ball of electricity. When the ball stopped in front of everyone. You're joking. Was Izuku's rather dumbfounded and incredulous thought. Because, right in front of everyone in the factory, was a child. A boy around 7 years of age, with blue skin and electricity flowing through the veins, as well as short pure white hair and electric yellow eyes. Electricity coursed around and below him as he floated, with the hoodie and pants he's wearing floating as well. We're not villains. We're not trying to hurt anybody, the boy said in a panic, currently unaware of the disbelieving looks of Izuku and the officers, as well as dumbfounded ones of Present Mike and Eraserhead. I swear, we just wanted Izuku's attention. We weren't gonna do anything bad to him, promise? Wait, Present Mike was the first to process that little detail. As if summoned to give that answer, the sound of wheels entered into the building. Eyes and head turned to see a robot, one of the melee bots, speed over, with someone riding on the back of it. We surrender. We completely surrender. The one frantically speaking behind the bot was a little girl, the same age as the boy, with long metallic silver hair as well as light blue eyes, with a dress that seemed clearly worn out. None of this was for villainous purposes, we swear. We just want him to adopt us. And we wanted to see him fight more. That's all. Slowly, one of the officers grabbed his radio and spoke, with great exasperation, Dispatch, this is a code Midoriya here. I repeat, we have a code Midoriya. Yep, this was his life now. His life has turned into this. Izuku could already hear the gleeful clacking of Agent Kimura. Ha ha, you're a child magnet, kiddo. An absolute child magnet. Izuku wanted to plead for the agent to stop laughing at his misery. But with one child on his lap and the other beside him, he didn't want to give them any implication that he viewed them as miserable to be around. And they weren't. None of them were. But it doesn't change how bizarre his life has become. Can you please take this more seriously, Agent Kimura? Detective Tsukachi sighed from his side of the table thereat. Sorry. Kimura wiped a tear from her eyes as her laughter subsided. Just had to let that out. Excuse me, but can we get an explanation here? Present Mike spoke up from behind the two kids and one teenager, raising a hand. 'Cause I'm pretty confused here. You're from the OCD. The Overpowered Children Division. Eraserhead deduced, standing from the other side of Present Mike. And these two qualify as OPCs, I can tell that much. But how is the older brat involved in all this? Yeah. I mean, Code Midoriya? The little listener here seriously got himself a code name. The mention of that code name from Mike caused Izuku to audibly groan. That got the silver-haired girl and electric-skinned boy to look at him in concern, but he patted the former's head, silently telling them that it's all right. That got a blush and pleased look from the girl, while the boy pouted jealousy. To make a long story short, for over a month, Midoriya here has been involved with a number of run-ins with overpowered children in some sort of danger. The detective took to answering, sounding rather exasperated. With this being his fifth run-in, not only does he rescue them from whatever danger they're in, but adopts them. Are you serious? Present Mike found his jaws dropping at that. Even Eraserhead looked a tad stunned at this. Like I said, child magnet. Kimura spoke up with a grin. The difference this time is that he didn't run into them, nor were they in any danger. No, these two came after him. You're enjoying this. Way too much. Izuku complained with a small glare. That glare only made the agent's grin grow wider. And you're having the same kid who encounters them, someone who looks like they should be in middle school, adopt all of them? Eraserhead then pointed out, narrowing his eyes at Kimura. Where's his parents in all this? His mother is around, and in support of adopting all these kids. Kimura answered with a shrug, not intimidated by the glare given to her. But he's primarily responsible for taking care of them, and the one running into them. Thus here we are. Anyways, let's get to the topic of who these two are. Izuku can see that the agent is just moving the subject, just so neither heroes try to prod further in this. But he stayed silent, feeling that calling her out on it wouldn't do any good. First off, the little girl on your lap is Fumika, and she's clearly a very powerful technopath. Kimura pointed to the girl now named Fumika. Just with access to a laptop, cyberspace is her playground, and she can take control of any machine within her vicinity. Has the intelligence to make use of it too. You can call my quirk, Tech Mother. Fumika stated proudly, holding her head up high. As for the electric boy here, he is named Raiden. The agent then aimed her finger at the now named Raiden. His quirk is called Electron Body. His body generates a massive amount of electricity to the point that he can't turn it off. Thus, we have Electric Blue Boy here, one touch and zap, you're fried. My quirk also makes me as smart as Fumika. Raiden bragged. Thanks to the massive amount of electrons constantly running through my brain. Both quirks are incredibly powerful. Izuku found himself thinking. He could already imagine the potential of both quirks in a number of fields, several scenarios. Unknown to him, he muttered out some of those thoughts, swelling the pride of both kids and their smiles to grow wider. So yeah, just one of these two alone is dangerous enough, but the two of them together? Terrifying pair. Kimura concluded. As for their parents and guardians, do they need to be here for this part? Izuku cut in, not wanting either children to relive their more than likely abusive past. He felt Fumika tense over the mention of her parents, while at the corner of his eyes, he saw Raiden stiffen up similarly. Apologies. But with the chaos they have caused, minor as it may have been, they can't really be left alone. Tsukachi explained with an apologetic smile. And it's clear they're the most comfortable with you, so? Unfortunately, Izuku understood what they're saying. But that doesn't mean he liked the fact that they have to speak about their abusive past in front of them. It's okay, Izuku. The quirkless teen looked down to see Fumika smiling sadly up at him. We know that we would have to talk about our past. So we've been preparing for it. Having someone else talk about it just makes it easier. Raiden added, though the boy found himself curling up in his seat. In response, Izuku wrapped one arm around Fumika while wrapping the other arm with Raiden, being careful not to touch the electric parts of his skin. The latter looked surprised by this show of affection, but didn't fight it and lean into it best he could. The former merely snuggled further into the teen's body, clearly enjoying the warmth. Wow. The little listener here is a natural with kids. Hisashi Yamada thought with admiration, enjoying the cute little scene in front of him. Aizawa looked on with a more impartial gaze, his expression betraying little. After a moment, Izuku put his attention back on Agent Kimura. All right. Continue. Well, for Fumika, both her parents died when she was a very young age, leaving her in the custody of her uncle on her mother's side. The agent began, though her tone became more serious than her usual lax tone. As you can already guess, she wasn't treated well. Barely given any food, no bedroom or even a bed, not even proper baths. Once again, Izuku felt that familiar sick feeling in his stomach, and it was only thanks to past abusive stories he heard that he didn't immediately react to this one. Merely tighten his hold on Fumika. Why? Was his simple question. Basically, Uncle didn't really care for the kid. Merely wanted her for the family fortune linked to her mother. The agent answered. As soon as he got it, he took it to use for the life of gambling and drinking. I wouldn't be surprised if he forgot the girl existed half the time. Try most. He heard Fumika grumble under him, her own grip on him tightening. And at that, Izuku had to take a few deep breaths to rein his anger in. Honestly, a part of him recognized that these are stories that he should be getting used to by now, but no matter how many he hears them, they always end up being infuriating. Wasn't sure if it's good or bad that they still affect him like this. As for Raiden, well, he was used as a living battery. At that, Izuku couldn't contain himself. He was what? Yep. Kid had some crappy parents, and when his quirk manifested, well, they didn't hesitate to bypass the electric bill using him. Kimura continued, her composure remaining despite the sickening tale. Gave him batteries as a food source, kept him linked to the breaker at all times, and had him charge up anything and everything beyond their house. If he rebelled, they hose him with water. Yeah, he was not gonna get used to these abusive pasts anytime soon. That's messed up. Mike spoke from behind, sounding and looking appalled. Aizawa was equally displeased, with narrowing eyes being the only implication of his feelings. Raiden himself said nothing about his past. Merely kept his head looking downward, a pained and angered look across his face. Unfortunately for both the parents and the uncle, the former underestimated the strength of Raiden's quirk while the latter was unaware of Fumika's quirk. Kimura then stated, sounding more casual once again. So both were able to escape their abusive households and eventually meet up with each other. Kept themselves off the radar until today. Which brings us to the next topic. Her attention then turned to the kids in question, who suddenly looked more nervous. What exactly were they scheming with all this? Finally, I was wondering when we're gonna get to this tidbit. Present Mike exclaimed, clearly curious and confused. A third of our robots back in UA got hacked because of this. Don't we just wanted Izuku to adopt us? Fumika answered, an embarrassed blush now across her face. We saw him when he bumped into Eri for the first time, the first OPC he adopted. Ever since, we dug up all that we could about him as well as watched him to see if he could be a good caretaker for us. A warden. Still, you could have just asked him after bringing him to that evil lair of yours. Agent Kimura pointed out. Why throw robots at him? At that, both kids blushed, with Raiden's cheeks gaining a dark blue tint. Like Fumika said, we have been following him ever since Eri. The electric boy then spoke up. So we saw him deal with threats like the gang chasing Taifa, the villains that Haruka was sold to, and the mad scientist chasing Negan Dash. The little listener faced all of that? For over a month? Present Mike muttered incredulously. And we just wanted to see more of that cool side. Fumika finally blurted out. Huh. I mean, you adopted OPCs despite how dangerous our quirks are. Rescue all 4 of them from danger without even pausing. And did so without even a quirk. The silver-haired technopath turned towards Izuku with stars in her eyes, sounding like the excited child she is, rather than the villainous stalker he assumed she was. Just your natural strength, intelligence, and reflexes. And I just wanted to see more of it, so... She talked me into it. Raiden muttered out, his eyes turned away from everyone in embarrassment. Hey! The little betrayal earned a glare from Fumika. You were just as eager to see Izuku face our robot army. But I was arguing against it, saying that it would make us look like villains. You still agreed with my plan in the first place. And don't think I didn't catch your eyes glowing at the prospect of seeing Izuku fight. The liar. My eyes weren't glowing. Oh, they were so glowing. The group of adults and one teen watched as the two children bicker with one another. Problem children, was all Eraserhead could mutter. On the other side, Present Mike just looked utterly baffled by all this. Tsukachi merely looked exasperated while Kimura had a Cheshire grin across her face, clearly amused. And Izuku, he was a blushing mess, his cheeks burning as he processed what both these kids told them. Again, he did not think he would have ended up with a stalker, let alone two overly powerful kids as his stalkers. Thankfully, this felt less disconcerting and more embarrassing. However, seeing the two kids argue with one another, he shook off his embarrassment and cut in. All right, you two, that's enough. He spoke sternly, the volume and tone enough to stop their bickering. With a small sigh, Izuku turned his attention back to the agent and the detective. So, what happens now? At the question, Kimura waved her hand dismissively. If you worry about legal trouble, don't worry. This isn't the first time OPCs have done stuff like this, and their actions can easily be placed on their guardians. That's good to hear. Izuku sighed in relief at that. And he doesn't need to look at Fumika or Raiden to know that both are equally relieved. As for where they'll go now, the OCD agent then pulled two sets of forms. I think you know the drill here. Wait, hold up. Present Mike interjected, looking gobsmacked. You're seriously having a 14-year-old directly adopt these kids? What about his mother? Like I said, the mom is in support of him adopting these kids. Kimura stated with another dismissive wave. And we made it where those his age can adopt OPCs, so no need to bring her all the time. That sounds super illegal. I assure you it's perfectly legal. Izuku elected to ignore the argument between the hero and the government agent, and put his attention on the two electric tech quirk wielders. Are the two of you absolutely sure you want to be adopted by me? He asked them. While they made their desires clear, he just wanted to make certain that this was what they wanted. Positive. 1,000,000,000% certain. Fumika answered, giving Izuku a determined yet pleading stare. There's no one else better than you to take us. You're kind, courageous, dependable, and so very caring. You'll be a better caretaker, a better warden, than my uncle ever was, than Raiden's parents were. Please take us in. We promise, we'll be better than how we were today. We'll even help with whatever we can do. Raiden jumped in, locking Izuku with his own pleading stare. We just want someone who will take us. Someone that will actually care for us. And we know that you will. So please. Seeing the puppy dog stares of both kids wiped any hesitance Izuku felt about this. While he knows that both of them will be quite the handful in their own ways, even with the promise of acting better, there's no way he would be able to just turn away from the two and their plea for love and care. So, without saying anything more, grabbed the pen laid on the table and signed the forms in front of him. Don't think you're off the hook for today. We're discussing all that happened later. His words did not diminish the joyful looks that entered Fumika and Raiden's faces. And despite his exasperation about all this, he couldn't help the soft smile in return. Izuku. As soon as he left the police station, the young teen was met with a green blur tackling him by the waist. That blur was soon joined by a white and red one. Taifa. Haruka. Izuku kneeled down to give the three proper hugs. It's all right. Everything's all right. I'm perfectly fine. The police contacted me and told me about the situation. Izuku looked up to see his mom and Negan a small distance away from them, the latter looking as relieved as his sisters. So I left work early and grabbed the kids before coming here. You left them really worried, sweetie? The green-haired teen guessed that the only reason his mother wasn't equally worried was because she was informed about all of this after the reveal of the two OPCs. I'm sorry. I just didn't see a better course of action at the time. Miss Inko told us that the person who blackmailed us was two kids. Kids like us. Nagin spoke up, his eyes narrowed. Is that true, Izuku? That was when Fumika and Raiden had their presence known. Hi. Both kids popped up from behind Izuku, looking nervous and sheepish, with Fumika being the one speaking. We're sorry for everything. The three girls that latched onto Izuku unlatched themselves and stepped back to get a good look at the two new faces. Eri had a nervous, uncertain look on her face. Taifa merely looked curious, staring at the two intently. Haruka had a clear frown on her face, likely glaring beneath her lenses, and Nagin merely stared at them with narrowed eyes. Izuku could see the tension between the group of children. So he moved to try and lessen as much as possible. Everyone, this is Fumika and Raiden. He introduced the two, getting behind the two and placing his hands on their backs. They're overpowered children like all of you are, yes. And yes, they were the ones controlling the power in our house. And they'll be your new brother and sister. Inko, having expected this after hearing the situation, merely sighed in slight exasperation and fondness. Eri and Taifa also seemed accepting of this, or at least not against it, the former still nervous yet silent while the latter brightened noticeably, likely at the prospect of a bigger family. Unfortunately, yet unsurprisingly, Haruka and Nagin had issues with this. But Izuku, didn't they threaten us? Blackmail us? Haruka protested, waving her arms around. Why would you adopt them? The reason they did all that was because they wanted to be adopted by us. Izuku explained gently. They didn't mean any actual harm. Just wanted to grab our attention. They could have told us that. Nagin retorted, still looking distrustful. Let us know they're powerful kids like us and want to be adopted. And also, I can smell smoke on you. Smoke, oil, and other stuff. Izuku winced at that. He was hoping to avoid telling the kids about the fight against the robots, but that's looking like it's off the table. Well, that we had him fight a bunch of robots. Raiden admitted to. And that got the obvious reactions from all the kids. What? We just wanted to see his cool side. Fumika said defensively, almost whiningly. And we weren't gonna do anything to him after. If he won, we would have revealed ourselves to him. If he lost, none of our robots would actually harm him and would carry him to us. It wasn't our brightest idea, we know. Raiden said sheepishly, the blue tint across his cheeks returning. But we couldn't help it. Both Haruka and Eri could only look at the two in stunned silence, while a growl left Nagin's lips. Inko merely looked exasperated yet amused, having already heard about this from the police, and promptly getting a heart attack at the robot bit. Okay, I can see why you did that. Taifa admitted herself. That got her siblings whirling towards her in shock. Taifa? What? Wouldn't you want to see Izuku take down a bunch of robots too? The green girl said in response to the bafflement. I mean, we've all seen him fight, right? Or got saved by him at least. And all those times he was super cool. Like an actual hero. Wouldn't you want to see more of that if we could? Yet again, Izuku found himself turning beet red, and it took all his willpower not to let his face scrunch up at the clenching of his heart. Inko, meanwhile, let out several giggles, finding the whole thing adorable. The other kids fell silent to Taifa's claims, none of them unable to deny it. Both Haruka and Nagin huffed and looked away, the former with reddening cheeks, and Eri merely looked down shyly, also blushing in embarrassment. Alright, how about we head back home, everyone? Inko suggested, still smiling fondly. We can continue talking once we're back. Midoriya household. Thankfully, by the time they got back home, the rest of the kids became more accepting of their newest siblings. It was largely thanks to Taifa being that talkative ball of energy, as well as not holding any ill will towards Fumika and Raiden. While shy at first, both kids managed to open up and match that same energy, and that helped loosen any tension in the air significantly. There are still plans to address their hacking of their apartment and UA's robots, but that'll be done more privately. While Izuku doesn't plan on being too harsh on them, considering their past and the fact they've just been adopted, he's not gonna leave them unpunished. He just needs to think on what would be a proper punishment for them. Unfortunately, there was still one other thing that needed to be discussed. So, has Eri told you 3 about my lack of quirk? Once they settled enough at their apartment, Izuku decided to gather them all in the living room to talk about what they heard before. The 4 girls took up the couch, while Raiden and Nagin opted to stand at opposite ends of that couch. Wait, none of you didn't know? Fumika asked in shock, looking between her new siblings and Izuku. You didn't tell them that you are quirkless? Only Eri knew. Izuku confirmed with a sigh. I planned to tell them later on, when I felt more comfortable to do so, but that plan changed. That got winces from Fumika and Raiden, guilt running through their hearts now. That feeling grew worse with the look Izuku gave them. The infamous, I'm not mad, just disappointed, look that seems to gnaw at the soul. A part of Izuku still didn't want to do this. He wanted to push this away, wait for as long as possible to have this discussion. But he couldn't. Not when they already know that he's quirkless. He just had to bite the bullet and ignore the part of his mind screaming that they're going to hate him. Is it really true? Taifa asked hesitantly. You were really born without a quirk? 'Cause everyone has a quirk. Everyone. Not everyone. Izuku said sadly. There's a small amount of people in the world that are born without ever getting a quirk. And I'm part of the small group. At the entryway to the living, Inko was watching this with a sad and worried look. Izuku. She can't imagine how hard it was for her baby boy to open up to these kids, no matter how wonderful they all are. She knew how isolated he felt, thanks to his quirklessness, how every time it's revealed, his peers just seem to change around him. And while she's confident that none of these kids would turn on Izuku like the rest of the world has, that doesn't mean she isn't worried. Why didn't you tell us? Haruka was the next to speak, her question coming out softer than she thought it would. Why hide it from us? The quirkless teen looked away. I was afraid. Afraid that you would treat me differently, he admitted. Like I said before, I don't have good memories about my quirklessness. People around me, they change when they hear I'm quirkless. They mock you, laugh at you, hurt you. Nagin finished slowly, a growl slipping through his voice. His slitted eyes pooled with rage, memories of his own past fueling it. Everyone around you, they bullied you, didn't they? Like Eri said. Like Fumika said. Izuku was silent, unable to deny what Nagin stated. Memories of his past kept him silent, swirling in his head. His classmates laughing at him, the bruises and burns he gained on a constant basis, his nickname, Deku, Katsuki's advice. Suddenly, he felt something impact him, drawing him out of his darkening thoughts. Looking down in slight surprise, he saw Taifa clinging onto him, tears dripping down her eyes. Taifa? Those people, they're stupid. A bunch of mean jerks for hurting you. The green girl looked up at her savior caretaker, her eyes still filled with tears. We won't ever see you differently. You're our savior. The coolest and kindest brother a girl could have. It doesn't matter if you have a quirk or not. You're our hero. To say Izuku was stunned was an understatement. The teen could only down at his green sister with an agape mouth and tears pooling his eyes. Diva. Your classmates, they told you that you couldn't be a hero, did they? Laugh at you for it. Haruka said slowly, in both realization and anger. That's why you were sad when talking about your dream. Had that sad smile. Again, Izuku didn't deny it. He was too overwhelmed to make any more confirmations or denials at this point. Well, those guys are idiots. They don't know what they're talking about. The redhead declared, her lenses glowing brightly. You saved us, Izuku. Saved the 4 of us from villains. When I blasted that wall, you didn't ignore me and ran away. You jumped in, beat the crap out of the 3 stooges that had me, and took me in your arms. That's something that a hero does. Save people. Haruka. That you're like us. Even without a quirk, you're just like us. Nagin stated quietly, looking downward. But while we're hated for things we have, you're hated for something you don't have. Treated differently. Treated like you're less than human. He looked up to give his brother a determined glare, anger pooling his slitted eyes. We won't ever treat you differently. You took us in. Gave us a home. A family. You actually care about us. That is something that I'll always treasure. Nagin. At this point, tears were sliding down the green-haired teen's eyes. We looked into everything about you, Fumika and I. Raiden was the next to speak, his voice soft. The sparks coming out of his body hinted to his mood. So we know everything that you went through. How much you suffered. All the bruises, stains, and burn marks you were given. And you didn't deserve any of that. None of it. The electrical boy's voice grew angrier, his fists clenched tightly. You're not useless. You're not worthless. You aren't Deku. He's right. Fumika declared in support. Angry tears formed in the corner of her eyes. Don't listen to any of the words those delinquents said. What those stupid adults said. You're kind, courageous, intelligent, resourceful, all the things that are needed to be a hero. You're our savior, our caretaker, our warden. Izuku had to cover his mouth, in a pitiful effort to stop the sobs from coming out. While he may be concerned about the things those two dug up and saw, he was no less touched by their words. Finally, there was Eri. And the girl moved to join Taifa in hugging Izuku by the waist, causing the teenage boy to look down yet again. They are wrong. The little rewinder repeated what she had told him in the past. You aren't useless. You saved me, Haruka, Taifa, and Nagin. Took all of us in. That means you are a hero. Our hero. Eri then looked up, with a pleading stare beneath her tear-filled eyes. So please, don't ever think we'll treat you like everyone else did. We won't. Ever. No one else cared about us when we needed help. You did. You saved us. No one. No one else in the world means more to us than you do. And that was the last straw for Izuku Midoriya. With a heart-wrenching sob, the teen collapsed on his knees, wrapping Taifa and Eri in a tight hug. Both girls returned the hug as tightly as they could, Midoriya-level tears running down their eyes. Haruka and Fumika soon joined them, tears in the corner of their eyes. Raiden and Nagin were slower to join, one out of awkwardness, the other out of necessity. Still, all the adoptees joined together to give affection and comfort to their savior caretaker. All the while, Inko was watching this with her own tears streaming down her cheek. Despite those tears, a wobbly smile was across her face. I'm glad. She thought to herself. I'm glad Izuku found all these wonderful children. The things that she heard weren't lost on her. She already knew that he was bullied, but this was just confirmation of how immense it was, and further swelled her heart with guilt. And the moment she heard burn marks were involved, she made a note to talk to Mitsuki the first chance she gets. She's still worried about how these multiple adoptions would affect Izuku's future prospects. But seeing this bittersweet scene in front of her, her baby boy surrounded and embraced by his new siblings, lessened those concerns. Though, looking at this group hug, she wondered if all these kids see Izuku as just an older brother, or if they're growing to see him as more of a father figure. So the entire goal was for 2 OPCs to be adopted by a teenage boy, was it? As soon as the adoption process was completed, and everyone involved with the incident separated, Aizawa and Hisashi immediately headed back to UA to report to their boss on what happened. They began from when they showed up to stop and capture the supposed villains, all the way to the kids' confession of their plans. The little ones also wanted to see their new brother show off and fight a bunch of our robots, Present Mike added, still sounding rather baffled. I know kids can do stupid stuff, but still. Those two are definitely problem children. Aizawa deadpanned. Hope the older brat can handle them along with the other OPCs he apparently adopted. Yes. Another interesting note. This young man, Izuku Midoriya, has been involved with a number of OPC incidents, all of them revolving around villains kidnapping or chasing these young children. Not only does he rescue those children, but adopts almost immediately after. The first involved members of the Shai Hasaikai Yakuza clan chasing down a little girl capable of rewinding any organic being. The second was another young girl with poisonous skin chased by a group of angry thugs. The third was a third girl with an uncontrollable laser quirk, being sold off by her father, and held by 3 other villains. The fourth was a mutant boy experimented on by a scientist known as Dr. Okino. In all those events, this young man either outmaneuvers or defeats these villains with a precision and intelligence often not seen with hero hopefuls. Even more impressive, he did it while not having a quirk to utilize. Izuku Midoriya, what would be your impressions on the boy? Nizu asked the 2 teachers, clearly interested. The hyper-intelligent mammal's clear interest caused the 2 men to glance at one another nervously. After a moment, Mike spoke up first. The little listener is definitely good with kids, he stated. The 2 troublemakers were practically beaming around him the entire time. He's also clever. Clearly intelligent. Aizawa spoke right after. We found them thanks to the older kid sending a message of his location, without the techno brat ever noticing. And while we were following the signal, held off the army of robots by himself, using substandard support gear. Interesting. How very interesting. Are there any recordings of the event? Yet again, the 2 men glanced at each other nervously. We can probably ask the police or the kids, Mike said hesitantly. No doubt the younger listeners got it all recorded somewhere, considering they did all this to see the older listeners' cool side. What are you planning, Rat? Eraserhead questioned, narrowing his eyes. Said Rat merely smiled, taking a sip of his tea. Oh, nothing too special. Just looking at a prospective hero student. One day later. Suffice to say, after the tiring day spent fighting, adopting, and crying, Izuku was conked out by the end of it. However, before the end of it, he informed everyone that there are still plans to visit their more than likely new house. It's definitely more than needed with the apartment. Holding 8 people rather than just 2 or 3. It's not too bad, considering 6 are little kids. The biggest issue was sleep space. The kids had to constantly share beds, with Negan and Raiden having to sleep in the living room, the former because of his weight, and the latter because of his electric skin. Izuku felt terrible about it, but both boys assured him that it was alright, and that they didn't hold it against him. Regardless, the quirkless teen was determined to keep them sleeping in the living room for any longer than necessary. Which led to him, his mom, and all his adopted siblings gathered together at the mansion he decided would be good. He expected to be a normal look around the house, to see if it's as good as it looks from online. What the quirkless teen didn't expect was this. Welcome, Midoriya family, to your new home. Half a dozen humanoid robots chorused, standing in front of the mansion. Izuku could only give a blank stare at the sight of the robots, whereas Inko looked stunned at the sight. Negan also held a blank stare like his older brother, while Eri took to hiding behind Izuku's leg, and both Taifa and Haruka took to staring dumbly. The only ones who weren't openly shocked were Raiden and Fumika. The 2 quickly diagnosed troublemakers walked towards the bots before stopping and facing the others. Surprise! The 2 exclaimed simultaneously. Originally, this was going to be used as an extra incentive for Izuku to adopt us, Raiden admitted to. But since we're part of the family already, this is solely a surprise gift from us. Fumika continued proudly. With the help of U.A's robot staff, we were able to furnish the home dear Warden has chosen for the family. Not only can we move at any time, but there's plenty of modifications to the house for various different endeavors. Raiden finished off mysteriously. Thought I have a lot of questions. Izuku deadpanned. But those can be saved for when we get in. Just know that I expect you 2 to return the bots to UA. That got a pout from Fumika. We know, Warden. Soon enough, the family entered the house and began exploring, with Fumika and Raiden leading the way. The exploration tour showed that, sure enough, the house really was furnished. Not all the rooms, but places like the living room, the kitchen, and some of the bedrooms have full appliances and furniture, decorating each area nicely. This'll be your room, Warden, Fumika announced, showing off Izuku's room. Said room had a high-quality computer placed on a desk, a massive flat screen up on the wall, a massive bed that could accommodate him and all the kids, with plenty of space to spare, and more. As our warden, you'll have the master bedroom. But don't worry. There's a second master bedroom Miss Inko will occupy, and it's of equal quality. Fumika. Seeing enough, Izuku decided to ask the more important question pressing on his mind. Where did you and Raiden get all of this? The robots are one thing, but all this is clearly expensive stuff that kids shouldn't be able to get easily. It's clear the girl was caught off guard with that question, with her looking away with an embarrassed blush. Raiden also looked sheepish, though not as much. He may have drained my uncle's bank account on my way out, and used it to do all this. Fumika. Once again, Izuku gave her a disappointed look. It was my mother's fortune. It's technically supposed to be used for my care. The technopath exclaimed defensively, waving her arms. And he was gonna waste it all anyway. I couldn't just let him keep that money, when he didn't care about me or my mom. Just don't do it again. Izuku relented with a sigh. He couldn't really admonish her too much on this, when her uncle was a scumbag that treated her like air. Then he turned his attention to his other troublemaker. Raiden, you didn't steal any money from your parents, did you? The electric boy shook his head. Doubt they would have much to begin with, if anything. My former parents were gamblers as well, and were up in debt. And they didn't have the benefit of a family fortune held by another relative. Right. Those are the same people that used Raiden to evade paying for electricity. As if sensing his souring mood, Inko put a comforting hand on her son's shoulder. How about we continue looking around? She suggested. There's still some rooms to visit, right? Both techno kids brightened up at that. Of course. Fumika then turned to continue leading the way. There's plenty of rooms that we want to show you guys. And so, the tour continued onward. They were shown the training room where those with combat-oriented quirks could train at, the backyard, which was just as massive as the house itself, the dining room, which felt like a family fine dining hybrid of a restaurant, and the library, which held several shelves of books across the room. While I'm unsure what you'll be doing for our education in the long term, I am definitely certain that this'll help regardless. Fumika stated, proudly displaying the lines of books. And we got plenty of books to read for entertainment, including manga and Western comics. Are all these books child-friendly, Fumika dear? Inko was the one to ask, sounding slightly concerned. It is, don't worry. Raiden spoke up, hands placed behind his back. Both Fumika and I did thorough scans of all the books here to ensure none of our siblings found anything inappropriate. Just how thorough? Was Izuku's worried thought, sharing a concerned look with his mother. Now that he thought about it, have Fumika and Raiden found any adult content whenever they scour through the internet? Do they already have knowledge about AC, thanks to that near unlimited access? Another thing to talk to them about later, he supposed. This house really is so big. Taifa spoke in awe, walking and looking around the library. The others were scattered around the room, either looking around like Taifa or picking up a book curiously. And we're gonna live here now? Driving the worrying thought from his mind for the time being, Izuku spoke to answer. There's a few things that need to be done before we can move in, but a smile then entered the boy's lips. Yeah, we'll be living here from now on. It still feels overwhelming having enough money to afford a house like this. To look around this mansion, and think that this'll be his home from now on. However, as he watched his siblings explore the library with wonder, he knew that it wouldn't be a bad change. Merely something else to get used to in this new normal. They finally found him. It took a lot of searching. Had to ask many people for the green-haired boy's whereabouts. But all that time spent was now rewarded, and the two were now in front of the building that held the boy Juno was yearning for. However, despite what her sister had told her, she still needed to know. Still needed to find out for herself who this green-haired boy really was. To see if he could care for both her and Juno. She couldn't risk being taken by someone who would separate the two of them. Will not accept anyone who would dare harm her dear sister, in any capacity. So for Juno's sake, she must see the very core of their possible guardian. And with violet eyes filled with unimaginable power, the truth will not be hidden from Evelyn. the Midoriya apartment. Thankfully, the buying process was rather simple. There were no other potential buyers for the house, so no one had to financially fight for it. However, rather than Izuku filling out the papers and buying the house, it was Inko who ultimately did the process. Reason being was that she was the official guardian of both her son and their adopted OPCs, so it made sense for her to do so. Adding to that, while Izuku was the main one caring for the kids, the matriarch Midoriya did not want her son to carry all the responsibilities. So stuff like this are things she will do. That left Izuku with a bit more extra time on his hands. Time that he used to either study, exercise, train, or... Alright, everyone. We're at the final stretch. Really hope we don't have to face more of those big brute guys. I prefer them over the sniper jackals. Those little lizards are so annoying. Go, everyone. Kick those aliens' butts. Spend more time with the kids. The group of kids and one teenager were currently playing the game, Halo, Full Assault. One of the latest games of the long-standing franchise, Halo. But rather than containing a campaign and multiplayer like a Halo game traditionally does, it was mainly a PvE-type game, where you as the player have to defend Earth and/or reach against the Covenant. What made it fun to play was the various quirks your Spartan could have, the co-op mode that allowed several players to play with each other, and the many parts of Earth and Reach that made those worlds feel more alive. From fighting through the forest, to defending cities, to battles in space, the game was not lacking in content. And right now, Haruka, Fumika, and Raiden are working to liberate a city, with Eri, Negan, and Tifa watching from the sidelines. I love this game. Fumika cheered, pumping a fist up. I'm so happy to be playing this with more people. Less cheering, more shooting. Save the cheers for when we win. Haruka barked, her visor-clad eyes not leaving the screen. More jackals up on the ridges and bridges. Blast, I was hoping we wouldn't see more of them. Raiden groaned. Izuku just chuckled as he had his character shoot down the snipers up at the elevated positions, freeing Raiden of the headache. One of things the green-haired teen quickly discovered was that Fumika and Raiden were avid gamers. Kind of surprising, considering their upbringing wouldn't give them access to anything fun, yet not, when also considering that they're both kids with electricity tech quirks, both who escaped their homes and were able to access the internet while hiding out. Because of this, a collection of games were waiting at their new home, a collection bought through Fumika's family fortune. Fumika elected to take one of those games, seeing that they're going to be staying here for a bit longer, and requested that they play this together. Hey look guys. A tank. Tifa spoke from her spot on the couch, pointing to the large vehicle near Fumika's white Spartan. Anyone gonna grab it? I got it. Immediately, Haruka rushed her red Spartan to the tank and hopped inside. She grinned when she aimed at a pack of brutes and fired. Oh, this is gonna be great. Just save some for us, okay? Fumika remarked, pouting a bit. And keep your eye for any banshees, ghosts, or wraiths. The banshees are the alien jets, the ghosts are the alien bikes, and the wraiths are the alien tanks. Right. Negan recalled slowly, looking the least invested in the game. He still held some level of interest, however. That's right. Raiden nodded in confirmation as took down a few elites with his battle rifle. Even Eri, who's not the biggest fan of violence, couldn't help but look a tad enthralled by the game. She wasn't sure why, but there was something about the fighting and shooting here that was less disturbing to her than with anything else. Honestly, Izuku wasn't sure if he should be letting his siblings play and watch a game like this. While Halo doesn't look or sound like a violent game surface-wise, it definitely held things that earned the mature rating. However, he knew none of them were new to violence in any capacity, and with Full Assault mainly being PvE, there wasn't any major he felt he needed to protect them from. Still, he'll need to be on watch for whatever content they play, read, or watch. Especially with Fumika and Raiden having unlimited access to the internet. And, victory! Fumika announced, lifting her controller up joyously. We drove the Covenant out. That's right. Run, you little grunts. Scurry away. Raiden taunted the retreating aliens. Another score for Team Earth. Haruka followed up, pumping a fist herself. Alright, great job you guys. Taifa praised her siblings. You all really kicked butt? Thank you, Taifa. In response, Izuku reached over and rubbed the top of the green girl's head, eliciting a giggle from her. XXXX. Juno, let me talk with him first. Sister. I promise, I'll only be asking him questions. I won't force him to do anything. But you know people don't like it when you use your quirk on them. What will we do if he? It'll be okay, Juno. If he has as much light in him as you say, then hopefully he can forgive us. XXXX. You sure we couldn't have kept the bots to help with this? Yes, Fumika, I'm sure. We don't need any robots to help pack our things. We don't have much anyway. And with the heavy stuff, we got Negan for that. Come on sis, don't get lazy. Fumika just pouted as she lifted one of the filled boxes and placed it on top of another. After some time of gaming, Izuku and the kids went to go packing their things, something that they've started doing ever since getting back from the visit, and looking around their next home. A majority of the stuff in the apartment has been packed already, with boxes filling up the small room. So it wasn't anything too extensive. So Fumika, Raiden, got a call from the police station a bit ago. The quirkless teen spoke as he closed up another package. Izuku's words immediately got both kids to stiffen up. What did they want? Raiden asked nervously. They didn't change their mind about not charging us, did they? Fumika followed up, just as nervous. To their relief, Izuku shook his head. No, it's nothing like that, don't worry. He assured them. They were just wondering if you two had recordings of the fight I had with the robots. Apparently, U.A wants to see them for something. That earned excited looks from Fumika and Raiden. Of course. Got everything uploaded and ready to be viewed. The former stated, I can make a copy for them as well. You seriously made a video of the fight? Haruka questioned with some disbelief. In response, Fumika pouted once again and turned her head to the side. Of course I did. We wanted to see Warden's cool, heroic side. Why wouldn't we record it for future repeats? Not to mention we plan to show you guys as well, Raiden added, not looking at all regretful. A small smirk was even across his face. I mean, all of you want to see Izuku being the hero that he is? Don't you? But I still think that was stupid. Haruka grumbled, turning away with a blush. Both Negan and Eri stayed quiet, the latter keeping her eyes away from her new siblings. Taifa, however, made no qualms about her desires. When can we watch it? She asked, trying to quell her eagerness somewhat. Izuku, trying desperately to ignore his now burning face, shifted back to the main topic. Anyways, once we get done packing, please make that dash. He was interrupted by the sound of a doorbell, drawing every pair of eyes towards the direction of the door. That's odd, the teen murmured to himself. He wasn't expecting anyone to come today, and they usually don't get visitors. I'll go get the door. You guys can continue packing. With that said, Izuku straightened up and headed over to the entryway. Once he was at the door, he opened it up. XXXX. This could be their best chance at getting out of their horrid family. Their chance of gaining one that would actually care for them. Care for Juno. And because of this, there was a part of her that was worried that this would screw things up. That using her powers will make this person turn her away, no matter how much light they have within them. But she could not afford to mess this up. Could not afford to choose the wrong person. So when the door opened, and when the green-haired teen revealed himself to them, you will answer my questions. Evelyn activated her quirk of absolute obedience. XXXX. The last thing Izuku saw was a pair of dark purple eyes, with one containing a red glowing hue around the irises, before blacking out. When Izuku opened his eyes, he was met with the ceiling of his family's apartment. Huh? Was the sluggish thought from the green-haired teen. When did he fall asleep? Why did he fall asleep? What was he doing before? Izuku! Before he could fully get back his awareness, a small body suddenly glomped on top of his body, getting a grunt from the teen. He twisted his head towards his chest to see a familiar bundle of green. Taifa? Izuku spoke with confusion and tiredness. How long was I dash? A few hours. The teen turned his head to see Fumika standing in front of the couch. At her side was Eri, who had a look of concern alongside the technopath. You got knocked out at the door, so Negan had to carry you to the couch. How? That's when Izuku recalled what had last happened. Someone was at the door, so he went to get it to see who it was, then, nothing. That memory caused him to get more alert, with him sitting up as quickly as possible without throwing Tifa off of him. He quickly looked around the room, and to his relief, Negan, Raiden, and Haruka were also there. That relief shifted to confusion when he saw the three surrounding the sofa, Negan and Haruka in front while Raiden was floating behind. What's wrong? As shifted his head to get a good look of what they were surrounding, he saw that it was who, rather than what. Two girls, one older and one younger, were sitting together on the couch. The older girl had long, straight dark violet hair and dark violet eyes, with one of the irises having a red glowing hue around it, while the younger had shorter, more curly caramel-colored hair, with golden hazel eyes that were both glowing. It took Izuku a moment to process the two new girls in his apartment. Then, quickly deducing what's going on and what likely happened, it took incredible not to let out any groans, sighs, or any visible sign of exasperation or bafflement. Hello, was all he could say at the moment, as he swung his feet to the floor and straightened himself up on the couch. He placed an arm around Tifa, who has yet to let him go. Can you two tell me your names? When the two girls looked towards him, he could see the look of nervousness and guilt on the younger one, while the older girl had a more tense, defiant look. My name is Evelyn. This is my sister, Juno. The older girl, now named Evelyn, introduced the two of them. We have been searching for you, Izuku Midoriya. Can you tell me why? Despite his question, Izuku already got a strong idea as to their motive. Or before that, can you all explain to me what happened? Last thing I remember was opening the door. While he has a suspicion as to how he got knocked out, he's not gonna fling accusations. He didn't want to make the two feel more guilty or defensive, especially with his more combat-oriented siblings having them surrounded. It was us. Or rather me. Evelyn admitted too. She then held a hand towards her glowing eye. My quirk is named Absolute Obedience. With a look in this eye, and a simple command, I can make anyone do anything I say. There will essentially becomes minds to bend. A powerful quirk. And judging by the constant glow, it was one that she couldn't turn off. All but confirming that she's an OPC. But he pushed back any exasperation he felt for the time, and kept to the more serious topic. And use your quirk on me? Izuku deduced, taking a more serious expression. Can you tell me why? And what you commanded me to do? The quirkless teen's serious look caused the mind controller to look away. To ask you questions. To make sure. You're someone we could trust completely. She answered. We encountered you when you were protecting Negan from that scientist. My sister wanted to be around you more after that. See and feel more of your light. My light? Izuku repeated with furrowing eyebrows. My sister is capable of seeing a person's actual nature. Whether they are good of heart, a snake in the grass, or somewhere in between both. Evelyn explained, a proud, sisterly smile across her lips. No matter how good an act someone can take up, Juno can see through it. Her quirk is also capable of sensing one's emotions, as well as distinguishing truths from lies. An empathy quirk. And from the sounds of it, a rather powerful, multifaceted one at that. Again, judging from the glowing eyes, likely one that she couldn't control. Not OP in the sense of actual power, but could be considered that in regards to invasiveness. For me, everyone has different shades of colors. A brightness that is either light or dark. Juno finally spoke up. The look she gave him was one of pure adoration, something that had the teen shifting a little. And your light, it's like a shining emerald green. I see your courage, your kindness, all of it in a bright green glow. It's like a diamond. Her words, of course, brought about a massive blush from Izuku. Is that really how her quirk is showing him as? As you can see, my sister got infatuated with you. Almost instantly, in fact. Evelyn cut in, prompting a blush from her younger sister. And so, we sought you out. But I wanted to be sure that it was safe to have you around her. Be sure that you wouldn't separate us. But didn't your sister say that Izuku has a lot of light? Taifa protested from Izuku's lap. Wasn't that enough to know that Izuku's a good guy? A really good guy? It is, yes. And I trust my sister's judgment more than anything, Evelyn stated, looking away with a frown. But she has been surrounded by several dark people. Rarely has she ever been around someone good. I just wanted to ensure she wasn't blinded by one of the few good people she ever saw. That quickly sent warning bells in Izuku's head, with his embarrassment melting back to a more serious look. Evelyn, Juno, where is your family in all this? At that question, the two blood siblings tensed up. Where Juno had a nervous, almost fearful look, Evelyn held an angry look. We ran away, Evelyn confessed, glaring at the ground. The man we had called our father, he never cared for us. For as long as I could remember, he viewed us with cold eyes. Same with our so-called mother, only she treats us with open scorn. As for our older siblings, they don't hesitate to remind us of our place in that family. Again, that familiar sick feeling settled in Izuku's stomach, especially when he saw Juno tearing up. Juno was treated worse than me. Was seen as the most useless member of our family. As she spoke, Evelyn took wrapping an arm around Juno in a protective hold. She was also a way to punish me whenever I used my quirk on anyone, whether it was an accident or not. Eventually, I couldn't take it and ran with Juno. Commanded our family to forget us, so they won't look for us. Why would they look for you? Nagin questioned with a small frown. They don't care for you, right? Wouldn't they be happy if you ran away? Evelyn shook her head. Neglect us they have, but our father is fairly influential within our community, which means people know of all within our family. Were we to disappear, people would ask questions. Something that would not be beneficial for them. But wait, then, wouldn't it be bad if people started asking for you, and your family has no idea what they're talking about? Fumika pointed out with her own furrowed eyebrows. Someone would wipe the effects of that quirk, and they would go hunting you down. That is correct, Evelyn answered with a nod. Fortunately, with this being summertime, there's time for us before people start noticing our absence. My plan was for us to just hide, keep ourselves away from our family's grasp for as long as possible. But now, taking a deep breath, dropped down from her seat and took a few steps towards Izuku. That had the more combat-oriented OPCs to tense up, but they made no move to stop her. For a moment, Evelyn merely looked at Izuku with determination, with the teens staring back patiently. But once that moment passed, she dipped her upper body forward in a rather stiff bow. Izuku Midoriya, I ask. No, I beg you to adopt us. She pleaded, her eyes shut. I'm sorry for purposefully using my quirk on you, but I needed to know all that I could about you. To see if you're someone we can trust to care for us. And you are. All that I learn of you, every answer I gained, tells me that you're the best choice. That you'll treat me and my sister like family. Izuku could hear the desperation coming from the girl's voice, even with the attempt to keep her tone leveled. And hearing her plead for him to adopt her and her sister, to take them away from their awful family, made his stomach twist unpleasantly, and filled him with the urge to adopt them immediately to stop her from begging. However, there was something he needed to know before he answered her. Something that was bugging him in the back of his mind. So, suppressing the urge, he asked, I want to know, what did you ask specifically? How much did you dig up from me? Everything I could think of. Flashback. Why did you adopt all 6 OPCs? Evelyn questioned with a narrowed gaze. So far, she has asked only basic questions, from his full name to his quirk to how long he had adopted the other kids. It was now that she was getting straight to the point of her interrogation. What is your purpose for them? To give them a good home. Izuku answered instantly, a red glow around his eyes that showed him under the effect of her quirk. I wasn't sure if any of them would find a good home, with their status as overpowered children and the laziness I've seen from the OCD. So I couldn't just leave them to fate. And that's all? There's no other reason you took them all in? Evelyn questioned with a hint of disbelief. There wasn't any reluctance to take them in? There was the answer Izuku gave. While I wanted to adopt Eri, I wasn't sure if I was able to handle multiple children with Taifa and Haruka, especially with my goal in becoming a pro hero. Once Negan showed up, I started accepting that I'll end up adopting any OPCs I encounter. Your goal is to become a hero? Evelyn caught and Izuku nodded. It's been my dream ever since I was 4, when I saw All Might's debut as a hero. I want to be a hero like him, to save countless people with a smile on my face. Is that why you saved your adopted siblings? To be like a hero? I saved Eri, Taifa, Haruka, and Negan because they needed help. Izuku stated. I saw that they were in danger, and moved without thinking. That answer stunned Evelyn more than she liked to admit. In her admittedly short life, she has been surrounded by nothing but uncaring adults, selfish kids, and cruel teenagers. Most of her family was nothing but that. The only beacon of light in her life was her sister, who was nothing short of sweet. So the idea that there were others just as kind-hearted as her was difficult to believe, even with Juno herself confirming this lightness. Yet here he is, a 15-year-old quirkless teenager that will throw himself into any sort of danger without a thought, just to save someone. And if you had to choose between your hero career and those you've adopted, which would you pick? Evelyn then asked, almost tentatively. I choose my siblings. And yet again, the mind controller was taken by surprise by the teen's answer. I want to be a hero more than anything. But if I have to sacrifice any of them to do so, then I can't ever call myself one. Giving them up, or neglecting them, is not an option. But you barely know them. Had them for only a month or less. Evelyn was unsure as to why she felt the need to protest. But she found it hard to stop herself. Do you really care for them that much? Yes. Perhaps as though they are my own kids. At that, Evelyn could only stare at him. Just stare. I was right. Juno spoke happily from behind, grabbing Evelyn's hand. The violet-haired girl turned her head to see her little sister practically glowing in her happiness. There is so much light in him. So much kindness. So much warmth. He could actually be the one. Someone that is more than willing to adopt them, take them in, and can see both sisters as family. If he felt that strongly for his adopted siblings, despite only being with them for a month at most, then maybe he is willing to take in 2 more? Do you think? Evelyn spoke hesitantly, turning back towards Izuku. She wondered if she should be asking this now, while he's still under the influence of her quirk. But she wanted to hear the answer. Are you willing to dash? Izuku? Who's at the door? Dash. Evelyn's eyes widened in panic, as did Juno's, as the green-skinned girl stepped into view. End flashback. It was then I ordered you to sleep in a panic. Evelyn admitted to, looking rather embarrassed. I ended up mind-controlling the others by mistake in the process. So once I undid my quirk, I explained to them my motive. That explains how wary the others are around the two. Izuku mused absent-mindedly. On one hand, it sounds as though Evelyn didn't dig too deep into his past, something that he was glad for. While his quirkless past in general wasn't a secret to the kids anymore, there were details that he didn't want to speak on, especially to children. On the other hand, he felt himself ready to burst into a tomato for what he revealed. Yes, he cared for the kids and is not afraid to admit it. But he wasn't aware that his care for his siblings ran that deep. So was Evelyn's quirk capable of having someone admit to things they felt or know in their subconscious? Would it work even if the target was lying to themselves? The quirk analyzer shook that thought off. Learn about quirk later. He needs to deal with the newest event now. Evelyn, please stop bowing. And Juno, can you stand beside your sister for a moment? As the older sister straightened herself up, the younger one got off the couch and joined Evelyn. Both held nervous looks, though Juno was more obvious while Evelyn remained stiff. Placing Taifa down on the couch, Izuku went forward and kneeled in front of the 2 girls. Are you sure you want me to adopt you? He asked them. It's possible that you could find a better guardian than me. Someone who's better able to give you much more love and care. I don't want either of you to pick me out of desperation. In response, Evelyn gave him a pleading, determined look. I'm certain, she stated firmly. I don't trust any orphanage to properly care for us and keep us together. I especially don't trust the OCD to do their job properly, just from what I was able to gather about them. I'm more than confident that you can treat us properly, alongside the others in your family. That you'll be a better guardian than our father and mother ever was. And it isn't just desperation. I want to be around you more. Be around your light. Juno then spoke, staring tearfully at the teen. I haven't seen anyone with a light like yours. Someone with so much courage, kindness, and warmth. And I don't know if there's anyone else like you. So please take us in. Let us be your family. That was the final straw that broke Izuku's hesitation. It seems abused children were becoming a weakness for him, especially those begging for love and affection. So without a single thought, he brought them both into a hug. You don't have to beg. I promise, we'll take you away from your family forever and take you in ours. He spoke softly, giving a comforting squeeze to both girls. You'll know what love is like, what a family is truly like. And I'll do all that I can to make sure you're surrounded by more good people than bad. For a moment, the two girls were quiet, taking in his words. The first to react to those words was Juno, whose tears started trickling in a wave before she clung on tightly to Izuku, letting out sobs that were slowly getting louder. Evelyn, being much more reserved than her sister, awkwardly returned the hug back, holding back the tears that were forming in her own eyes. As the two sisters clung tightly to Izuku, the teen turned his attention to all his adopted siblings, all of whom had considerably softened after listening to the two girls' pleas. Are you all okay with two new sisters? I'm definitely okay with it. Typhus spoke from behind, doing a little hop with her hand raised. The bigger our family is, the happier. I'm with Evelyn. I don't trust orphanages either. Nagin sighed with arms crossed. So I wouldn't feel good if we leave them in one. I don't like that she mind-controlled all of us before talking us into this. Haruka said with a pout. But I guess she could have done worse to us with her quirk. Not as bad as Fumika and Raiden's stunt. Did you have to call us out on that? Now it was Fumika's turn to pout. But yeah, I have no room to argue considering Raiden and I did something similar. What she said was all Raiden said on the matter. That left Eri to be the last to speak on this. I'm okay with this. She meekly accepted. I don't want to turn them away either, because they're like us. Their words earned a sigh of relief from Izuku. Thank you, everyone. Now comes the next part, calling Agent Kimura about two new OPCs. So, good news first. Both girls can definitely be classed as OPCs. Both of them can't shut off their quirks. One is extremely invasive while the other takes your free will, and one has no qualm using her quirk if pushed. Add enough intelligence to use their quirks effectively, and they'll be nightmares in the future. Soon after Izuku made the call, Kimura gathered as much info on Evelyn and Juno's family as possible before heading to the apartment. The agent and teenager were currently sitting in the dining room, with Juno and Evelyn sitting beside Izuku. And the bad news? Izuku asked cautiously. It'll take some effort to wrestle them away from their family. Kimura stated, taking a sip of her coffee. The Harrot family is fairly influential in both the East and the West. Not enough to be untouchable, but enough that a legal battle wouldn't just be a slam dunk. So more work for me. Of course. Izuku had to resist the urge to sigh. Figure that Agent Kimura would complain about having to do extra work. Meanwhile, Evelyn glared lightly at the agent. But you will do it, right? She pressed, getting Kimura's attention on her. You will get us adopted by Izuku and deal with our blood family. In response, Kimura merely gave her a flat look. Kid, these glasses just ain't for show. She tapped her sunglasses to emphasize that. These babies are capable of blocking sightline quirks. So no brainwashing happening here. Evelyn. Sister. The disapproving stares of both Izuku and Juno caused Evelyn to duck her head down, embarrassed. Sorry. Don't worry too much. We'll make sure those two are in your hands, kiddo. Kimura stated, her attention back on Izuku. It'll save us potential future hassle and paperwork. Besides, I ain't cold enough to leave kids in an abusive household. Thank you, Miss Kimura. Izuku bowed slightly in gratitude. While her attitude and demeanor, not to mention her moving any OPC he encounters into his arm, was exasperating, he's glad that she's still helpful when it counts. Think nothing of it. I'm just glad you're embracing your role as OPC adopter. Kimura remarked with a grin, forcing the teen to swallow down yet another groan. Speaking of embracing it. For a moment, Izuku blinked, wondering what she was getting to. After a moment of looking at her sly grin, he turned slight pale in realization. Evelyn, Juno, how about you two go and spend time with your new siblings? There's something Agent Kimura and I need to discuss by ourselves. It was clear that both were hesitant on leaving him, judging from the look of suspicion and concern from Evelyn, along with Juno clinging onto his side tightly. So Izuku moved to assure them further. I promise it won't be too long. And don't worry about getting adopted, we will make it happen. Miss Kimura just has something else she wants to discuss. After a moment, the two reluctantly hopped down from their chairs and headed to one of the rooms their soon-to-be new siblings were at. Once they were gone, Izuku aimed at the agent with an absolutely tired look. You cannot be serious. Oh, I assure you I very much am. With that statement, Kimura pulled a file out before handing it to Izuku. You see, there's a kid that has been in OCD custody for quite a while. And, after some very careful consideration, we figured that this kid will be best under your care. Izuku did not believe for 1 second that they did any proper consideration. Are you seriously doing this right when I'm adopting 2 more kids? Hey, what's 1 more? The only response the boy could give was to slam his head across the table. He knew this would happen eventually. Ever since the adoption of Haruka and recommendations of houses Kimura gave, he knew that the OCD would eventually hand him at least a few overpowered kids. He just didn't think it would be right when he's adopting 2 more he encountered himself. Oh, relax. I won't be handing the kid to ya immediately, Kimura assured him with a wave of her hand. We'll give you at least a few weeks before making another addition to your growing family, if you accept, I mean. Taking a deep breath, Izuku slowly lifted his head from the table. I appreciate it. He's definitely gonna speak with his mother about this before fully accepting a 9th kid, and inform her on the 2 new additions as well. But at this point, he knew that he'll agree with the adoption of this OPC, especially as he looked through the file and read more on the child. He didn't have the heart to abandon the 8 children under his care now. He doesn't have it in him to abandon any future children he encounters. Hello, fellow OPCs. We are gathered here today for an important meeting. Speaking was Fumika, who took to sitting on a desk chair. She, along with the other kids, were all gathered in the children's room of the 3-room apartment, as insisted by both Fumika and Raiden. Standing on her side was the electric boy, with everyone else either on the bed or on the floor. This meeting involved our very dear warden, Izuku. But first, grabbing a glass of juice, she pointed the cup towards the blood sister pair of Juno and Evelyn. Let us give a warm welcome to our new family member. Cheers. Cheers. Not being as dramatic, Raiden simply raised his cup with an amused smile. Cheers. Taifa joined in happily, raising her own drink. See, cheers. Eri nervously raised up her glass. This is stupid. Haruka groaned, nevertheless lifting her drink. Agreed. Nagin nodded blankly as he raised his cup. Tea, thank you, was all Juno could say, feeling as shy as her new sister, Eri. I also express my gratitude for this impromptu welcome. Evelyn, however, was more composed as she took in the little spectacle. However, I must inquire on what this gathering is about. It was the day after the adoption of Evelyn and Juno. After the little meeting between Izuku and the agent, along with a call to Inko, the rest of that day was spent with the 2 new additions getting to know their new family, and vice versa. Juno was as enthusiastic as she could get, seeing as everyone held an aura to them that were pleasant to be around. From Taifa's leafy green brightness, to Haruka's fire-like crimson, none of them had that darkness that her previous family held. Even Nagin's darker, murky green, and Eri's dimmed whiteness was nothing compared to what she felt from most of her blood siblings. Evelyn, meanwhile, was more reserved in getting to know everyone, sticking with her sister closely throughout. Even when deciding to sleep in the same bed with her new older brother, it was more to keep her sister company than anything. However, she was willing to admit that she was growing fond of her new family. After all, they were warmer, more affectionate than any of her previous brothers and sisters. And Izuku, even with just being with him for a day, it was clear that was a better guardian than her blood parents. Same with Miss Inko, whom she had met later on the day of their adoption. It was only a day into their new life, yet Evelyn could say that she had no regrets on her decision. As I said, this meeting is in regards to Warden, Fumika repeated, putting on a gravely serious expression. It's important information we found about him before he adopted Raiden and information that we absolutely cannot ignore, that we must discuss before Warden gets back from his run. Her words and tone of voice caused the kids to tense up. Eri and Taifa exchanged nervous looks, while Haruka's lenses flashed a few times. Negan felt his teeth clench, and Juno took to clinging to Evelyn. None of them were prepared for what the information was. Tomorrow is June 15th, Izuku's birthday. For a moment, there was silence as the kids processed this information. Then chaos ensued. His birthday's tomorrow? Why didn't he say anything? What do we do? What can we do? Why wait till now to tell us? Despite all of them being abused children in some level, all of them still know about birthdays. How it's supposed to be a happy day for the person born on that day, with celebration and presents and a birthday cake. A few of them even had a few memories of celebrating their birthday before their OP quirk came to rise. One of those few was Eri. There were not that many memories she had of her birth family, but there were a few, and one of those few was the celebration of her birthday. That memory, among others, was something she held onto during her time with Overhaul. Happier memories amongst the constant terror she felt. Juno also shared similar memories of her birthdays. Obviously, the rest of her family never bothered to celebrate the day of her birth. However, Evelyn always made the effort to do something for her, whether that be a present or a treat, even if it wasn't always a cake. That made her birthday something she could enjoy and cherish, even if her other siblings tried to take that away. So knowing that their savior and caretaker's birthday is tomorrow, with all of them having little to no idea what to do, sent them all into a panic. Because even if good memories about birthdays were sparse between them all, they wanted to celebrate Izuku's. Before the kids' panic could devolve into any sort of squabble, Raiden gathered electricity in his hand before performing a clap. That elicited a small, thunder-like boom that jolted everyone into silence. "Thank you, Raiden." Nodding gratefully to her partner in crime, Fumika went to speak further. Now, the reason we didn't say anything was mainly because we didn't have the chance to. It's only now that we could all gather together, without Izuku knowing about it. Besides, we technically did say something. Raiden then pointed out. Not counting Juno and Evelyn, you guys do remember the little villain monologue Fumika did, right? When she revealed all that info about Izuku? Oh yeah. Haruka said sheepishly, now recalling that info. Taifa looked equally sheepish, an awkward smile across her face, while Eri looked more embarrassed. Negan, however, looked more composed. The hacking of our home, learning Izuku is quirkless, and the blackmail attempt distracted us. Fair enough. Fumika conceded, sounding sheepish herself, before turning to Raiden with a glare. Then hey, I wasn't doing a villain monologue. Sorry Fumi, but that was a through and through villain monologue. I was trying to sound in control. And in doing so, you sounded like a stalker villain. How else was I supposed to keep Warden from calling the police? I'm just saying that throughout it all, you sounded straight up like a masterminding villain. Before the argument could go on further, Evelyn interjected. Hold on, wait a moment. What are you all talking about? She questioned in confusion. The police? The hacking of this residence? Blackmail? Her words of confusion caused the others to turn towards her. Alright, I guess you don't know the full story, huh? Taifa spoke in understanding. So Fumika and Raiden took control of our house, and scared Izuku into coming to a factory to fight a bunch of robots. They did that so they can be adopted and see more of Izuku's cool side. What? Was all Evelyn could say to that, mouth agape. Beside her, Juno looked equally stunned. Now you know why we accepted the two of you easily, Raiden said with slight embarrassment. Fumika and I cemented ourselves as bigger troublemakers than you, Evelyn. No regrets. Fumika exclaimed, holding her nose up defiantly. Once you see the video of him fighting, you'll understand dash. You have a video? But for now, we're getting off topic. Fumika continued without pause. We need to decide what we'll do for Izuku's birthday. Speaking of, how come he hasn't said anything about his birthday? Evelyn then inquired with furrowed eyebrows. Is he keeping it a secret? Or did he forget? Her question caused the techno girl to sigh, looking down forlornly. Raiden also held a somber, though with traces of anger across his face. As you already know, Izuku is quirkless. Fumika said softly. And because of that, he's been bullied by his peers ever since he was 4. Evelyn's eyes widened at this, with Juno letting out a small, horrified gasp. Bullied? Fumika nodded, sadness and anger reflecting in her eyes. And it wasn't just typical schoolyard bullying, he was targeted by everyone. Everyone in the schools he was in either ignored him, laughed and mocked him, or beat him with their quirks. Nearly every day he came home with hidden bruises, stains, scars, burn marks. That includes his birthday. In fact, it becomes worse. At this point, Juno was covering her mouth in horror while Evelyn began shaking in anger. A furious scowl formed on the mind controller's face at what she heard. And they weren't the only ones. Horrified looks formed across Ares and Typhus' faces, while Haruka and Negan shared similar looks of anger. It was clear everyone was connecting the dots as to why Izuku didn't mention his birthday. They targeted him during his birthday, didn't they? Haruka practically growled. It was Raiden who confirmed this, nodding as sparks came out of his body. They made his birthday a special day to remind him of his place. Made special games on who can torment him the best. He stated, anger clear in his voice. Who can better make him trip down the stairs, or who's more creative in using their quirk on him? They called it Deku Day. In case you don't know, Deku is another way to read Izuku's name. It refers to a wooden doll that doesn't have a use. Fumika informed them, attempting to keep her tone level. Basically, it means useless. And it's the name they took to calling him ever since he was 4. A loud crack resounded across the room. That came from none other than Negan, whose fist left a large and visible crack across the floor. Growls left the reptilian boy's lips, as memories of his own childhood played in his head. Haruka looked equally enraged, her lenses glowing brightly with a scowl right above. She looked away from the others and straight at the window, in case her quirk decided to burst out from her visors in her anger. Typha and Eri, meanwhile, looked sickened. The green girl looked to have a lighter, paler shade of green, tears brimming across her eyes. The rewinder looked similarly tear-stricken, her mouth covered and body shaking. As for Evelyn, well, she was as furious as half her siblings. Her quirk-filled eye flickered in brightness, as if reacting to the anger she held. Everything she heard, it reminded her too much of home. Her old home. How her siblings would view and treat Juno. The scornful looks their moth, that woman, often sent them. The efforts made to remind Juno that she was unwanted. The sobs that left Juno's mouth told the older sister that she also was remembering those times. With no hesitation, the mind controller wrapped her little sister in a hug, one that Juno quickly recuperated. For the distress. Fumika apologized, truly looking apologetic. But now you know why Warden didn't tell us. As you can imagine, he likely doesn't look forward to his birthday. Even with him homeschooling, it's difficult to have that excitement again. And that's why this meeting is important. It's so we can give him the best birthday ever. The tech girl then stated, her sad look being replaced with determination. 'Cause no doubt he'll do the same for us, since none of us likely had a good birthday ourselves. Way to remind us about our bad parents. Haruka muttered with angry dryness. So we need to figure out what we can do to make this a special birthday for him, and permanently erase Deku Day. Are you all in agreement with this? Verbal and silent confirmation was made all across the room, with even Evelyn nodding her head firmly. While she and Juno were only adopted for a day, she had quickly grown attached to her new guardian, or warden, as she kept hearing Fumika call him. So if there was anything nice she could do for Izuku, she would happily do it. Excellent! Fumika clapped her hands together, a big smile coming over her face. Let's discuss all that we can do for his birthday. Then, once Miss Inko comes back from work, we'll begin Project Emerald Dawn. Soon after he was done with his daily run to the Dagoba beach, his mom wanted to take him and all the kids to the mall. It was so that they could find more clothes for the newer additions, especially Evelyn and Juno. Once they were there, the growing family split into two groups. One being Inko and all the girl OPCs, the rest being Izuku and two younger boys. Currently, the small boy group was at a male clothing shop, specifically one that specializes on mutation-type quirks. It was to see if there was anything that would fit with Negin's spikes, as well as clothes that could handle Raiden's electric body. But while they were peering through the options, Izuku found himself lost in thought. The kids and his mom were acting oddly. Not enough to where it's obvious, but it's clear there was something up with everyone. Small smiles and giggles from his mom. Mischievous looks being passed by Raiden and Fumika. Nervous ones from Eri, Juno, and Taifa when he asked where the girls planned to go. Those things were all small, but when added together, Izuku couldn't help but find it strange. Hey, look at this coat! He was brought out of his thoughts by Raiden's exclamation. Looking at the electric boy's direction, Izuku saw him holding a small black and green coat, with thin line coils across the sleeves and front. It looks so cool. And it's designed to contain my electrons. It does look cool. Izuku mused as he examined the child-sized coat. You sure you want to get it now, Raiden? After all, it's not really the season to wear one. Yeah, but you wear your hoodie all the time. So it shouldn't be a problem, right? Raiden argued. Besides, I can wear this when fall comes. And it could be for when I'm at home, in order to keep from frying anything. That's true. It does seem that coat, alongside his other electric-proof clothes, can help with controlling the sparks that could come out of his body. So, after thinking about it for a moment, he nodded. Well, if you want to get it, I don't see a problem. All right. Raiden cheered, pumping a fist. Izuku then turned his attention to Negan, who's at another side with a pensive look. How about you, Raiden? Find anything? Rather than answer immediately, Negan had an embarrassed look across his face. Curious as to what got him hesitant, Izuku went over to the clothing rack the lizard boy was looking at. Once he saw what got Negan's attention, Izuku chuckled. That will get the waistcoat for you too if you want it. Moments later, the three walked out, with a few bags of clothes in Izuku's hand. Seeing as both Negan and Raiden got some clothes already at home, they didn't get too many. This was just to see if there was any more that caught their interest. Anywhere else you want to go before we meet up with the girls? Izuku inquired. For a moment, Raiden and Negan glanced at one another. Then they gave a brief nod before turning back to Izuku. How about a hero store? The former suggested eagerly, with Negan not looking against the idea. And of course, the mention of heroes wiped any suspicion Izuku may have felt with his family, with the teen's eyes lighting up at that mention. As the three headed out to the nearest hero store, they unknowingly had a few pairs of eyes on them. Eyes from some of the last people Izuku wanted to run into. Is that Deku? I haven't seen him in months. Who are the kids? Who cares? Someone called Bakugo. He'll want to know that we found the quirkless loser. XXXX. How about this? This looks like something Izuku would like. Maybe he'll like this as a present? I bet Warden would enjoy this. Inko watched fondly at the young girls in Izuku's care and looked through the store for good gifts they could give to Izuku. More and more, despite how bizarre the constant encounters and adoptions were, the mother saw all the good it was bringing. For both her son and the new kids under their care. When Fumika and Raiden approached her about Izuku's birthday, she was surprised at first, before remembering that the two of them dug up everything about him beforehand. Once she heard their desire to give him the best birthday, she was more than happy to help all the kids in doing so. After all, despite her effort, Izuku could never fully enjoy his birthday. Once he was quirkless, there were no kids that would want to celebrate with him. And as he got older, he started getting nervous around his birthday. Fred Eve. But now he has several kids he's looking after that were more than willing to celebrate it with him. And with him out of Aldera, and in homeschooling, there would be no one that would make him fearful of his birthday. Miss Inko. Suddenly, Taifa skipped over to her and began pulling the mother to one of the shelves. Can you help decide which of these Izuku would you like more? We're trying to decide, but I'm telling you, this is better for Izuku. And I'm saying that Warden will like this more. Haruka and Fumika got into a fight. Taifa finished. Letting out a small giggle, the mother went over to help the kids find some good gifts for Izuku. XXXX. One of those extras managed to find the quirkless nerd. He didn't know how, but the BSTRD was able to hide from him for close to 2 months. Left their shitty school without so much as a word, left the apartment he and Auntie Inko were living in, and left not even a trace to where he could have gone. No one could find him, not even at the spots the nerd usually frequents. And he knew. Just knew that the BSTRD was avoiding him. Likely still trying to become a hero. Looking down on him by not giving him the time of day. But now that's over. Someone finally spotted Deku, and he'll be dead if he'll let the nerd disappear again. Especially with Deku Day just around the corner. XXXX. By the afternoon, the Midoriya family gathered back together again, with several bags in tow. Where Izuku and the younger kids headed their way back to the apartment, Inko headed her way back to work, with her carrying some of what they've bought. Izuku offered to take those as well, but the mother was insistent on taking them with her. Another oddity that struck the quirkless boy's mind, especially with the way his mom smiled. So, did the two of you find enough clothes? Izuku asked Juno and Evelyn, the two girls linked together as usual. Indeed. They will suffice until our previous wardrobe returns to us. Evelyn stated happily. It took us some time to find the proper store, however. Had to look through 5 stores till she was satisfied with the dresses they offered. Haruka grumbled. That got Izuku, Nagin, and Raiden blinking. 5 stores? Evelyn and Juno apparently got some high-quality clothes, and Evelyn didn't want to settle with anything below grade. Fumika explained, not that annoyed herself. Juno gave a sheepish, apologetic look beside her mind-wielding sister. Sorry. Don't be sorry, dear sister. It's important to find the best of goods, rather than settle for mediocrity. Evelyn affirmed. And now, if we ever come to that precinct again, we know where to look to better our wardrobe. True, true. Taifa nodded in agreement to this. She definitely found a few dresses herself that she couldn't wait to try on. Whatever. Haruka remarked, merely rolling her eyes. Izuku could only sweat drop at the conversation he heard, chuckling awkwardly. Hopefully, Evelyn doesn't end up turning her nose at the mansion he chose for them all. He wasn't sure what he could do about that. Then again, she made no complaints about the apartment they currently live in. Meanwhile, Raiden got close to Fumika and whispered, Did you find some good presents for Izuku? The tech wielder smirked and nodded. The info you and Nagin passed to the rest of us proved invaluable. We definitely found items that Warden will love. Perfect. Raiden smirked back in return. Nagin and I managed to keep Izuku distracted thoroughly thanks to the hero stores. Even if he suspects anything, he won't be able to connect the dots too soon. Excellent. You've done well, my electric partner in crime. You as well, my devious techno-queen. Raiden? Fumika? The two twisted their heads forward to see Izuku looking behind them with suspicion. What are you two talking about over there? The two of them gave their best innocent expressions, opening their mouths to give out their excuses. Those innocent looks turned into ones of shock when something shot out from an alleyway and dragged Izuku into the sky. Izuku! Warden! All the kids watched in horror as something with bat wings lifted their older brother into the sky. With Izuku. Izuku didn't know what was happening. One moment he was with the kids, the next he's up in the sky. Any attempt to stabilize himself and figure out who was carrying him was failing, thanks to his own panic and being flailed around. Good knows though, the flight didn't last for long. Bad news, he was thrown onto the ground, rather than dropped or released. Ow wow! Izuku groaned, pushing himself off the ground. Slowly, he looked around to see that he was in some sort of forest. A very familiar-looking forest. Where have I been here before? Deku. The quirkless teen went pale, with all thoughts pushed in the very back of his mind. He knew that voice. It's been several weeks, a few months even, since he heard that voice. That growl of his nickname. When he slowly craned his head in the direction of that voice, Keikaken, he was met with the feral, cruel grin of his former friend. For the past several weeks, Izuku has done his best to avoid Katsuki and anyone else from Aldra. He knew, despite any attempts to keep his head down, that Kacchan would continue to keep trying to stop him from entering into UA, from ever becoming a hero. If he saw Izuku improving himself, building support gear, he would do everything he could to tear him down. So to avoid that, not only did he left Aldra and changed his address, but also took to actively keep on alert for any of his former classmates. Change whatever routes he would usually take, the stores he would usually frequent, to keep himself out of their sights. And before he was successful, he was able to completely avoid Kacchan, his crew, and any other student. But now, that streak seems to have come to an end. 2 months. Izuku yelped as Katsuki pushed him onto one of the trees, holding the quirkless teen by the front hoodie. You've been hiding from me for 2 effing months. Didn't want me to give me the time of day? Were you looking down on me? No, that's not it. Izuku got cut off by a punch to the gut, prompting him to let out a choked cry of pain. He fell onto his knees once Katsuki let him go. The snickers and laughter around Izuku reminded him that he and Bakugo weren't alone. In fact, it seemed as though everyone he went to school with, along with all 3 of Bakugo's friends, underlings, were there. Don't lie to me, Deku. I know you've been avoiding me. Katsuki barked, grabbing Izuku by the hoodie once again to lift him up. How else did no one catch a whiff of your nerdy scent? Once again, the green-haired teen found himself paralyzed. Finding it difficult to speak, respond, do anything in front of his tormentor. And what's with this get-up here? Katsuki's words caused Izuku to tense even further, having wished attention wasn't brought to his gear. Trying some weird fashion trend. Just something I wanted to try out, that's all. Izuku lied, trying his best to sound convincing. Unfortunately, judging from the narrowed eyes, Katsuki wasn't buying that excuse one bit. His old friend is smarter than most would think initially, and Izuku was terrible at lying. But perhaps he won't be able to make the connection? That hopeful thought turned to dust when one of Bakugo's friend's lackeys, Yubi, spoke up. You know, it kinda looks like some sort of support gear. Something made in a hero school or something. Izuku's eyes widened fearfully, with Katsuki's own eyes widening in realization before looking down, his hair casting a shadow over those eyes. So, you're still trying to become a hero, huh? Spent this whole time hiding just so nobody can come to remind you of your place. That's not Dash. Once again, the teen was interrupted, this time with a punch to the face rather than gut, one that left him sprawling on the ground below. UDMN nerd. Bakugo practically growled, sparks coming out of his palms. Don't you get it? Without a quirk, you ain't gonna do shit. You're nothing, let alone a hero. No cheap support item is gonna fix that. His venom-filled words prompted several of the other students to speak. Yeah, Deku. Don't you know when to give up? Honestly, it makes you even more pathetic. Just give up, you loser. A quirkless loser like you can never become a hero. Tears gathered across the green-haired teen's eyes as his former classmates mocked and railed on him all around him. For a moment he felt small. Felt as pathetic as his classmates are saying he is. Felt like the Deku he's being called right now. However, for once, his courage and determination overpowered his fear. His resolve, the memories of the kids he rescued, took precedence over all the mocking that has been done to him. Being done to him. So, without much thought, he said, "That I don't care." His words caused the students to go silent, wondering what he just said, or if they heard right. Of course, Bakugo was the first to bark. What was that? I said I don't care. Izuku pushed himself on his hands and knees, holding his chest with one hand, to give Katsuki a determined glare. Say what you want about me. Keep telling me I don't have a chance. You can all tell me that I'll never be a hero. But that won't stop me from trying. Slowly, he pushed himself in a one-knee crouched position to stare directly at a stunned-looking Katsuki. Until I've exhausted all options, until it's clear that I can never be a hero, I will not stop. I'll continue to believe in myself, and aim to prove everyone wrong. So say whatever you want. I don't give a damn anymore. The whole forest went completely silent, as everyone gathered stared gobsmacked at the quirkless teen. Many couldn't help but think, is this guy for real? Others wondered where this burst of courage came from, to say all that and glare directly at Katsuki Bakugo. As for the explosion user himself, for a moment he was simply stunned. Deku? Standing up to him? Saying that he doesn't care what he says? But then that shock, predictably, shifted into his ever-present anger. And that anger grew to fury at the quirkless freak that dared to say all that to him. You're an insect, a mere pebble in my path. Katsuki growled, his body shaking. Yet you have the demon courage to say all that, to be getting up and glaring straight at me. Izuku did his best to hold up his glare. However, he couldn't help but shake a little, seeing the enraged state Kacchan was now in. He may have pushed him over the edge. That thought was proven when the explosion user slapped him with an explosion to the chest, sending Izuku flying into one of the trees. That's why I hate you so much. With that roar, Katsuki marched over to him, his hands continuing to crackle. Everyone, we're gonna be doing Deku Day today. All of your extras with a half-decent quirk, line up to get your chance at the freak. Once again, Izuku found his blood running cold. Deku Day. He completely forgot that his birthday's tomorrow. No wonder Kacchan took the time to gather everyone and grab him while he was still out. He didn't want him to miss the day of his torment. As Bakugo reached towards him, Izuku closed his eyes shut, preparing himself for the pain he's about to go through. However, before Bakugo and all the students here could lay another hand on Izuku, a laser ripped through the forest and hit the explosion user straight in the chest. Ah! Katsuki screamed out in rage and pain as he was blasted away from Izuku and got slammed into a tree. All the while, the other Aldra students jumped back from the laser, with many either staring in the direction of that laser or the direction of where Bakugo landed. No way! Bakugo was just... What was... Who? Hearing the commotion, Izuku slowly opened his eyes, wondering what had happened. His eyes then popped at a very familiar voice. Get away from him! Twisting both his head and body, he looked to see none other than Haruka, her visors glowing bright and a look of fury that would rival Kacchan. Around her was Taifa, Evelyn, and Fumika, all of whom looked similarly angry, as well as Eri and Juno, who both looked scared and shaken by all this. What are a bunch of brats doing here? One of the students exclaimed in shock and confusion. Those kids were with Deku. I saw them when I went to grab him. Tsubasa, the one with bat wings that carried Izuku, informed them all. But wait, there were two others with them too. Yeah, wasn't there a lizard mutant and an electric kid with him too? Another student, one of the two who spotted Izuku, brought up. This electric kid is floating right above you. Words from above caused eyes to look upward, to see a floating Raiden looking down ominously at them. Electricity crackled around him as glared down at the Aldra students. And the lizard mutant is on the tree behind Bat Boy. The Bat Boy paled at the sound of a growl above him. Slowly looking up, he was met with a rage-filled lizard boy, teeth bared and latched onto the tree behind him. What the F? Letting out his own growl of anger, Katsuki shakily stood up from where he landed. He then glared in both rage and bewilderment at the group of OPCs. The F are a bunch of brats doing here? In response, Haruka's visors glowed in her own rage. We're here to protect Izuku. And to teach you bullies a lesson. Huh? You started a babysitting job or something, Deku? Couldn't you do anything else with your worthless life? Byakuya sneered mockingly. That's when Fumika decided to speak up. Izuku isn't worthless. He is our warden. The one who chose to be our guardians while the world shunned us. She declared passionately while glaring angrily at all the teenagers she could. Not only did he adopt us, but saved half of us. From villains and thugs looking to abuse and harm us. Proving that he wasn't worthless, but highly intelligent, remarkably brave, and the most caring guardian ever. He's more hero material than any of you hope to be. She then aimed her sights at Bakugo, uncaring of the disbelieving looks given to her. Nor the growing wrathful look of the blonde Pomeranian. That especially goes for you, Katsuki Bakugo. Warden is worth more than you ever will. That set the blonde into a fury. You brat. With a boom, he blasted towards the young tech girl. You think you can dash? Izuku moved in an instant. As Bakugo got halfway to his intended target, Izuku grabbed the explosion user by one of his arms and yanked him back, essentially flipping Bakugo on his back. The blonde let out a cry of pain and shock, but before he could do anything he got flipped on his stomach, with a foot on his back and his arm being held in a twist. Don't. Deku practically growled, his grip tight and his foot pressed firmly on Katsuki's back. Dare. Touch or even threaten any of my kids. I don't care what you do to me, I'm used to it. But I won't let you lay a finger on any of them. All was quiet as the other students stared at Izuku dumbfoundedly. No way. Deku just. Him of all people? How? Bakugo himself was the most in shock, slowly processing what just happened. Deku? Putting him on the ground? The guy that was supposed to be a pebble? Who was supposed to be powerless? That can't be right. He refused to accept this. He refused to remain on the ground. Deku, you bastard! With a roar of fury, he set off an explosion with his held arm, breaking free of his hand. He then twisted and held Izuku by the throat, another explosion at the ready. You think you can tell me what to do? Think you can hold me down? I'll show you dash. Before he could finish his threat, a bolt of lightning hit him in the chest, lurching the angry boy off of Izuku and onto the ground once again. The source was, of course, Raiden, whose arm was outstretched and aimed at Bakugo. Like Haruka said, Raiden spoke, his eyes glowing and practically crackling with energy. We're gonna teach you thugs a lesson. Let us give a taste of what you've been giving Izuku for years. Slowly, Katsuki got himself off the ground for the third time, giving a look of searing rage. Oh yeah? Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you brats. XXXX. Suffice to say, it was a massacre. Half the Aldra students that were there scurried off to the wind, mainly those without any type of combat quirk. But those with any type of combat quirk stood no chance against the likes of Haruka, Raiden, and Negan. Even Taifa and Evelyn managed to jump in, with the former giving brief touches to bring some of them down while the latter mind controlled a few of them. Not even Katsuki, with all his natural fighting skills, stood any chance against the three powerhouses. In the end, he was left with several burns from both laser shots and electric blasts, along with several scratches and even a few bite marks. All the while, Izuku did his best to make sure none of it went too far, and that none of his kids got hurt. But for the most part, rather than protecting his kids from his peers, it was protecting the teenage students from them. He even had to prevent Negan from eating any of his former classmates more than once. While he was growing to adore each and every one of them, the quirkless teen was reminded why they're called OPCs, emphasis on OP. In the end, Izuku and the group of overpowered children stood standing, while everyone else were either unconscious or groaning whimpering in pain. Bravo! Bravo Raiden! Haruka! Negan! Fumika praised, clapping and beaming. You showed all these miscreants what true power actually looks like. Fumika, please don't encourage them like that. Izuku sighed in exasperation, turning his attention to his more combat-oriented siblings. While the three looked more than a tad awkward, they held looks saying they don't regret any of what they did. Looks that Izuku could only sigh at. None of you are in any trouble. You saw that I was being attacked and moved. To rescue me. I won't punish any of you for doing what I would do. That got the three to relax. However, Izuku wasn't done. But, don't do something like that again. He said firmly. Like I told some of you before, Even if you're all quite strong, you're still kids. Kids with no training and very little experience. If it was a villain, a much stronger one, you all would have gotten hurt. Or worse. I can't stand the idea of anything happening to any of you. The pained look on Izuku's face had some of them flinching, finding it difficult to argue with their caretaker. However, but Izuku, we feel the same way. Haruka argued, giving a pleading stare beneath her visors. When I was calling for help, you didn't wait for a hero to come in. You jumped in and saved me. If you waited for a hero, those villains who had me would have grabbed me and ran. Why should we stay back and wait for someone else to save you when we can? That was something Izuku found difficult to argue with. Honestly, he should have figured he was setting a bad precedent with his several rescues, and that arguing for his kids to not do the same makes him look like a hypocrite. But he still couldn't find it in him to regret any of those rescues, or how he went about them. The moment they were all in danger, his feet moved before his mind did. Could he really admonish anyone who does the same? Much less his own brothers and sisters. So, with a sigh, Izuku relented. Alright, I can't really argue with that when I was doing the same thing, like you said. He admitted. However, if there's an opportunity for a hero to step in, let them. And if there's any villain that's far too dangerous for any of you, then run. Please. I don't want any of you killed. For a moment, the OP children looked around at one another with conflicting stares. But in the end, all of them gave reluctant nods, unable to argue against their caretaker's pleading stare. If Izuku's that worried about me getting hurt or worse, then I just have to get stronger. Haruka thought in determination, clenching a fist. Strong enough to take down any villain threatening Izuku. That threatens any of my family. Can we rely on other adults? Who knows if they are able to save Izuku, or if they'll be willing? Negan thought bitterly. We have to get stronger. So we don't have to rely on a world that hates us. Then we should ensure we're strong enough that no villain is a match for us. Fumika thought firmly. If we become unstoppable ourselves, then Warden won't needlessly worry for us. There won't ever come a time we have to run and abandon Warden. In the minds of the overpowered children, it was simple. They just need to become even more powerful. The thought of abandoning Izuku in any capacity was unacceptable to any of them. So they need to become strong enough to where they don't have to run. So that they don't have to wait on a hero more capable than them. And they can protect their caretaker, their savior, their hero, themselves. So, Typhus spoke up, desiring to change the subjects. What are we going to do with all these guys? The green girl gestured to all the Aldra students laid about the forest, causing the others to look around. Should we call the police? Izuku thought to himself. While he's not one to seek vengeance or even justice for himself, that would be the responsible thing to do, and one he would do if any of his kids got targeted like that, he admits to himself. However, do his kids use their quirks to fight? Something that was illegal. They could get into trouble themselves, and while Kimura and the OCD will likely stand for them, was it wise to fight the court like that? He wasn't sure. But if he left this alone, a number of things could happen. His former peers could run to their parents, or the school, or the police station, and make up any number of stories. They could make greater attempts to track him and his kids down, Kachin especially. None of those ideas would be good, and Izuku wants to avoid any of that happening as much as possible. What is the best option right now? Dimin. Deku. Immediately, Izuku and the OP kids were on full alert. Izuku got into a fighting stance, his shock gloves on. Haruka aimed her glowing visors in the direction of the growl. Negan got into a pounced position, claws at the ready, and Raiden floated upward, forming a ball of electricity with his eyes glowing. They watched as Bakugo got onto his fours, huffs and snarls leaving his lips. However, it was clear he was at his limit, the burns and scratch marks being too much for him. How is he still standing? Evelyn asked in disbelief. Izuku sighed, relaxing. Kacha, Bakugo has always been stubborn. He answered before his friend a flat look. Bakugo, that's enough. You're clearly not in any shape to fight anymore. Like hell, you can tell me what to do. Proving how stubborn he was, Bakugo slowly and wobbly got onto his feet, giving Izuku a searing look of rage. I don't care how long it takes. I'm gonna make sure you know your place. Down on the ground, like a pebble should be. Even if you leave now, I'll find you. You're not gonna get away from me, Deku. His words got varied reactions from the kids. Haruka's visors glowed even brighter as she shook in anger, while Negan let out his own animalistic growls. Evelyn and Tifa glared fiercely at Izuku's main tormentor, while Raiden's electrons crackled even more wildly. Eri and Juno whimpered in fear, taking to hiding behind their caretaker. That boy, he has so much rage, so much hate. Juno thought fearfully, her hands clenched tightly around Izuku's pants. But why does he hate Izuku so much? The only one of the kids who showed little to no reaction was Fumika. Instead, the silver-haired girl began walking over to Bakugo, a neutral expression across her face. Naturally, that got Izuku concerned. Fumika dash. Relax, Warden. If the blonde Pomeranian attempts anything, I'm certain Raiden or Haruka will stop him. Fumika assured her Warden, not pausing in her steps and her eyes not leaving said Pomeranian. Once she was a few feet away from the blonde, she stopped, staring up at Bakugo while the teen himself stared down the young techno-girl. The hell do you want, silver brat? He barked. She smiled. Here's what is going to happen. She spoke sweetly yet strongly. You are not going to breathe a word of what happened here. You will make sure none of your cronies say anything about this. And you will cease your hunt on Warden and go about your days. Ha! Bakugo raised both his eyebrows at the audacity of this brat. And why the hell do you think I'll listen to you, you effing brat? With that, Fumika's smile got colder. And without a stutter, said, if you want to be a hero so badly, take a swan dive off the roof and pray you're born with a quirk in the next life. The area went completely cold at her words. Izuku went pale, being reminded that both her and Raiden saw footage of his school life. Katsuki went similarly pale, being confronted with words he said months ago. And with the other kids, with the exception of Raiden, it took a moment for them to process what she said. But once they did, eyes dilated, faces went pale, and looks of disbelief were slowly shared by all of them. Was Fumika suggesting that the blonde bully? How did you? Bakugo stuttered. My quirk allows me to access the net without restrictions. Fumika revealed coldly. And as Raiden and I were looking up everything about Warden, we found everything that you did. All the explosions that formed the burn marks littered across his body. All the mocking and demeaning words. Including your last advice. At that, Bakugo found himself speechless, his mouth drying up and his hands becoming noticeably clammy. And for once, it wasn't to form an explosion. That why he just itchy. Haruka stuttered, too enraged to speak clearly. Her visors began flashing wildly, looking at risk of unleashing her lasers uncontrollably. Negan had to make all the effort to not get into predator mode, the lizard boy slamming his claws into the ground, keeping his slitted eyes away from the one enraging him. Eri, Tifa, and Juno all covered their mouths, eyes wide and faces ashened in horror. Tears swelled up in their dilated eyes as they looked at Bakugo as if he was a monster. And Evelyn, she held a cold look of fury, resisting every urge to use her brightly glowing eye. Ignored any thoughts as to what type of commands she could give this blonde bestiard. Meaningless to say, they all knew the meaning and implications behind the words Fumika has quoted. Knew, at least to some extent, the idea of suicide. Of killing yourself. And for someone, anyone, to suggest that to their savior, it left them enraged or in tears. The only one who was calm, aside from Fumika, was Raiden. Having already heard those words from the footage, he and Fumika had plenty of time to vent their fury. That doesn't stop said fury from bubbling up from his glowing, practically crackling eyes. It would be so easy to leak those footage to the cops and let them handle it as they see fit. Fumika continued, her rage barely concealed beside her cold smile. But, so long as you don't or anyone else don't say anything about this beatdown, or try to hunt us down, then it'll stay with me. Understand? Understand? Katsuki wanted to scream. Rage. To show that brat that she couldn't control him, couldn't tell him what to do. But despite his temper, the blonde explosion user was smart. He knew if he didn't agree to these terms, this silver-haired brat can and will ruin him. So much as his pride was screaming at him to show Deku and his hellspawns who's the boss, his intelligence made it clear that it would be a very bad idea. Good. With that chirp, Fumika skipped back to her family. Now then, shall we go, everybody? I think we taught these miscreants enough lessons. It took a moment for Izuku to process all of what happened. But after that moment, he hesitantly. Yeah, let's go, everyone. Hesitantly, the group left Bakugo and the rest of his peers, either keeping their eyes away from him or sending looks of hatred on their way out the forest. And the blonde explosion user could only stand where he's at, processing the fact that a FING 7-year-old have the keys to his life. All the while, Fumika hummed happily. 'Cause, while she technically promised not to release all that footage from Aldra, so long as the blonde behaved, she made no promise about not saying anything about this forest brawl herself. Or sending footage from one of those miscreants' phones to that lazy OCD agent. Now she just had to wait and see what the lady would do with that info. At the very least, it should result in a nasty mark on his record. If anyone in the building of the OCD would have looked at the sunglasses-covered agent Kimura, the first thing they would think is that she had a blank, neutral look. The young agent was currently sitting in her office, her eyes aimed solely on her phone, her expression betraying nothing. If anyone had the chance to look beneath her sunglasses, they would have seen the boiling anger rising within her slitted eyes. And what's exactly enraging her? Well, it had to do with the video sent to her. One containing a bunch of teenage brats targeting her favorite OPC adopter. I'm gonna ruin those punks, was Kimura's chilling thought. Now, the government agent wasn't what you would call a bleeding Samaritan. Working in the government for a number of years would leave one jaded, especially in the thankless job of finding pets, guardians for crazy powerful kids. But that's what made her more protective of the guardians she did manage to find. Those that were willing to take in these OP squirts helped make her job much easier, and she wasn't about to let some spoiled punks get away with trying to torment one of her favorite adopters. And it looks like she'll need to do some looking into whatever crap school those punks are in. As for how she'll do that, one of you idiots go get the rat on the line. Tell him it's OPC business. With the Midoriya family. The rest of the day was only marginally better. Though considering that Izuku nearly got assaulted by his classmates, that wasn't saying much. Much of it was spent either comforting his distressed siblings, or calming down the more angry ones. It was less because of the attempted assault, though the ire for that was there, and more because of what Fumika revealed. Bakugo told Izuku to kill himself. And of course, not only did that horrified and enraged all the kids, but left the more gentle ones fearful at the very idea of their older brother taking his own life. So Izuku had to make sure Eri, Taifa, and Juno knew that he wasn't planning to do that, ever. Especially with them in his life now. As for Nagin, Haruka, and Evelyn, he had to make sure that none of them did anything rash with that new info. He didn't want them hunting down any of his former classmates, especially Bakugo, not out of concern for any of said classmates, but so his kids don't get hurt or in trouble. Strong they may be, but he knew that the only reason they got out of a fight with Bakugo without a scratch was because they were working together. Thankfully, he was able to calm them to some extent. They were still noticeably angered by the events of today, but a few hugs and soothing words kept them out of the do-something-reckless level rage. And as for his mother, what? Izuku winced at the horrified scream from his mom, the scream being made worse by the look across her face. A combination of horror, rising anger, and rising guilt from the information told to her. Honestly, he didn't want to do this. He's been keeping the bullying he went through from his mom to keep her from stressing even more than she does. Letting her know that he got ganged up on by his former classmates, including Bakugo, is just opening a floodgate he's not ready to unleash. But he knew he couldn't hide it for long. Even if he managed to convince the kids to keep quiet about it, it wouldn't be for long. One of them would have been bound to slip and reveal what happened. And it wouldn't be good to teach any of them that it's better to hide their pain, rather than let others know what had happened. So, with great reluctance, he told his mother what happened as soon as she opened. It's going about as well as he expected. All of your classmates, they try to gang up on you? Inko spoke in horror, having difficulties processing that idea. Even Katsuki? Izuku nodded, his eyes turned away from her. He assumed that they'd been looking for me for a while. Bakugu, specifically. He attempted to explain gently. Someone must have spotted us while we're at the mall and told everyone else as soon as possible. Bakugu assumed that I've been hiding from everyone and took offense to that. So he took it upon himself to voice his anger. There was silence between the two Midoriyas, the mother processing what she was told while the son waited anxiously for her response. Eventually, Inko was able to speak. Izuku, please be honest, were you bullied by your classmates? By Katsuki? Once again, Izuku flinched and looked down. He knew that question was coming, that his mother would connect the dots. However, there was still a part of him that didn't want to say anything, that wanted to spare his mom from that information. Izuku, please. The young man was forced to look up when he felt Mom's hands on his shoulders, and he was met with a tearful look. I need to know how awful you were treated. His mom's tearful look wiped all resistance away from. Yes, they did. Izuku finally confessed. For how long? Ever since I was 4. Practically every day. Inko took a deep breath in an effort to calm herself. However, she was unable to stop the tears from sliding down and the sobs leaving her mouth. In an instant, she pulled her son into a soul-crushing hug, one that he quickly returned to try and comfort her. She knew it. She knew that Izuku was being bullied. That Katsuki played a large part in it. Yet she didn't do a thing about it. For around a decade, her son was tormented by his peers and she didn't even attempt to stop it. However, that ends today. She wasn't gonna look the other way when it comes to other kids hurting her boy. I'm gonna call Mitsuki about this, Inko told Izuku, once she was able to pull herself together. Along with the police. Her words caused Izuku to JRK back in alarm. Wait, Mom dash. No, Izuku. I'm not letting this go. The mother cut off sternly. They kidnapped you. Tried to assault you, just because you avoided them. As your mother, I can't overlook, especially when this has been going on for so long. Izuku felt himself wincing once again at the guilty look on his mother's face. However, he couldn't let her call the police. It's not about letting this go, or forgiving any of them, Mom. He stated with some urgency. Our kids went after them to protect me. Fought them all with their quirks. If we bring the police in, they'll find out that some of them used their quirks without any sort of license. We might end up losing them if that happens. His words caused his mom to look down, anguish and righteous anger clear across her face. It's obvious that she wanted to do something about this, but understood that involving the police would put the kids at risk of being taken away. Izuku himself felt guilty about putting his mom in this position, but he couldn't risk having his siblings being taken away. Katsuki and all the other students had made his life miserable for years. He was not about to let their actions take his kids away. And if you're worried about my former classmates coming after me, Fumika dealt with that. The Quirkless teen then revealed, in an effort to reassure her. She revealed to Bakugu that she knew everything that he did and said to me. And that if he comes after us or lies to the police, she'll reveal all the video evidence. That bit of information was able to calm Inko somewhat. However, she still held a firm expression. Regardless, I still plan on calling Mitsuki about this, and let her know what her son did. That's fair. Izuku conceded. While he didn't want to be the one to get Katsuki in trouble, former friend or not, Aunt Mitsuki shouldn't be kept in the dark anymore. Especially if Fumika ends up revealing all of Katsuki's actions. Inko then brought Izuku into a hug once again, one that the boy quickly recuperated. I'm so sorry, Izuku. The mother apologized, tearing up once again. I just knew that you were getting bullied, yet I didn't do anything to stop it. To find out for sure. I just didn't want to believe my baby boy was being targeted by the whole school. It wasn't Dash. Izuku, please. Inko cut her son off gently. Don't try to defend anyone. Not even me. You shouldn't have been hurt by your peers. The teachers should have stopped it, or at least told me, and I should have done something. Anything to help you." At that, Izuku couldn't help but frown guiltily. This was exactly what he wanted to avoid. To keep his mom from feeling guilty over whatever happens to him. He doesn't blame her for all the bullying that happened over the past years, not one bit. Even if he did tell her about his peers picking on him, she wouldn't have been able to convince the teachers to stop it. At best, they would merely offer lip service, while continuing to turn a blind eye to all that happens in the school. She has already been through so much thanks to his quirklessness. Did she really need that additional stress? But no more. I won't ignore the clear signs from now on. His mom then spoke firmly. Whether it's with you or the kids in our care. If any of you are suffering through anything, don't hesitate to tell me. I'll do everything in my power to help you all. Okay, was all the quirkless boy was able to say, tears forming in the corner of his eyes. After the emotionally tiring day, Izuku was out like a lamp when they all went to bed. But rather than just 2 of his sisters going to sleep with him, all 6 of them clung to his side, none of them wanting to leave him after that day. Even Negan and Raiden took to sleeping on the floor of his bedroom, rather than the couch like they usually did. That made escaping his bed without alerting anyone more difficult than usual. But somehow, he managed, and now the quirkless teen was yet again at the beach, exercising, cleaning up, and scavenging. Today is the day that we move out. Izuku mused to himself, as he slowly pushed one of the rusted cars on the beach. Gotta find a new route to get to Dagoba Beach. Hard to imagine there being other beaches filled with this much trash. It was also to continue ensuring that he doesn't run into his former classmates again. Sure, Fumika kept them in check with her blackmail on Bakugo, but it was better safe than sorry. Plus, he'd rather not encounter any of them again if he could help it. Something that'll be harder to do if he manages to enter into UA with Bakugo, but that's a bridge he'll cross when he gets there. And if I get into UA, I have to think about who'll watch over the kids. Izuku thoughts, a small frown of concern across her face. Of course, there was his mother, and she'll likely be happy to watch over them during the mornings and afternoons. But will she always be available? And if not, could he afford some sort of sitter or nanny to watch over them? Are there any out there who could handle 8 OPCs and counting? Are they any that he could trust to care for them? Shaking his head to clear out the gloomy thoughts, the green-haired teen started putting more effort in pushing the car. It's a bridge I'll cross when I get there. He decided. For now, I'll trust Mom to watch over them whenever I'm not there. I'll talk to her to see if there's any trouble with that. Eventually, after making satisfyingly enough progress, Izuku headed back home. On his way there, a thought occurred to him that caused a pause in his journal writing. But today's my birthday, isn't it? He recalled. Honestly, if it wasn't for Bakugo, I doubt I would have remembered. But for once, rather than the dread or loneliness he felt whenever that day came, he felt relaxed. None of his classmates are gonna come after him again for Deku. And even if they wanted to, none of them knew where he lived. No more falling from the stairs. No more quirks being used on him. No more extra trips to the nurse's office, or any trips, really. Though I wonder what I should do for the kids' birthdays. Izuku mused, Taifa's, Raiden's, and Haruka's are coming up soon, so I should make plans for all 3 of them. The quirkless teen was still thinking up plans for each of the kids' birthdays by the time he got home and was at the door. So when opened the door to his apartment. Surprise! He was completely unprepared for what was behind the door. Huh? Izuku stammered, processing what he was seeing. In front of him were all his adopted siblings, along with his mother, with all sorts of decorations and a birthday banner around him. Eventually, he was able to gather his thoughts to ask, "What is all this?" "A birthday surprise." Taifa answered cheerfully, both her hands up in the air. "We worked super hard and super fast as soon as you left. Fumika and Raiden told us about your birthday yesterday." Negan revealed. "And we all wanted to do something for it. So we talked with Miss Inko and made plans. But, wait, you all only found out about my birthday yesterday, right?" Izuku managed to catch in his bewilderment. Then his eyes flashed in realization. Does that mean that dash? We used the shopping trip to gather everything we need for the surprise party? Futaba summarized with a mischievous grin. Yep. While you were with Raiden and Nagin, the rest of us went shopping for decorations, presents, and a cake. Nagin and I also relayed whatever item caught your interest to the girls. Raiden added, smiling alongside his partner in crime. Which was easy to do when we got to the hero section. At that, Izuku couldn't help but look away with a blush. Fumika talked to me about doing something for your birthday the day before yesterday? Inko told her son, a smile across her own face. And I was happy to help the kids prepare for your birthday and keep all the gifts we've bought with me. His mom's words got the quirkless teen to shake off his embarrassment and face everyone once again. Seriously, all of you did all this for me? Of course. Haruka was the next one to speak up, a fervent look beneath her lenses. You would do the same for us, wouldn't you? And we wanted to give the best birthday ever. Better than your other ones. The reminders of his previous birthdays caused Izuku to flinch and look away once again, from discomfort rather than embarrassment this time. Fumika told us about your previous experience. Evelyn revealed, her hands clenching angrily as she scowled. So we know that your birthdays were similar to ours. Lonely at the very least. And we wanted to change that. Make your birthday feel special. 'Cause like Haruka said, you would do the same for us. Juno said earnestly. And like clockwork, Izuku felt the familiar feeling of tears in the corner of his eyes, accompanied by the less familiar feeling of warmth. Everyone, I don't know what to. He then felt someone impact his waist, causing him to look down. He was met with the familiar white hair of Eri, before the girl looked up with red earnest eyes. You did so much for us, saved us, gave us a home, gave us love. She spoke sincerely. And we wanted to do something for you. Today isn't Deku Day. Today is your birthday. And that was yet another heartwarming pierce to the gut towards Izuku. The tears he barely held back went sliding yet again, as a wobbly smile entered his face. He then bent down and wrapped the little rewinder into a hug. That, apparently, was a signal for the others to join in. Group hug. Taifa cried out before pouncing on Izuku and Eri. She was joined by Haruka, Fumika, and Juno, their impact causing them all to fall onto the ground. That resulted in them bursting into giggles and laughs, with Izuku wrapping his arms around all of them. Honestly, after switching apartments and getting out of Aldera, Izuku completely forgot about his birthday. Not having to worry about being assaulted by his classmates, along with the focus on self-training and scavenging, caused Deku Day to leave his mind. Celebrating his own birthday was the farthest thing on his mind. So the kids and his mom doing this was more than touching. And it made him all the more certain that he made the right choice in adopting all these wonderful, crazy powerful kids. Alright, let's see if we got everything set up. Fumika spoke, looking around the room she and Raiden were in. The room in question was an attic, one modified and decorated as a monitor room connected to the entire house. Monitors? Check. Control panels? Check. Computer cases? Check. Wheelchairs? In response, Raiden spun around in his insulated wheelchair. Check. Fumika clapped her hand happily, hopping onto her own wheelchair. Good. Our very own computer room is fully set up and ready. It's been a week since the Midoriya family moved out of their small apartment. Almost immediately after the birthday celebration, the family cleaned up and headed out with all their things. It took little time, especially with Nagin's strength, and they soon spent their first night sleeping inside the mansion. And of course, all the kids didn't hesitate to jump into bed with Izuku on that very night, though Raiden and Nagin had to stick to the bottom side. And it was now that Fumika and Raiden were able to set up their computer monitoring room. Something that they had planned from the start, ever since the renovations. They had a room like this at the factory they were staying at, and wanted a similar room once they got adopted by Izuku. One that monitors the house, has a shared gaming space, etc. If anyone asked, it was not because the idea of a private monitoring room sounded very cool to the two techno kids. Definitely not. They would have done it sooner, the day after they moved into the house, but they were barred from doing it immediately. Also had their electronics restricted for a few days. Both as punishment for their scheme to get adopted. It was a very light punishment, they knew, and it's one they accepted with no regrets over their scheme. That didn't stop them from feeling mopey about it, however. Fumika especially was completely miserable, despite being able to do other fun stuff. And now that we got everything set up, let's test our cameras and see where everyone's at. Fumika declared, spinning over to the main monitors to begin typing. You know, I'm still surprised that Izuku gave us permission to do this. Raiden remarked, sliding over to Fumika's side. Fumika kept her eyes on the panels and monitors as she spoke. It probably helped that he has access to those same cameras that we do. Warden will be able to keep an eye on all of us without having to search all through the house. And with 8 OP kids, soon to be 9 in the house? That was a necessity. Now, come on. Help me find everyone. I want to gather them all for the event we've been waiting for. The library. Ever since the move, Evelyn spent plenty of time in their new library. While her previous family had a sizable collection, it was nothing like this room. And while not a completely avid book reader, she will not hesitate to pick up anything that caught her interest. Much of that interest revolved around strategy and tactics, history and myths, alongside other related genres. The current book she was reading revolved around a war between several kingdoms, all against one singular kingdom, one similar to the Trojan War, from what she was able to read about that myth. And with her was Juno, who also had a book in her hands. Both of them were sitting together in one of the couches scattered around the facility. You know, you don't have to be with me, Juno. Evelyn brought up, taking her eyes off the book to face her little sister. You can go hang out with our other siblings if you want. I'll be fine alone. I know, was Juno's simple reply, turning a page on her own book. But I want to stay with you, sister. We have plenty of time to hang out with our other siblings. Are you certain? I know you aren't as much of a book reader as I am. The elder sister persisted, not wanting to leave Juno bored. In response, the empath placed her book on her lap to give Evelyn a bright smile. Maybe, but you make it more fun. Seeing you covering your face with a book makes me want to grab one, so I don't mind reading. Her words brought about a blush from Evelyn, embarrassed yet touched by Juno's words. Juno! Her sister was absolutely precious. This wasn't the first time she thought, and this definitely won't be the last. But she doesn't care. All she cared about was giving the little empath a hug, one that Juno was happy to give back. Gaming room. This time, it'll be my win. As if you'll get the best of me. Eri and Negan watched from the couch they were on as Tifa and Haruka faced each other in another match in heroic combat. It was the third match between the two, with Haruka playing as Mirko and Tifa using Best Jeanist. While the Rewinder and Lizard Boy could join at any time, they both were content on just watching for the time being. However, as they played, there was something Negan picked up. Something he started noticing with each day they played this game. How come you two never pick Death Arm or Kamui Woods? He asked. I've seen you two pick about every other hero in the roster. But not those two. Is there a reason? His inquiry caused both girls to stiffen up, both of them stopping their match momentarily. Haruka had an uncomfortable look across her face while Tifa outright scowled, and while Negan couldn't see it from the couch he was on, since both girls were on cushions in front of him and Eri, he could feel the tension in the air. Beside him, Eri also stiffened up, giving her sisters anxious and worried looks. You know that Izuku saved me from 3 villains who were planning to sell me, right, Negan? Haruka was the first to speak, her eyes kept away from everyone. Well, while we were running, we ran into 2 heroes. Death Arms and Kamui Woods. We told them what happened and they helped, but they scolded Izuku for saving Haruka. Tifa practically burst out, facing Negan with that anger clear. As Day said that he shouldn't have done that he was being reckless, that he should have called a hero or something to help. Negan's eyes widened at this before a scowl formed across his face. Heroes were actually expecting Izuku to just ignore what's going on and wait for a hero? Do nothing while someone is in trouble? If he did that, wouldn't the villains escape with Haruka? Tifa, Izuku talked about this, didn't he? Eri spoke up, her voice sounding unsure. He said not to be angry with them. That they were just concerned and doing their jobs. Her words caused Taifa to look away with a pout. I know, but what if he didn't jump in to save Haruka? What if it didn't save us? Or stop that doctor from taking Negan? If he didn't jump in to save us, we all would have continued to have bad lives. And they told him he was wrong for that. Eri wasn't certain what she could say to that. Because while she agreed with Izuku that they shouldn't continue being mad, Taifa was right in that things would have been bad if he didn't rescue all of them. And the fact he saved her, saved all of them, when everyone else looked away, it meant a lot to the young rewinder. A tense silence was then left, one that Negan started feeling bad for creating. He didn't mean to touch a sore spot like that. He just noticed something and got curious. He didn't think it would because two heroes scolded Izuku for saving one of them. At that thought, a small growl left his lips. Did heroes really expect others to do nothing while others are in danger? To just hope that a hero arrives to save the day? No hero was there to rescue him when Dr. Okino dragged him away. Everyone looked the other way, or were happy to see him gone. If Izuku had done the same thing, he would have still been in the lab. In that cage. This world, it really is filled with horrible people. Those that would hurt people like him, like siblings, like Izuku, and those that would look the other way when it happens. Wow, things look remarkably tense here. Yelps were spread between Haruka, Eri, and Taifa, while Negan merely tensed before relaxing. All eyes were immediately redirected to the TV, the source of the voice. Fumika? Hello. The techno girl greeted playfully, the game they were playing still on screen, yet an electric-type glow encompassing the edges of it. Guess you forgot I could do this, huh? Don't do that. You could give us a heart attack. Haruka exclaimed in complaint. And why are you talking to us through the TV anyways? I want to gather everyone in the theater room for an important event. Fumika answered, trying to sound serious, but the eagerness was still heard in her voice. Raiden is going over to the library to get Evelyn and Juno, so it fell on me to contact everyone. The four OPCs in the room looked at each other in response. They all have a pretty good idea as to what Fumika wanted them to see, and suffice, they all couldn't help but feel either eager or at least a little curious. Even if 3 out of 4 of them won't openly admit it. Let us just finish this match first. With that said, Haruka held her controller properly once again before launching an attack. You're open, Taifa. Wadash. Caught off guard, Taifa found herself completely open to a combo attack. Hey, no fair. This, along with Fumika's sudden call, was enough to erase plenty of the tension, with the two girls focusing on kicking each other's butt and their watchers getting their attention back on the game. However, there were still lingering feelings in regards to the world outside their home. Front yard. It still felt very surreal, not only moving into a much larger residence, but just everything in general. Months ago, if someone were to tell Izuku that he would be saving several kids, overpowered kids at that, adopting them, and moving into much larger accommodations to support the sheer numbers of adoptees, well, he would have likely called a shrink for them to handle whatever quirk is clearly affecting them mentally. But here he was, with 8 OPC siblings, a 9th one coming along the way, and a mansion that he would never have imagined living in the past. If anyone told him that this was a dream, he would instantly believe it. But as he thought before, this was just something he would have to get used to. Especially if more overpowered kids come his direction, whether it be through the OCD or more crazy shenanigans. He really hopes there'll be a stopping point with these encounters and adoptions soon. But that was neither here nor there, as he waited for the next child to join their family. Currently, he was standing right in front of his family's new home, having been given a call from Kimura that they were bringing in the child today, and practically giving him no advance notice to boot. Yukiko. Age 8, so the same as Negan. Izuku recited to himself, recalling the information he read from the files. Her quirk is called glaciation. An ice quirk capable of freezing anything with just a touch, possibly even the very vapors in the air. An amazingly powerful quirk. The issue, however, is that it's very difficult to control, to the point where it can't be turned off. So she can freeze the area around her, along with anyone she touches, by complete accident. And if she gets too emotional, her quirk can get out of control and create a mini frozen wasteland. That's essentially how she ended up in the OPC's supervision. Her parents had been pressuring her to suppress her powers, to conceal them, despite the poor girl being unable to do so. It led to verbal, sometimes even physical abuse, driving Yukiko over the edge. The results? Frozen parents, along with a frozen house. Her parents had been dealt with after being unfreezed, and the OPC was able to create specially designed clothes to stop the girl from freezing whatever she touches. So now, she's being sent to Izuku. We'll have to remember to get plenty of clothing for her with that same material, was Izuku's next thought. And find ways we can train her properly to better use her quirk. His thoughts stopped when he caught a black car stopping at the gates. He watched as a few black suit government agents came out of the car, with baggage in their hands. Also coming out was none other than Agent Kimura, with a child following right behind her. "Heya Izuku buddy. Nice to see you at your new humble abode." Kimura greeted casually, passing through the gates. "Agent Kimura." In response, Izuku reclined his head towards her. He then turned his attention to the girl coming beside the agent. "And you must be Yukiko." The girl in question looked as though she came from a winter fairy tale. Pure white hair, a white dress, and fair skin comparable to snow. The only thing not of the ivory color was her eyes, which was an icy white blue. Her overall appearance made her look like a small snow princess, the traces of icy mist coming off her adding to that aura. As Izuku expected, she looked about as shy as Eri, with the young girl hiding behind Agent Kimura. Hello." The quirkless teen gave his best welcoming smile. "Hey there. I'm Izuku Midoriya. From this point on, you'll be living here. I hope we can get along." Fortunately, his words and his smile seemed to do the trick, with Yukiko slowly stepping away from the agent's leg. My new guardian?" "I am." Izuku nodded, bending down to look the girl in the eyes. "But I know I'm younger than you probably thought I would be, so feel free to think of me as your older brother." "Okay." In response, Yukiko nodded back shyly, her head slightly downwards. The clap of hands caused the child and the teen to look towards Kimura, who was evidently the source of the clap. "All right. Glad to see you two are getting to a good start." The agent replied cheerfully, as other agents placed Yukiko's baggage beside the gate. "Just one more thing before we leave. The case regarding Evelyn and Juno should wrap up soon, so you'll likely get a call from me at some point in the near future. Doesn't look like any of you has to show up in court, but be prepared, just in case." Izuku nodded in acknowledgement to the agent's words. "Thank you, Miss Kimura." "No problem, kiddo. Now if you excuse me, there's a couch and a TV calling my name." With that, Kimura and her colleagues got back to the car. "Sometimes I wonder how she ended up with that job," was Izuku's exasperated thought, as he watched the agents drive off. However, he shook his mind off of the lazy agent, and put his focus back on Yukiko. With a smile, he stood up and held out a hand towards the girl. "Ready to look inside your new home, Yukiko?" For a moment, the girl stared up at him before nervously taking a hold of his hand. "Okay." Yukiko didn't know what to expect from her new guardian. When she was told by those agents in the OCD that she was being adopted, they told her very little about him. Only that he would be a good fit for her, and that there would be other children like her. She didn't expect him to be so young, or to be living in a house similar to the one she lived in before. But so far he seems like a nice person. Warm, caring, gentle, and was willing to touch her. Hold her hands. No one ever wanted to touch her. Not even her parents. "Mr. Izuku, aren't you sea cold?" Yukiko asked nervously. Despite her words of concern, she found herself holding onto his hand even tighter, as much as she could with her own smaller palms. She didn't want this to end. Didn't want this hand to leave hers. Felt nice. Like something she has missed, but she never even had it before. "You don't have to add Mr. to my name. We're family now. You can just call me Izuku if you want." Izuku told her, in that same gentle tone he's been using. And don't worry, I'm fine with the cold. Though, are you uncomfortable with me holding your hand? In response, she immediately clung to him with her other hand, practically clinging to him in general. Gotcha! Izuku replied with a chuckle, though his smile turned a tad sadder. He could tell that the girl is touch-starved, likely because her parents were either too uncaring or too afraid to hold her in any capacity. He'll just need to make up with plenty of hugs and affection. And he's sure that Taifa will immediately help in that regard. So with that in mind, he kneeled down to Yukiko's level before bringing her to a hug. And as suspected would happen, the girl tensed up with a small gasp, not expecting this sudden hug. Like I said, I'm good with the cold, he said softly to her. So if you want to hold my hand, or have a hug, don't hesitate. I can take it. For a moment, Yukiko was as still as the frozen statues she made of her parents. Then she grasped tightly onto Izuku, burying her face into her shoulder. A few tears leaked out of her eyes, with a few shakes leaving her body, as she greedily drank the affection from her guardian. He really is so kind. Better than even her mom and dad, before her quirk got so out of control. She could only hope that her new big brother continues to be kind, and doesn't end up like either of them. Soon enough, the two continue their tour, with Izuku leading Yukiko up the stairs. The second floor is where all our rooms are, he told the girl. It also has a theater room where we can watch TV shows and movies together, as well as a gaming room with all different types of games. Yukiko nodded to this, curiosity shining within her icy blue eyes. While she knew what TV and movies are, same with games, she never partook in any of them. Her parents only allowed her to read, saying that stuff like video games or movies are uncultured. And when she was at the OCD, while she had a TV, she was too depressed to even think about turning it on. So suffice to say, she was very curious about what they were like. However, there was something else that was on her mind. Are my other brothers and sisters here? Yukiko asked, looking around to see if there was anyone else nearby. Izuku let out a hum at that. They should be. And I think I know where they are all at. We can go and find them now if you want. Initially, he thought about bringing all his siblings to the front yard to meet Yukiko firsthand. However, he figured that would overwhelm the shy girl and wanted to avoid any poor introductions. And Fumika contacted him through his laptop, saying she'll let everyone know about their new sister showing up. Boy, the heart attack that girl gave him when she suddenly did that. But now could be a good time for her to meet all of them, if she likes. It took a moment for Yukiko to think about it, before looking up and nodding. So Izuku led her to the likely place they'll find the other OPCs at, the theater room. As for why he thinks they'll all be there? Go get them, Izuku. Wow. He's really showing those robots who's boss. Impressive, I must say. So cool. It had to do with the other reason why Izuku forgo on gathering everyone, and why Fumika insisted on her and Raiden telling the others about Yukiko's arrival. She decided that today was the day that everyone would watch the fight between him and the bots the tech duo sent on him. Izuku could already feel his face turning red as he heard the excited chatter of his adopted brothers and sisters. All the while, the recording of his fight blared across the giant screen in front of them. However, he shook off his embarrassment quickly. Now was the time to introduce the family to their new member. Everyone! Izuku called out, causing several heads to turn towards him from their seats. He also saw Fumika immediately pause the recording before turning her attention to him. I would like you all to meet your new sister. That caused Taifa to visibly perk up even more in visible excitement. New sister. She quickly jumped off the couch she's on, with the others soon joining her. On seeing the other kids converge, Yukiko yelped and hid behind Izuku's leg. Calm down, everyone. The teenage caretaker urged his siblings, stopping their advancement for a moment. As you can see, she's a bit shy, so don't swarm her. Thankfully, that was enough to get the more excitable of the bunch to settle down. Once they were all calm enough and gathered in front of their caretaker, Izuku put his attention on Yukiko. How about you introduce yourself, Yukiko? The snow girl looked up to her new guardian nervously. But at the soft look and encouraging smile, she was able to find enough courage. So she stepped away from Izuku's leg to face all of her new brothers and sisters. My name is... I hope we can get along. Almost instantly, Eri felt a kindred spirit with her new sister, Yukiko. So, in a surprise act of bravery, she stepped forward and introduced herself. My name is Eri, and I hope we can get along too. My name is Taifa. And of course, Taifa was the next one to continue introductions, a bright smile across her face. Can I call you Yuko? H-ha. Startled by the sudden nickname, it took a moment for Yukiko to answer. I don't mind. Yuko it is. The poison girl bobbed her head happily. My name is Fumika. Fumika was the third one to speak up, linking her arms with Raiden. And this is my partner in crime, Raiden. Hey. In response, the electric boy waved his hand casually at the snow girl. The name's Haruka. Welcome to the family, Yukiko. Haruka also waved casually to her new sister, a smirk across her visor-covered face. I'm Negan. Was Negan's more reserved, awkward introduction, notably the farthest away from Yukiko. My name is Evelyn. And this is Juno. Finally, Evelyn gave out her introduction, holding her blood sister's hand. We're the most recent addition to the Midoriya family, apart from you. It's a pleasure to meet your acquaintance. What my sister said. I'm sure we'll get along, Yukiko. Juno spoke happily. Their new family member contained a glow similar to Aries, but rather than the dimmed white color, it was more an icy blue. A cold, misty-looking color that seems like it's trying to enclose itself. Yukiko couldn't help but shrink a little more. So many names. So many faces. It was beginning to overwhelm the snow girl. Seeing how overwhelmed Yukiko was getting, Izuku patted her to comfort her. Would you like to finish up our tour? He offered. You can get to know everyone better later if you want. At that, Yukiko quickly shook her head. I'm okay. I want to be around everyone here. As nervous as she was, she wanted to get to know her new family better. She didn't want to just leave just like that. So she pushed back her nervousness as best she could. And besides, also want to know why you're on the screen. The snow girl pointed at the large TV in the room. The blush from before returned to Izuku's face with a vengeance, while Fumika's and Taifa's eyes lit up in eagerness. We're watching Izuku fight against an army of robots. The latter of the two girls spoke eagerly. Want to watch with us? I promise it'll be so cool. These kids are gonna be the death of him. And it won't be thanks to their quirks. And sure enough, Izuku felt close to passing out as he sat and watched the recording of his fight with Fumika and Raiden's mini-robot army. Every comment, every praise made by either Fumika, Taifa, or Juno left him feeling thermonuclear. Even Negan and Haruka, the most reluctant of the kids regarding the recording and the fight within it, looked entranced. Honestly, he would have left beforehand and let Yukiko spend time with the others by herself, if only to avoid the embarrassment he was feeling. However, the girl did not want him to leave, her grip on his hand tightening as much as she was able and a pleading look entering her face. Suffice to say, Izuku crumbled in seconds. So now, he was one of the couches within the theater, with Yukiko on his lap. Haruka, Eri, Taifa, and Fumika were also sharing that same couch, while Evelyn and Juno took to a recliner. Raiden also took to their own recliners, with Negan grabbing a beanbag and settling in one of the farther parts of the room. The latter being something Izuku took note of. He must be keeping his distance from Yukiko. He deduced. It made sense. Reptiles are susceptible to the cold, and if he gets too close to Yukiko, it could result in him getting very sleepy. Perhaps even hibernation. Hopefully, it doesn't jeopardize whatever bond the two could form. Meanwhile, Yukiko was as mesmerized as her new siblings by this battle. This was her first time seeing something like this. Sure, she has heard of stuff like hero battles, but never had the chance to witness them. So this was the closest she ever got to see something like that. And it's her new caretaker that was fighting. Actually fighting. And it looks like he's winning the fight. It was amazing. Wow. Yukiko whispered in amazement, unaware of the steam practically coming out of Izuku's head. You're really incredible, Mr. Izuku. Izuku decided not to remind her to just call him by his name. After all, it took a bit for some of the others not to refer to him as Mr. It's not that amazing, there are plenty of flashier fights from pro heroes you can look up. Maybe. But those flashy fights are something to be expected of those pros. Fumika argued, flashing her guardian a proud smile. You fought mine and Raiden's army with little experience, no training, and no quirk to speak of. To me, that's far more interesting and awe-inspiring than a fist fight from Death Arms, or Endeavor taking out villains with his flame attacks. I agree. Taifa spoke up excitedly, doing little hops on the couch. To me you look like a pro hero fighting against an army of villains. I'll admit, this robot battle is pretty awesome. Haruka admitted, keeping her eyes away from everyone. Kinda wished I could have seen him beat up my kidnappers. The way you utilized your support items, limited that they are, is impressive. Even Evelyn gave her 2 cents on this. I wonder how many actual pro heroes are that strategic. If they even bother to use support items in the first place. How come I haven't passed out yet? The quirkless Grionet couldn't help but wonder. Maybe it had to do with keeping Yukiko from falling off his lap? That could be it. What did Fumika mean by no quirk to speak of? And just like that, any embarrassment was washed away by the familiar feeling of dread, with Izuku's face going from red to pale as Yukiko looked up at him in confusion. I mean, everyone has a quirk, don't they? He forgot that the girl had no idea that he was quirkless. He pretty much got used to the fact all the kids in his family knew that he had no quirk to speak of after the adoptions that created this recording. And Evelyn and Juno already knew, due to the former's mind-controlling interrogation. Not everyone, Yukiko. A small number of people in the world are born with no quirk at all. Thankfully, telling this to his newest adoptee felt easier than last time. So Izuku pushed back whatever fear and shame he felt as he spoke. And I'm one of them. I was born with no quirk at all. Yukiko's eyes widened at that. But that shock quickly turned into fear and guilt. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to dash. I wasn't dash. Yukiko, breathe. Breathe. Izuku quickly urged, rubbing the girl's head to calm and comfort her. Thankfully, that did the trick, as the girl managed to stop stammering and take those breaths. It's okay. You didn't know. I understand why you would be curious. Eventually, the snow girl was able to calm down. However, she did hold a look of guilt across her face. While she didn't know that people could be quirkless until now, she's smart enough to understand what that could mean. How others would look at him for being different. She's a freak. Get her away from me. She's too cold. Ice Queen. Ice Queen. She shut her eyes tight, trying to push away the memories. So you fought all those robots, without a quirk? Yukiko then asked, hesitant yet still too curious not to ask. Izuku nodded. Yep. I had to rely on the support gear I had on me at the time to fight. Which makes Warden even more amazing. Fumika spoke up, puffing up her chest with a wide smirk. And it wasn't just this battle that he showed his prowess. He also rescued 4 of our siblings from various villains and scumbags. Yukiko's eyes widened at this, staring at the techno girl in shock. He did? Yeah. Taifa jumped in once again, eager to tell these stories yet again. He saved me from a group of thugs chasing me down. Used his magnet gloves and invisible hoodie to hide in a garbage-filled beach, and then had all that garbage fall all over those Jarks. Before that, he also saved Eri from. As the green girl chatted, Yukiko looked more and more amazed. By the end of it, the snow girl couldn't help but stare up at Izuku, who once again looked as though he wanted the ground to swallow him up. So cool. Her new caretaker is such an amazing person. Let there be something, anything, that lets me escape from this. Izuku pleaded in his mind. While he was flattered, really flattered by how much his adopted siblings seemed to admire him, his heart could only take so much. He needed to find a way out of this before he actually faints. Thankfully, it seemed his prayers were answered by the sound of the doorbell. I'll go get that. With a speed that one could mistake for a quirk, he gently dropped Yukiko on the couch before bursting out of the theater room. almost looking as though he disappeared from the couch and into the hallway. The kids could only blink in bemusement, processing what just happened. Didn't know Warden could do a blitz like that? Fumika randomly mused. XXXXX. While Izuku was grateful for the opportunity to escape the theater room, that relief eventually turned to curiosity and caution. He wasn't expecting any other visits other than Agent Kimura and her colleagues dropping off Yukiko. And his mom has a key to the house. So who could be at the gate of their home? Once he reached the door, he pressed the buzzer next to it. Who is it? He inquired nervously. He really hopes that it wasn't another kid. Or a villain of some sort. Or one of his former classmates that somehow managed to track him down. Was he paranoid? Maybe a bit. Was it warranted? Some would argue yes. But that paranoia quickly began washing away when his visitor responded. Hello, new neighbor. A clear feminine voice responded. Your feline fantasies are here to greet you. The voice caused Izuku's eyes to widen in shock, before his gaze slowly started sparkling. Could it actually be? Front yard. Rock on with these sparkling gazes. We've come to lend a paw and help. Coming out of nowhere. Stingingly cute and cat-like. Wild, wild pussycats. The announced PP cats all finished together, matching their signature motto with their signature pose. All the while in civilian clothes. It made Izuku no less starry-eyed. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. It's the pussycats. It's actually the wild, wild pussycats, doing their signature pose at my new home. He gushed like the fanboy he is. I can't believe they're here. Can't believe they're actually in front of my home. He knew that the pussycats' headquarters was located closer to his new house. While it wasn't one of the reasons he chose this mansion, UA was the primary reason, he was aware that picking it would result in his family being the closest things to neighbors for the wild, wild pussycats. But he didn't think that they would actually spend the time to actually visit him, or be aware of his family moving here. And of course, all of his adopted siblings with him as well. As soon as he found out that the pussycats were at the gate, he quickly brought the kids over from the theater room so they could all meet their new neighbors. Suffice to say, their reactions to the four heroes' poses were varied. They look like they could be nice. Taifa thought hopefully. She really hopes that they aren't like Death Arms and Kamui Woods. So they do their motto even out of uniform, huh? Fumika openly mused, head tilted and arms crossed. Unsure if that dedication is impressive or superfluous. We could always go with both. Rayan offered beside her. Nagin, Evelyn, and Haruka did not look at all impressed. These are supposed to be heroes? Were their unamused thoughts. Eri and Yukiko were uncertain what to think, only able to look at the hero group owlishly. Juno, however, was not focused on the pussycats. No, her glowing eyes were focused on the one who was with the four adults. Finally, the pussycats broke out of the poses and took to normal postures, with their leader, Mandalay, speaking. Nice to hear that our new neighbor is a fan of ours. She began, giving a softer smile. We heard that a family moved nearby our home, so we wanted to introduce ourselves. Oh, of course. Breaking out of his fanboying, Izuku turned more stiff and nervous, giving a 90-angle bow. My name is Izuku Midoriya. It's an honor to meet you all, and be neighbors with you. Aren't you adorable? Pixie Bob spoke up with a teasing smile. That prompted Izuku's face to poof red, a puff of steam practically coming from the head. Behave. Mandalay gave her blonde teammate a flat, pointed look, said teammate sticking her tongue at her in response. And who are the other kittens with you? Ragdoll spoke up, with her ever-present smile. In response, Izuku shook himself out of his embarrassment and turned towards the kids. Everyone, introduce yourselves please. Yes sir. K. Izuku. Yes, Warden. Okay. Just like with Yukiko's introduction, the kids all introduced themselves to the pussycats. The difference, however, was they all introduced themselves as Midoriya, rather than just their first names, some prouder than others, some shyer than others. Yukiko, however, was the most hesitant. Waikiko, Come on Yuko, you can do it. Taifa said in encouragement. You may have just come here today, but you're a Midoriya now. Fumika spoke up right after. Introduce yourself as such. It's fine if you don't want to yet. Even Nagin spoke up to support the newest OPC edition. But you're a part of our family now. You don't have to feel scared saying so. With encouragement from her new brothers and sisters, the snow girl finally said, Yukiko, Midoriya, and then hid behind the eldest Midoriya in the yard. That didn't stop the claps from the more excitable OP kids, along with the proud smile from the teen she's hiding behind, prompting a blush from the girl. The Pussycats, plus their currently silent add-on, couldn't help but stare in confusion at the interaction. However, it quickly clicked to them what was going on. So, is it safe to say that many of you kittens are adopted? The sole male of the Pussycats, Tiger, inquired. Oh, yes. Izuku nodded in confirmation, turning his attention back to the hero group. In fact, everyone here except for myself is adopted. And Izuku was the one to adopt all of us. Taifa added in without care. And of course. The Pussycats could only react dumbfoundedly, their eyes immediately directly at the teenager. Said teenager could only sigh in response, with him now looking more exasperated. It's a long and rather unbelievable story, Izuku told them. But let's just say I encounter many of them in very weird circumstances, leading me to be the one taking them in. But what about your parents? Pixie Bob pointed out in bafflement. Shouldn't they be the one adopting? Like I said, very weird circumstances was all the teenage guardian could offer them. The Pussycats couldn't help but give each other perplexed looks. Wanting to move on from the subject, Izuku quickly moved on to the next thing that was on his mind. Anyways, while we're on the topic of kids, do you mind introducing yours? Despite his fanboying, the teen did notice a black-haired young boy, the most noticeable things being the hat with the two protrusions, the clear scowl across his face, and the fact that he was standing a noticeable distance from the hero group. Oh right. Jolting of her bafflement, Mandalay quickly got beside the scowling boy. This is Koda, a child of a cousin of mine. Say hello, Koda. These are our new neighbors. The boy, however, made no move to greet them. Seeing that, Izuku decided to make the first move and approached the boy with a soft smile. Hey, Koda. I hope we can get alone dash. The quirkless teen ended up choking on his own word, color leaving his boy and a look of pained shock across his face. The cause? A punch to the crotch by the boy he attempted to greet. Izuku! Warden! The kids all cried out in shock and worry as Izuku slowly crumpled onto the ground, his hands holding his privates and a look of absolute agony forming across his face. Kota! Mandalay exclaimed in an alarmed, yet scolding tone, before crouching over to Izuku. I'm so sorry. I didn't think he would do that. Kota, apologize now. The boy merely growled in response, giving a scathing look of hatred. I don't plan to get along with people who like hero dash. This time, it was Kota who was cut off by someone tackling and pinning him to the ground, drawing out a startled cry from him. That someone was none other than Nagin, who gained an absolutely feral look, with snarls coming out through his teeth. Nagin, no! Pushing through the agony he was going through, Izuku rushed over to his lizard brother to keep him from eating Kota. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for any of that to happen. No, it's my fault. I should have known Kota would have done something like that. I'm really sorry for his behavior. It had taken the combined effort of Izuku, Tiger, and a few Earth clones from Pixie Bob to remove Nagin from Kota. And to calm him down, Izuku had to call over Yukiko, her icy presence being enough to make the lizard boy sleepy and docile, as the quirkless teenager suspected. And once the two boys were kept far from each other, Izuku and Mandalay immediately got into an apology session with each other, both guardians bowing to each other for their kids' transgressions. All the while, Ragdoll was holding and comforting a now terrified Kota, with him being pale, shaking like a leaf, and clinging tightly onto the grionette of the Pussycats. There, Kot. You're all right. You're safe now. Ragdoll hushed softly to the shaking boy. But I hope you learned your lesson in punching people like that. Especially in those areas. Pixie Bob remarked with a grimace. Meanwhile, over half the kids were fuming over what Kota had done. Taifa hissed furiously. Her fist clenched tightly. Why did he hurt Izuku like that? He didn't do anything to him. That boy, he holds so much anger. Juno muttered in both concern and unease, sticking to her blood sister as per usual. His blue color contains a lot of dark red inside it. I wish Negan could have had the chance to make him regret punching Izuku. Haruka seethed, her red lenses glowing. Evelyn said nothing, her focus being on keeping her head bowed. She knew the moment she looked at the boy, Kota, she would be far too tempted to make several types of embarrassing commands. Eventually, both Izuku and Mandalay managed to calm down enough to properly face one another. I promise, Negan is a lot more behaved than that. The teen guardian assured the hero, still looking regretful. The kids are just protective of me is all. I understand, don't worry. And Kota did himself no favor by attacking you like that. Mandalay replied back in sincere understanding. Trust me, he'll get a stern talking to when we get back home. Maybe a punishment as well. Though I guess nearly getting eaten alive is punishment enough. Pixie Bob remarked, shooting another glance at her leader's nephew-cousin. And, speak with Negan as well? Izuku stated, wincing from the lingering pain. While he was able to use sheer force of will to fight through the pain, that didn't mean it left him entirely. Now it was creeping back and he was starting to reel from the crotch shot. Something that Mandalay noticed, resulting in a sympathetic and guilty look. We'll leave for now. Let you recover. But do you need help to get back inside? Izuku shook his head in response. I'm good, thank you. I should be able to walk on my own. Pain was nothing new to him, after all. He can power through this particular pain, at least until he can get to a bed or couch to collapse. Alright, if you're certain. Mandalay then gave another bow. I do hope that you and your siblings can get along with Kota in the future. He isn't a bad child. He just been through a lot. And once again, warning bells rang through Izuku's head. However, he pushed away the worst-case scenario from his mind. There were no signs that any of the pussycats were abusive, and if they were, he doubted Mandalay would say anything about Kota's difficulty. So likely it's something else. And now that he thought about it, it's likely due to the cousin Mandalay has mentioned. But the only relation he could recall of the pussycat's leader was the water hose. The teenage guardian gave an understanding and sympathetic look. I understand. I hope we can all get along as well. Soon after, the wild pussycats left the area with their charge in tow, driving away in their PP cat van. Leaving Izuku with his own charges, along with 4 autographs and a phone number. The fanboy excitement he felt from having those autographs, along with their number, helped quell the agony he was feeling at least. However, he suppressed that excitement for a moment, knowing that he now needs to talk with his kids about what happened. Wait, my kids? Izuku caught to himself in confusion. Since when did he think of them as his? Sure, he ended up being the one to adopt them, from dubious legal means, but they're only his brothers and sisters, aren't they? Could he really think of them as his? The quirkless guardian shook the thought away. Now wasn't the time. So, I'm guessing you have some thoughts on our new neighbors. Izuku approached cautiously. It's clear that over half of them were still very clearly sour over the altercation, for lack of better words. That Kota guy is a JRK. And of course, Taifa was the first to make her displeasure known. He just punched you for no reason. All because you like heroes. And he aimed directly at your privates. That is even more despicable. Fumika added with a clear scowl. Does he even know how much agony he put you through, Warden? I bet he does. Like you said, he was aiming straight at Izuku's crotch. Haruka stated, her lenses still glowing and fists clenched. Izuku sighed. Please don't hold it against him. He pleaded with all of them. I understand that you're all upset for me, but, like Mandalay told us, Kota has been through some rough things. It doesn't excuse him, but he's angry because of those things. His words received several skeptical and worried looks. Did his parents hurt him too? Eri asked worriedly. Oh no. Don't worry about that. Izuku quickly assured the kids before they could worry. I'm sure his parents were loving to him, and the pussycats clearly weren't abusive. He just went through something similarly bad. He wasn't sure if it was his place to talk about the water hoses' deaths, especially since he wasn't 100% certain that they're Koda's parents. So it's probably best to just keep quiet for now, at least until he gets the chance to talk with Mandalay or one of the other pussycats about it, if that chance ever comes. I think Izuku is right. Juno, thankfully, spoke up in support. There was a lot of anger in him. But buried under it, I think there was a lot of sorrow. A deep sadness that he's trying to keep inside. That seemed to mollify the OPCs, many of them still looking sour but looking like they understood that this was more than an unreasonably angry boy. After all of them were abused or neglected children, so they can definitely understand rough times. Doesn't mean that they plan on getting along with the one that hurt their brother anytime soon. And Negan? Izuku then turned to the lizard boy, who still looked a tad lethargic. Thankfully, Yukiko had moved away a fair distance from him, so he slowly got more alert. Please don't be so quick to anger. I understand why, but remember, you lose control when you're in predator mode. I don't want you to hurt anyone, for your sake and theirs. The teenage guardian kept his voice soft as he told Negan this, yet still with a level of firmness. He didn't want to be too hard on him, considering the circumstances, but it had to be made clear that losing control like that is something he needs to work on not doing. And it seemed to do the trick, as Negan looked away shamefully. I'm sorry, Izuku. In response, Izuku went over and patted the boy's head. No need to apologize to me. But make sure you apologize to Koda when you get the chance. He said gently. Negan simply nodded. He didn't feel too keen on apologizing to the guy, but he understood that what he did wasn't acceptable. It was just so hard to keep control whenever he got angry. So, what do you all think of the pussycats? That question was both genuine curiosity from the hero fanboy, as well as a chance to change the subject to something more pleasant. And thankfully, that easily worked, with the kids quickly giving their thoughts on the cat-themed hero team, some more eager than others.